All right, guys. Today we got not one, but two special guests in the house. All right. These brothers have not done an interview together in a very long time. I feel real blessed to be able to unite them, to get them on camera together, to share their story. I'm going to let you guys introduce who you are to the people.
Yo, what up, man? This is DeVell McAfee, a.k.a. they call me Debo in the battle rap world. This is my partner in crime and rhyme.
Yes, sir, Mr. Pearl, a.k.a. P Snacks, Pearl Pizzazz, P to the dot.
To the dot.
You know what it is, man. BX, Wash Heights, Dykeman, we in there.
I'm looking for a lighter for my cigar, so I'm just ready to go. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I seen you smoking. Yeah. So when was the last time you guys actually did an interview together? Because I couldn't find any interviews.
Ooh, nigga, probably never because I'm gonna get. Hold on, go ahead. My fault.
Keyboard though. We actually did an interview.
Yeah, that was 6 years ago.
That was about 6 years ago.
Oh,
yeah,
for real?
We did an interview with Keyboard Money Mike. You know, he's one of the
right.
the originators, Boogie M Productions, and all of that. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I saw his interview on uncut.com. He had mentioned you guys and how he produced some joints in the beginning.
Yeah, we did an actual whole interview with him, and rest in peace to the big homie I guard too. You know.
It sound like you did your homework.
You know, I always do my homework, man.
Okay.
So you guys are both from the Bronx?
Well, you can say that for sure. I'm from the Bronx, born and raised. A little bit of North Carolina, you know. I got extradited over there when I was acting like a wild heathen and whatnot. I'll let this man tell his story.
Yeah. I'm an uptown boy, man. I'm from Dykeman, Wash Heights, and the Bronx in that order.
Okay.
You not from Harlem?
Not from Harlem. No.
Oh, you're trying to bring in current events with that? Okay, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Harlem's the Cuzzos though. They right next door. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
So it is what it is. All love. It's all uptown still at the end of the day. But I'm from Dykeman, Washington Heights, in the Bronx in that order. I'm really from all three. Also, you know what I'm saying? People really know me there. I can really go places. Everybody know what it is, man. Like
right.
A lot of people claim neighborhoods and nobody know them over there. Nobody care about them.
So which part of the Bronx are we talking?
Huh?
Which part of the Bronx are we talking?
We talking about from 170th, East 170th. Really all over, but you know what I'm saying? I was pretty much making my bones in like East 170th, like right off the Grand Concourse on Finley Avenue. Because where you go, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to all my people. You get Washington, Webb, you got Clay, Teller, Finley, College, Morris, Sheridan. You got Sherman somewhere in there in the Grand Concourse, and over there you go to Wife, Elliott, Walton, you know what I'm saying? Townsend's a little bit over there, and Jerome and all that. So, you know, from the east to the west, but people know, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to all the Bronx, because we went.
We everywhere.
We was everywhere.
I actually started from the Heights. I went over to the Bronx. I was on 170, literally right over the concourse from him. So I was on Elliott and Walton. From there, I bounced up to Allerton, Gun Hill Road, Parkchester. Like I've been all over the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? I moved all those places.
So you guys are born in the 70s, but really like coming up in the 80s, right?
Yeah, correct.
Pretty much. So don't try to show our age. Relax, Panda.
No. I'm talking about the wisdom here.
Okay,
I'm talking about the wisdom, okay?
I was born in 95, man.
Yo, the album came out 2 years before you was even born.
Short interview.
All right, so help paint the picture for us, right? You're a kid in the streets in the 80s, right? Were you already in the Bronx, Pearl, at that time?
In the 80s, yeah. I went there in 89. 88, 89, yeah. I left out.
Help us envision what was the Bronx like in the early 80s coming up at that time.
Shit. The Bronx. New York, period. It was it's like how today everybody's like, yo, I'm outside and whatever. You have to be like that to be outside back in the days. Like back in them days, if you wasn't like that, you couldn't be outside. Like And it was okay to stay home. You understand what I'm saying? If you're not like that, just stay home. We'll protect you. You're the good guy from the block and all of that. So, and it was an understood thing. And if you wasn't like that and you chose to be outside, and you would have to pay for that protection, and that was understood also. So it's like an unwritten code. So if you want to be outside getting money, you got to wet the beak of the dudes that's really like that, so they can hold you down and nothing will happen to you. You know, it was that type of thing. But yeah, it was wild, man. It was wild. It was a wild place.
The Bronx was really rough, man. At the end of the day, let's say that shit. But burnt buildings, like if you know 170th on Finley, there was like several burnt buildings. I was in 1363, so I was next to like burnt building number 1, number 2, and shit like that. And it was like it was just crazy. We would play manhunt and all that shit in those buildings, barbecue in the back of the fucking building and shit, in the backyards and all that. And yo, man, it was just a survival, man. Like, you know, I don't want to try to paint it as some crazy ass. Well, yeah, it was survival of the fittest, man.
But it's like once you was a part of that, it was also fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's because you naive, you're not really looking at the big picture at the moment because you're young, wild, and reckless. But it was just fun. So it's like you in the midst of all this danger, and at the same time, it was still like it was fun. It was a fun time, all at the same time. It was dangerous but fun.
Yeah, if you knew the right people, it was definitely fun and shit to be wilding in the Bronx.
Yeah, it was.
During that time is the crack era, right? What is the experience for you guys coming up during that time? Like, what are you seeing on the streets?
This guy sold more crack than me, so I'll let him in.
Out of control. This guy is out of control, man. But yeah, without being specific, man, I'm not one of those. I'm not trying to make anybody believe I was the toughest guy in New York. There really isn't no toughest guy in New York. There's no king of New York. There's no king of the Bronx. There's no king of Brooklyn, Queens. New York is every man for themselves, man. Everybody that claimed king of anywhere get their head knocked off. That's how I go in New York. You know what I'm saying? It's really not the
right.
But yeah, man. You just walk outside and it's there. So it's either you take chances and be a part of it, because that's what it was, you know. And so we were out there, man. Anything you could imagine, man. We was out there doing it. That's what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it was dangerous. In hindsight, there's a lot of stuff that I did then that I would never do now. You understand what I'm saying? That when I look at it, I'm like, damn, I did that. And like I got up in the morning and this is what I was looking forward to doing. And I'm gonna call my dude and he gonna come outside and this is really what we gonna go do. And we did it and go back to sleep, repeat tomorrow. Mm-hmm. It was crazy like that, man.
And when you say like the crack era, it wasn't like we was running around trying to be big time drug dealers and all that. So everybody got a different story. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like, yeah, we seen crackheads, we seen crack, we seen, you know what I'm saying? We seen a lot of things going on in the hood like everybody else seen. Everybody got a different story. Our story was just pretty much running around in the streets, you know, causing havoc and shit like that. We wasn't really the entrepreneurial stand on the corner and pitch it tight all day, every day type shit.
No corner boys, no nothing like that. I'd rather just go take it from one of the corner boys.
Yeah, we was more, unfortunately, we were more takers than.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you guys is, seeing that stuff at such a young age, right? Like, what do you think was the psychological effects of that on you guys to see that?
Well, it's funny that you asked that, because I feel like to this day I have like PTSD from all of that, because I'm like borderline paranoid. I'm always super on point. I could be in the safest place. I can't have nobody too close to me. I'm always so. Whether you know it or not, it damages your mental health. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I've been out of the hood for like the last almost 9-10 years and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But when you move to like, and you see what normal life is like, and how people are civilized, when you move to like a civilized place and you see what civilized life is really about, that's when you realize how abnormal the life you was living every day actually was. So a lot of that is like, you just get used to it. You become a part of it. You survive in it, but it's like not normal at all. So yeah, it has a major psychological effect on you, whether you know it or not.
I think that's the problem, right? Because in the hood, it gets normalized, but it's really not normal. Like, this is not stuff that people should have to endure.
Right.
Yeah, but you know, I had like a nice little street background, you know what I'm saying? Like my partner, but I'm gonna keep it 100 too. May she rest in peace. My mom, you know what I'm saying, definitely helped me live a sheltered life away from a lot of things that a lot of cats who had no other choice to go but be on the street had. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, you know, it was like kind of like a dual identity thing because, yeah, I was in the streets, but I was able to go back to a place where it was, you know, sheltered away from the bullshit, if you will. You feel what I'm saying? So PTSD, yeah, we do have it because you got to remember, it, like I said, the selling and the moving and the corners and all that shit, yeah, that part didn't probably affect us, but the part of the crackheads will do anything to get, you know what I'm saying, get shit over, or niggas, you know what I'm saying, they'll just do whatever they have to do to win and shit. We was in that environment and we was around those type of people and stuff like that. So yeah, it gave us PST, you know, whatever, you know, what y'all call it, to just be on point all the time. You know what I'm saying? So everywhere we went, we was on point. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't because of the crack era. It was just because of, that was the Bronx and Manhattan.
That was just New York, period, man.
New York, period.
What do you think was the allure of the street life for you guys?
Oh, man, the allure of the street life, man. If you're from New York in the 80s, early 90s, don't quote me on the actual, I'm horrible with chronological order of stuff, but when Giuliani and Pataki came in, that's when things kind of started changing for the better. As far as like crime going down, they started cracking down on everything. But before that, it was literally $1 million on every block. Washington Heights.
That's when Koch was in there.
When Koch and Mayor Dinkins, it was $1 million on every single block. Like any given block you walk on is $1 million out there, like literally. So it was real big money. So all of that running around and spinning the block. There was actual OGs out there that kept the young boys in check. The young boys respected the OGs because it was like a whole code of respect and ethics. So you couldn't just be on the block being reckless because now you're making it hot. And there's literally $1 million on this block. So that's the actual allure of it, is to get that money, to get the cars, the jewelry, the clothes, the girls, VIP at the clubs, bottles, and all of that stuff is an allure, but it's a very temporary thing. Because as quick as you get it, you could lose it even quicker. You could lose it overnight. Either when the boys come or when the boys come. You pick your boys. You know what I'm saying? If it's the legal boys, they could wrap you up, take you out of here for the next 15. If it's the illegal boys, they could take everything, knock your head off, and you're no longer here. We had a funeral. He was such a nice guy. Oh my God, he used to be nice. That, you know, it's one of those. So it's that quick, man. It's really that crazy. It was that crazy.
What was the home life for you guys like?
Home life, like I said, reiterate, I'm a wonderful mother, tried her best, had 3 sons. Pretty much, she gave me everything I probably needed to move forward and shit. It was like you just go back to the street of law. The streets was calling because it gave me freedom to go out there and do what I wanted to do without being under the thumb on you know, the watchful eye of my mom and shit like that. And my pops wasn't that much in my life, even though I love my pops and all that. You know, he wasn't there in the household. And I was just out there wilding and shit like that. But, you know, like I said, it was like a dual identity. I was able to go home and everything be, you know, cool. Got food in the fridge as much as possible, you know, place to, you know, rest my head and all that shit, you know, go to school, you know, and just chill.
Yeah. For me, it was kind of similar. So similar, but different. So I never met my biological father, never seen a picture of him, don't know what he looked like. So I grew up around, it was just my mother, my sister, and then just other strong women, stuff like that. So I grew up around none but women. So I was raised to be a protector, because only 2 things can happen when you grow up around a bunch of women. You can either become another woman or you become very protective of them.
Facts.
So I grew up with a very loving mother. My mother's my heart to this day. She's still thinks she's a gangster and all of that. But yeah, like my mom's is wild. Everybody knows.
And his mom's is like my mom.
Yeah. So, and we came up in the back in the days discipline era. So my moms ain't care who I slapped and who's scared of me outside. I come in that house, I'm a little church mouse. You know what I'm saying? To this day, my moms will swing on me if I say the wrong thing to her. So it was like that. But she worked 2, 3 jobs, make sure we had clothes on our backs, food on the table, a roof over our heads, and did everything she could on that end. But due to the fact that she was doing all of that, it gave me a lot of freedom also, because she wasn't around for all the other stuff. And then my sister's 5 years older than me. So by the time my sister hit, 16, 17, 18,
out of the house,
I'm sitting out here. She want to go chill with her friends.
There you go.
I'm sitting in the house like, all right, as long as I go outside, I come back before everybody come. Nobody gonna know what happened. And then one thing lead to another. And like I said, once you step out on that street, man, it's none of the influences are good. Ain't nobody going. When you walk outside, ain't nobody gonna tell you, yo, there's a good law school where you could take a law program. You could become a doctor. Ain't nobody talking that to you. And then when you looking outside, and nobody's really paying attention to you because you're not jumping out of the BMW and you don't got the big chains, and you see this guy, it's like, yo, I'm outside too. Like, I want to be like this guy. You know what I'm saying? I need this attention. What's up? How I get that? And then all you need to do is have a little heart. And it was on. And then at that time too, I don't know how it is right now, man, because I'm not outside. I don't want to be outside. And so all you little young boys with the I'm outside, go inside, man. It's nothing outside, man. Go inside, bro. Like, for real, it's nothing outside.
We not the old niggas trying to be cool at the party.
Nah, for real. Like, go inside, man. It's nothing outside. So around that time, it was a mentality, because now they taking little young boys and giving them 22. You know what I'm saying? They getting 15, 20. Back in the days,
right
around that time, like I'm saying, like before Pataki and Giuliani, if you under 16, the most you're going to do is a little 18 months in Spofford, something like that. So at 14, 15, you want to get them stripes in the street. So you're like, I'll do anything y'all want done, let me do it. Because I'm going to get 18 months. I'll be right back out here when I'm 17 and I'm a champ. Everybody going to look at me. I ain't telling nobody. And that was the mentality, which is crazy. It's like what we were saying earlier. That sounds like it's normal to somebody from the hood. But in real life, that's not what a 14, 15-year-old should be out here thinking about and doing. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what our environment gave us. So,
did you guys feel like you were searching for a male role model because of the lack of the relationship with your father?
Not really, to be honest with you. For me, I felt like the freedom I had was just as fun as, I didn't really know what I was missing. I knew I was just like, my mother could, guide me and discipline me to a certain degree when I'm in the house or when I'm out. Like I said, I'm not under a watchful eye, so I'm hooking up with my mans and shit like that. We each other's back, you know what I'm saying? That's the kind of like the male role model, if you will, because we like brothers, like kinship and stuff like that. So we don't, we're being very reckless in the streets and shit. So we're not looking to be disciplined or jeweled by anybody to tell us what to do and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? That was the era we came from. It was just packs of niggas just running the streets and shit like that. You knew who you knew from being out there in the streets, and your rep will carry and proceed you on who you are and shit like that. So I don't feel like I was missing anything to answer your question. So to a certain extent, right. I will get to that one later.
Right. So kind of like what he said, it's not even really a thing about going out there searching for that role model. Because like I said earlier, it's not when you out there and you involved in all these things and you're doing all these things, you're not really looking at the bigger picture, because I don't even think your mind is developed enough to even know that there's a bigger picture. But like I said, in hindsight, if I did have a male role model that was on my bumper, like, yo, where you going? Pulling me by the neck, you know what I'm saying? Coming outside, like, what you doing? That's my son. Things could have been a whole lot different. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the stuff that I went through, I could have probably avoided. But I had to go out there. Like I said, I don't have no older brother. I don't have no older cousins and no male figures in my life that was laying the groundwork for me. And when I step outside, I'm the little cousin. So I got my respect on my own. You know, I got my respect by going out there, and this is what I do, and I'm me, and I'm like that to this day. Like, whatever I do is me. You understand what I'm saying?
We was pretty much figuring it out, like at the same time and shit, which made us, even more like brothers and shit. Cause we was like we was pretty much, our mentality was pretty much not answering to nobody, like really, literally nobody, unless it was our moms or some shit like that. And obviously in the street, they ain't in the street doing anything to come get us or whatnot. So we was just pretty much just running.
And from not having a father figure and being out there kind of making decisions on your own, I have a very hard time with authority from men. Like, I have a hard time with you telling me what to do as a man. You understand what I'm saying? If you talk to me nice, we could work whatever out. But like, you go do this, you run right now. We ain't playing.
We got into a lot of fights with niggas trying to tell
it's not happening.
Male dudes trying to get crazy. We was young, so
Pearl, to build off of what you were saying earlier, right? You were like saying, "Oh, I'll go do 18 months and I'll come back. I earn my stripes and everything." What do you guys think about kind of the way that in the hood people envision doing time as a rite of passage, almost?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a sad thing, man. That's why I'm trying to, for any young people that's watching this, man, it's like don't let nobody trick you out of a fruitful life. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what you really getting tricked out of. All of this stuff is like smoking mirrors, man. It's not reality. It's very temporary stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And when you go out there and you're doing all these things, your mind is distorted. But also, you have to understand that the hood is kind of it's an exclusive place. The hood is a very, very, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. And that's what the media glamorizes. The media makes the hood way bigger than what it is. The hood is a very, very small, elite part of society. Most people don't do what's going on in the hood. Like, the hood is maybe like 5%. 95% of everyone else is doing the right thing. It's only this little bunch of people that's out here just doing all this reckless stuff and living with these crazy ass minds. You understand what I'm saying?
And let me just interject real quick. And when he's saying like the hood, yeah, we know there's poverty and there's people, you know what I'm saying, urban Americans, but that we talking about the hood, talking about the nefarious, crazy shit that we do in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan,
and low income neighborhoods, neighborhoods. And even within the low income neighborhoods, it's only a small population of that low income neighborhood that's actually doing all of these things. Like, even when you could go into anybody's projects, right? Most of the people in the projects get up and go to work. You got postal workers, you got sanitation workers, you got construction workers, and then you have this one little bunch of I'm outside and all that, and they the ones in the hallway. They the only ones in the hallway. Nobody wants to be in the hallway with them. Nobody wants to be in the playground with them. So even within that is a small population. But a lot of times what happens is, when you're not winning and you're doing, like, you live in an unsuccessful way, you could only feel comfortable around like people. So if you come around me and you out here being a loser, you're not gonna feel comfortable around me, because I'm gonna tell you being a loser. So what happens is, losers roll with losers and winners roll with winners. That's basically how it goes. Even within the hood, most people are not doing all of this crazy stuff. That's why I feel like if the government really wanted to stop crime, they could just stop it. Because it's like wherever you at, whoever's committing the crimes is the same people that's committing the crimes. It's that same little group of people that's doing everything everywhere. You could just go and stop it. You know exactly who the hell it is, but it just goes on and on, man. But that's the hood, man. You gotta know how to survive around it, man. Navigate through it. Like, for real, it's a crazy world. And I wish everyone can get out of there and go somewhere, man, and live a normal life, man, because that's not normal, man. For real.
Right. So how do you guys end up meeting and forming the group Mesanjarz of Funk?
Doing all of the stuff that I just told all the young people not to do, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. I already did this for y'all, man. For real. Like, we already did this, man. We hung ourselves on the cross for y'all, man. So y'all don't got to go do this no more, man.
Well, I'm going to get into detail.
It's crazy, man.
I mean, do you really want to know the story? Because you're asking.
Hell yeah, we want to know the story. I want to know the first impressions of each other. That's what I want to know.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna try to be brief with this.
No actual locations and no actual. All right.
No actual. No, yeah, because we
don't want any specific.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
We got enemies to this day, man.
Nah, I ain't got no enemies, man.
Nah, I'm just bullshit. I went to a high school. Look, what's crazy is I went to Catholic school damn near all my life. All right, I went to a spot called that doesn't matter. But when I went from one high school, which was Cardinal Hayes, to Taft High School, Now, if you know that transition, that's crazy. I went from suit and tie, all boys school, to a crazy ass motherfucking joint right there, smack center of where my place of residence was at. 170.
Taft High School's acronym is Training Animals for Tomorrow.
Right? So I knew a kid that was kind of under me because I was just running shit in Taft myself. Like I was like a popular cat in Taft. And one of the dudes that was running with me and shit like that, he knew Pearl and his peoples. So he took the idea when I was doing like quote unquote gang activity, if you will. He introduced me to these cats. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to all the cats that, Pearl Hill mentioned out. But I met Pearl specifically and we just was cool with each other. We dapped it up, talked, and just kicked it, and we just had a couple of things in common and shit like that. I'm not gonna get to the music just yet. But.
At this time, I was still in the Heights, though. Mm-hmm. This time, I was still in the Heights. But yeah.
So he was into that gang activity too. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you was, nigga. Because we out of this shit, so it don't fucking matter.
Right, statute of limitations is over.
Right, statute of limitations is always done. You can't.
I have children that's watching this, man.
I got a Shih Tzu Beijing that's barking and whatnot. She
sounds a lot bigger than what it actually is.
She's like that, but yeah. So we met each other and we got cool, and I'll let you take it from there because I don't know if you want me to. Because I you know me, I'll just say some reckless abandon shit. You be like, nigga, why you said that shit?
So at this time, right? And if you from Washington Heights, if you know, man. We had a team called GC going crazy. Everybody know what it is.
Be quiet.
So we was in the Heights, wow, like it was just crazy. Like some of the stuff that these kids is doing now doesn't really compare to what we were doing because the difference between back then and now is that anybody could be outside right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So around that time, if you was outside, you really had to prove that you were qualified to be outside. So if Panda comes, if I go through Panda's block and somebody look at me tough, I'm coming back to my block. Somebody gonna contact you and me and your man John. We gonna meet at the park and we gonna do it like this. So now, and you live 2 blocks away from me. So I don't need to kill you because you called me a bitch or whatever you did. I don't need to kill you for that. You're just going to step in the park and I'm going to see if I'm really a bitch. Boop, boop, bop, boop, bing, boom, dong. We're going to work it out. And now 2 days later, if I beat you up, I'm walking through your block and I'm the guy that beat you up 2 days ago. What's up? It was that type of deal. You understand what I'm saying? And now it's like, you call me a bitch, I shoot you because I don't know how to fight. That's the difference. That's the difference between you young boys. Go inside, man. Go inside, man. It's online schooling going on. You go to college in your house. You only got to come outside, man. Do the right thing, man. Somebody's just going to knock your head off. Nobody fights no more. So back in the days, you go do your thing. So we built the rep behind it. My man comes through, tells me, yo, pretty much like something to the effect of, I like the movement you got going on because we were like 300 deep. And he's like, yo, I got something. Same thing going on, but it's in the Bronx. And
these are no elaborate stories, by the way. This is actually literally
real.
For real.
This is all facts. All facts.
Go ahead.
All facts, man. All facts. So me, I'm a very sociable person, but I'm not really out here trying to make best friends everywhere I go. Like I don't want to meet a bunch of new people. So I'm telling my man, I don't want to meet none of them little Bronx dudes or none of that. I'm good. He's like, nah, trust me, man. We can take over the world. You 15, 16. So I'm like, all right, take over the world. That sounds good to me. So whatever. So we, only detail I'm going to give you is we used to have our meetings in the back of Yankee Stadium.
161st.
So if by
the handball court.
So if you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you was back there, you know what it is. You go tell your own story. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know about that and it's not for you and I'm not going to tell you nothing about it. But we used to have our meetings back there, and that's where we first met up. So it was almost like warriors. So like I said, I'm from the Heights, so we coming down from like the 170s coming over the 155th Street Bridge over the Yankee Stadium. These dudes is already in the Bronx, so they coming over here. So you got like two mobs meeting in the handball court. Is like 400 dudes in the back in the handball court. Literally, real number, no exaggeration, like 400 dudes. So all the like leaders, shout out to my man Tone MB. You know, y'all know what it is, man. 177, you know what it is, man. We out there, and we meet, and the vibe was like all right, like I could rock with these dudes. Everybody cool, we there. We got the 40s, everybody talking, we vibing. It was like a good vibe. But now,
all English and private stock.
All English 40s. And private stock. But now,
I hated that shit. Go ahead.
But now it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like I think back, because I don't even like the person I used to be. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Because now I think back, and it's like, now we got 400. I control like 300 people. Like all 300 of these guys give me $2 every Friday. That's a fact. So just off these guys, I make like $600 every Friday. That's supposed to be for guns and protection and lawyers, and you know that's for my pockets, man. Thank you guys for giving me this money. You know what I'm saying? But everybody knows.
You just call yourself a scammer.
Nah, hey, listen, that's how it was, man. If I have that leadership quality to me and you want to give me $2, I'm not giving anyone $2. Even back then, I'm not giving anybody $2 every time. It's my $2, bro. You crazy? Well, I'll pay my own lawyer when I get locked up. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to give you that to hold it in escrow for me. You know what I'm saying? So now we hear 400 people and we're like, all right, so now what do we do? So now it's like, all right, so they got some guys over here. We're going to run over there. We're going to trample all of them. We're going to rob this person. So there's like 400 people getting together just to do nothing productive. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's crazy. But when you really think about it, that's what street life is really all about. It's like
conjugating
a bunch of wasted time, bro. Like it's just wasted time. So that's how we met. Like we was just out here to waste time and be the best at it. Like we wanted to be the champions of wasting time and doing unproductive things. And that same night we ran, if you know the Bronx, from like Jerome Ave, we went from like 161st.
We were from 161st to Jerome. We were from 161st to Jerome all the way to Fordham Road. Like literally just doing stupid shit. I ain't gonna hold you. The positive thing I thought we actually did was beating pimps up and shit. Like when we seen pimps on the street and whatnot, doing crazy shit, like smacking hoes up, we would jump on like, take their money and all that other crazy
We used
shit.
to practice moves. Like, so like if I had a new move, I needed to practice.
That's true.
I tried that on the pimp. Like when I see because see, I grew up around nothing but women, man. I always had respect for women. So when I see
same thing,
dudes having women out in the streets, like why y'all doing all of this? All right, we're gonna pick them. And it was like that, man. And another thing with us too is that what made us kind of like unique is that we didn't bully people. Like we were the dudes that we went after the bully. If you supposed to be the toughest, that's what we going after. If you soft, I'm gonna make you my cousin. That's my little cousin. Don't touch it.
Right.
It was like that. Like I'm not picking on people. That's how we did it.
We were used to recruit dudes like from my school and where he come from, just to be with us. So because they would bring out their problems to us and be like, "Yo, this dude in school is such and such." So we would go to that school 50 deep, literally, and be outside waiting for that specific dude that this person had a problem with. Because you're fucking with him. That's his little cousin. You have a problem with us.
A made up little cousin. We just looking for action.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, I don't got a problem. Yeah, you don't got a problem. Boom, 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 boom. Make sure we don't have a problem. You feel what I'm saying? So we was kind of like anti-heroes in a sense and shit. We have the right of path. Like, you know, but it wasn't like we would put niggas on our wing, but we would try to give them that advice and make them tougher. And like, yo, you rocking with us, you can't be soft. You feel what I'm saying? Like shit like that. So, you know, to answer his question is like, that's how we met, you know, doing the nefarious crazy shit.
Well, what was the first impression though?
I don't know. This is
yo, he froze up.
Nah, cause yo, let me tell you something about me, man. I learned this from my grandmother. Rest in peace. I was like my heart. So my grandmother, when I was a baby, my grandmother always told me like, never go out and start problems. Like never be the troublemaker.
Mm-hmm.
But if anybody tries you, and it's just you and them, like let it go. Let it go. Sleep on it and wait till you see that person again, like in a big crowd. And then you thrash him, like you make him eat a chair, the chair handle, put it through his nose, make him eat 18 tables, like put on a show. And now you making an impression on everybody. You understand what I'm saying? So I always been that guy. So when I first meet people, even if I'm smiling, I'm kind of looking at you like, me and you ain't never gonna be fine. I don't know who this guy is. I don't even know why you introducing me to him. Like, that's my attitude with everything. So it's just that, like, real recognize real. So like when we came together, it's like almost like certain things are like undeniable. So it's like if I meet you and you a cool guy, like literally, like right now, we just met like not too long ago. And you a cool guy. If I ain't like you, I wouldn't even be sitting here fronting like I like you.
Trust me, he would.
Right.
Even through the camera, bro. I'm telling you, like he knows. I'd have probably walked away like I ain't fucking with this guy, and I'd have just left. I don't care what happens
I
after.
Try to get this guy to do many things, and he's like, no.
so yeah, bro.
That's what I'm saying. This is special here because this is the first time in a long time and shit like that. This is more like, no disrespect to keyboard and shit, because that's our peoples and shit. But this is like a real in-depth Mesanjarz of Funk conversation. A lot of people are going to see this and be like, holy shit, it's Pearl of the Bell. You know what I'm saying? Even when we're talking about the shit that we would be doing back in the day with the people are going to be like, holy shit, it's Spy and J.
Right.
Because I used to call myself Spy. I used to tag Spy and shit back in the days and stuff like that.
Used to be Spy. Used to be J Love.
J Love.
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? And then we started Well, my impression of this cat is he was just a genuine cat, man. I ain't see no bullshit in him. And like I said, we had a lot of things in common. We didn't even know we had the music in common, because that came last. We was just doing stupid shit out in the street and just making sure we was like, good with each other and stuff like that. And everybody was cool, because it was a pretty much like a family environment. The only thing that stopped, now I'm gonna tell you what actually stopped us and what led to the music, because I really want to get off there. I don't care about these war stories and shit in that sense. We've been doing that 161st shit a couple of times. So 200 turned to 300, 300 turned to 400. 400 turned to 5, 6, 7, literally 700 motherfuckers. They're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can try to count, like, there's a lot of niggas. Let's just say that back of the handball court was packed to the point when you look up, helicopters, like, oh shit, they caught on to what the fuck we doing.
It was so bad. And shout outs to Brooklyn, man. And I love Brooklyn. I went to Brooklyn Tech for 1 year. I had to leave there because
Decepticon shit?
Yeah, because I got into beef with some Deceps. I put it on too deep. I used to box from when I was like 11 years old and all that. So these always work. And I always been like a smooth dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a scary looking guy. I'm not ugly. I'm never going to be ugly. So it is what it is. So they tried me. Long story short, took whatever, handled my business. And I never went back to that school. I had to go back, whatever. But Decepticons around that time was like the equivalent, like what the Bloods and the Crips is now running around New York and all of that. You know what I'm saying? The Trinitarios. Back in the days, New York was just block. You roll with your little clique. So like if you from 133rd, you running from with 133rd, 134th, 135th, that's one crew. 136, 37, 38 might be a totally different crew, and y'all right next to each other. But the Deceps had like a whole Brooklyn thing, and they were the ones getting like media attention. So I'm keeping it right here at that Yankee Stadium meeting, the 400, 500, 600 dudes. We had an event where, shout outs to my man J30 out in San Diego right now. He came out and showed me love when I went out there with the family. So shout outs to you, you're my brother for life. But he had a game. He balls. He used to be in the Rucker and all that. So he had a game at an undisclosed location. Because if I say that, it might take it back to what I was about to say where it was at. But whatever. They know what it is. And something I'm not one of them guys. I don't want that. I left that alone. I don't want to bring none of that back.
Right.
If you know, you know. They tried to play my little man during the basketball game, and we was maybe like 6, 7 of us. So when I was like, all right, and we left. They kind of played us. We went back. That was maybe like on a Tuesday or something. It was summertime. So our meetings was every Friday. So at that Friday meeting, we used to discuss, does anybody have a problem? Real productive stuff. Does anybody have a problem? Who else do we need to go beat up?
That's productive.
Have you found, does anybody have money in their house and guns that we can go break? And, whatever productive stuff we was doing on Friday nights. So I came through, and mind you, GC, I was the vice. My man Tone MB was the prez. He was the president. He was like leader. He's like 4 years older than me. It's my dude, my bro. Tone MB, you already know what it is. If you're from the Heights, you already know what it is. But anyway, I went back to the meeting, and I'm like, yo, matter of fact, I do have an issue on Tuesday, I was down at blah, 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 and XYZ said XYZ. So everybody's like, what? So what's up? So we put that together, and I think it was like on a Monday or a Tuesday. No lie, bro. We had like 2 train cars full of. If you know a New York City train car, we had 2 train cars full of angry and excited. It was both angry because they did something to me, and excited that we gonna get some action going. And when we pulled up, we did what we did at the location, and they ended up. It made the papers, and they said that it was Decepticons that did it.
Wow.
And we felt so offended by that. Like we were highly offended by that. Like, that was absolutely not them. So from that point on, like for real, this all I'm gonna give or whatever. We used to start going down like Park West, printing, any schools, because we was uptown. So any schools in Manhattan that had like a high DCEP population, we was going down there. And if you were DCEP, y'all did y'all thing in Brooklyn, and respect to y'all, man. We all grown men. We got families now. All that shit is dead. But if you think back to Park West and printing, all the times when y'all used to come out of school, and all the blacks, Puerto Ricans, and Dominicans was in the train station, and y'all was getting it, and y'all couldn't come in the train station, and was just getting chased down to 43rd Street and down the block into the West Side. Yeah, that was us. So because we was highly disappointed because y'all got the credit for something that we did, so we needed to go show that. No, this is us, and we're gonna show them. Yo, and it went crazy, but
Panda, this is the stupid shit we would do, right?
That was the.
I don't want you to think it had to be 50,000 people to do what we do. Like when we was trying to get our lives together, quote unquote. This is the transition.
But it's funny because, like he said, we always kind of had it together. Like I had no, and this, I'm see, my mission is to like this. Is what I'm on today. Like I'm trying to like really lead the youth to something positive, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like. We spoke about our parents and all of that. I had no reason whatsoever to be running the streets and doing anything wrong. Like I could have just asked my mother, and in 2 weeks, I'd have had the Georgia.
Whatsoever.
I didn't have to come out here, but the way I looked at it is, my mother don't need to work that hard. If I could get out here, slap a few people, I asked people for stuff and they just hand it over to me. I'm gonna go.
Because it was all about not asking. Because I was like embarrassed in a sense when you was at a certain age, you had to ask your mom for like $5, $20, and shit like that. I'm like, yo, I'm not doing that.
I'm paying bills. I told my mother, I found $100. I just paid a light bill.
We had to find that rite of passage in that way. But like I said, I'm gonna give y'all. So I said, I'm gonna give you a story. This is the stupid shit me and this nigga would do. So you don't have to think we always had to be like 10, 12 deep and all that shit. When we go on the train, we act like we were vigilantes and shit. Like, you know, when you go in the back, and for all the New York people, you go in the back of the train, you know that's trouble at a certain point in time, right? So, hold on, I'm gonna let you get there. I'm gonna pass it to you. We go on the train, right? At a certain point in time, quote unquote, train is kind of empty and shit. You take, I'm gonna pass it on to you, right? So there's like innocent people and shit like that. That's just sitting on a train and whatnot. Just regular, like regular working, hardworking people and shit like that. And then here come a bunch of kids like passing by in the train, like fucking with people. Yo, Poppy, let me get that, what you call it, just touching on people, trying to rob people and shit like that. Me and this nigga looking at each other, we like, so they pass us by into another car, going to the back of the car, because that's where it get shaking at.
Yeah, that's
it's like 6, 7 dudes, no lie. It's just me and this nigga.
That's a fact.
We look at each other, I'll be like, what you want to do? Let's have some fun. All right, bet. We go follow them. Like, we give it a minute, like, you know what I'm saying, like a minute or 10, because they're already back there. We go follow them right behind, and they doing the same shit. So we right there at the end of the train with those 7 dudes, and they fucking with people and shit like that. So we go back there, and we like, yeah, I wish somebody do that shit to me. We be fucking somebody niggas. We be fucking niggas up in here. Like, who got a problem? Anybody got a problem? What's up? What y'all want to do? What y'all want to, like, what's up? And like, no, and they would say a word. Because we look like 2 crazy niggas that's like ready to do something. And here's the catch to it. We didn't have no gun on us. No fucking, what you call, like how we usually have, and none of, we would just be like, what wreck? Because we was just in that era, like, yo, we just testing our mantle and seeing who want to give it up. You feel what I'm saying? And it's not to be no tough guys and shit. I'm just giving you an example. That's the stupid shit that me and this nigga would fucking do. We didn't give a fuck. We didn't care. We didn't care because it's all about trying to solidify a reputation out in these streets that we was on. Because like Pearl said, at that time, you couldn't just be out there. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't just be out there trying to claim, like, if you were sore for any...
Right now, this dude's out here getting money. I could walk up on certain dudes. It's been done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could walk up on you in a strip club and be like, yo, let me get that, man. You ain't giving that to no stripper. I need that. Let me get that. And you're going to hand it over because you pussy. You just out here getting money. You had some type of something put together and it worked and you get a little bit of money and your team pussy. You pussy. Everybody pussy. Back in the days, you try to pull that stunt if you want to, and it's going to be a very long night for you.
Yeah.
Because anybody you press, it's like your team's on goal, my team, it's just going to be a war. So what happens at the end of the day is it's the hood. New York is a huge place, but everybody that's into something all know each other. Like all the biggest drug dealers in New York, I don't care if you're from the Bronx, Harlem, everybody know each other. So when I run into you at a club, it's like, oh, it's respect. I'm going to send you a bottle. You're going to send me one. Who sent that? Oh, shit, I didn't even see you, my bro. It's good. And it's like that. Because the real dudes just want to get money. You understand what I'm saying? All the scammers know each other. All the scammers from the Bronx know who the scammers from Brooklyn, Queens. Everybody know each other. All the stick-up kids, everybody know each other. Because it's like small little worlds within the world. You understand what I'm saying? And it's just crazy.
Yeah, and you're talking about the age where we was like around 17, 18, 19 around that time. We met each other around 16 years old. Shit.
16,
so around 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Well, maybe 17, 18.
Yeah,
by 19, we that's when the music
shit happened, right?
But we it was still out of control.
But we to end that story with that question you was asking, we fuck with each other because we liked each other's like stilo, and that's all back in the day word.
Yeah.
But like we like. He'll give it up, and he know I'll give it up. Like, oh shit, I'll fuck with this.
And you know it was a big thing too. This dude came to my crib, and my mother was like, "I like him. He's all right." So my mom's approval was everything to me. I was like, "All right." So if I fuck with him, mom dudes like him, I fuck with him. I used to go to his house, and his mother was like, I know y'all two doing what y'all doing, but I like him. You know what I'm saying? I rock with him. So we both got the approval from the most important person in our lives. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it was like that.
Because our mother seen that we was a protector of each other and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I would go to his house and learn his culture and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell his mom, like I said, his mom's like a second mom, bendición and all that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Love. He'll go to my house, moms, you know what I'm saying? Be on that black moms. You know what I'm saying?
His mom just had the militant, just nervous. Sometimes I ain't even want to go in there. Like, I'm waiting out there. Come downstairs, man. Like, for
my
real.
mom would be like,
right. Yeah, she got down. Yeah. It was like that. But yeah.
All right, let's get to the music though, right? So how did you guys end up forming the group and getting into music?
I'm going to take that. I'm like the elephant, man. I remember everything. Like, I remember it for real. My memory's crazy. So
I call this nigga in like he's the computer. I be like, yo, what that? He be telling you, break it down.
So I've been rapping since I was like maybe 13, 14. So I've been doing my thing. So I'm doing my thing over there. He been rapping over there. I just never knew that. You understand what I'm saying? So because we just doing what we doing. So when you're in the middle of we in the middle of a meeting to go beat some people up. I'm not talking about ain't nobody rapping tonight, you know what I'm saying? So it came down to us like, hold on. Because what exactly happened? Oh, what exactly happened was, and we gonna segue into a few other things. He was dealing with some dudes, and he was like, yo, you know I do beats. And I was like, oh shit, I rap. You know what I'm saying? He was like, oh no, I rap too. So I was like, oh shit, all right, whatever. So it was that type of thing. So now, like I said, I'm not the friendliest guy in the world, but it's my bro. So he was already moving around, and because he produces also. So he was already moving around and producing beats for people. So he'll be like, yo. So at that point, now that he know that I rap, we'll be moving around. Shout out to my man Raj Flav too. So we used to sit in the crib, write rhymes.
That was the headquarters.
And yeah, that was the nasty room. That was the nasty room. We used to call that.
Relax.
No. So the nasty room. That's what
we got wives now. Relax.
No, listen. So whatever. So yeah. So the room was full of 40s and all that. Listen. So what we doing is we writing rhymes, and back in the days there was not no Instagram and TikTok. So if you the hottest rapper from 179th, we need to go see you, man. Because like I said, he told you, like how we did in the back of the train. We used to do this universally throughout the whole New York City.
5 bottles.
We will really jump in 3-4 cars and drive to Brooklyn and battle somebody. And we used to always play basketball too. So we used to like go everywhere, like Queens. We'll pull up to the most dangerous hood in Queens and just run up in your pride and play basketball. And this is facts, man. And nothing ever happened. Like for real. I don't care who gonna tell you what projects, whatever. I'm not even gonna name all that because I'm not trying to like spark up. Any project you heard anybody talking about, we done ran in there, beat their ass in basketball and left and talk shit while we doing it. That's what we do because we was looking for it. So.
The basketball was a segue to look for a fight.
Yeah, I don't real shit. It was nice. It was nice. So now, word gets around like, oh, he nice. Woo-woo. So it used to be like you really got to pull up on somebody's block. Same way like if somebody violated, you gonna meet them in the park for the fair one. It's like, yo, Panda, what up? What's up with your man, super flashy Rick? I want to battle him. You think he nice? And you're like, oh, my man crazy. He ain't never lost the bat. He never lost the bat. What's up with Friday night? We going to meet at the pizza shop, whatever it is. And then next thing you know, we on 170 in front of the pizza shop. Shout out, what was it, Munchtime?
Mm-hmm.
Shout outs to Munchtime, 170. You know, man.
You know.
For real, man, for real. Like, we was in Munchtime with, what's the cook dude?
Yeah, I know that's
not Charlie, what's his name?
Nah, I forgot his name.
Whatever, but they know what it is, man. And we'll be there, and it'll be like 100,000. The cops will come through. Woo woo, man, keep it moving. Because back in the days we ran the city, cops got to go. Like, stop interrupting what we doing, man. We battling. We doing security over here.
They would drive, look,
and keep it moving. Like for real, you want to go back home to your family. So you really running up on people. So now your name builds up. So it's like, oh shit, Pearl and Develop, they just smoke blase blind. What? So now the next bunch of people like, yo, where they at? I'm gonna battle y'all next Friday. So that's how I used to go down. And then, all right, so meet me over here. I'll come to your block. It don't matter who. We come 30 deep.
We used to be battle rappers, Panda, yes.
Yo, we used to just battle people on blocks. And then it got to the point where people will put up money. And we was just battling and people. I remember that. I was really getting people money. People was putting money in my pocket. Like, yo, I got 10 racks on my little man. All the older dudes. Because like I said, around that time, it was really OGs. So OGs kind of kept it civilized to where you going to live to be at least 22, 23. The only way you was really getting shot and killed back in the days is if you was interrupting some of that big $1 million business going on. If you trying to go run up in a spot and rob it, you're going to get murked. Just little stupid shit in the streets. They was laying that rock. Y'all too little. Y'all got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody shooting, but you a man. You want to be outside, you got to fight. And that's how it was. So from that, he used to always work with people. So he'll call me because he knows I'm his unfriendly friend. That I'm gonna check it, and I always check everybody. And I got to think because my mother used to be into like that Santeria shit and all of that. So I have like a sixth sense where I could be around you for like 20 minutes, and I'll tell them your whole life story. I
would call this nigga for that shit too.
Yo, deadass. I'll tell you, your man Panda. He gonna be in jail in 3 months, man. He don't know what he did. In 3 months, before that, you'll be locked up and be like, oh shit, remember what you told me? My man's locked up. And I'm like that. So I used to go and I'm like, yo, who you gonna be in the studio with, man? I don't want to go to the studio and these cornballs was popping. So he's like, nah, these dudes is real. So I remember one of the first times, I mean, I've been to a bunch of sessions with him, but it was one time that I went, and that's when you had the riot dudes.
Shout out to Point Blank.
Shout outs to Point Blank, my man Casper, Hitman, Fingers, Joe One, all of y'all.
Rest in peace.
Mr. Guns. Yeah, rest in peace, Mr. Guns. So I pulled up to that session, and my thing was, me and my man Tone that I mentioned earlier, my man MB, we used to just pull up everywhere. Shout outs to my man Mace. We used to pull up everywhere. It'd be 3 of us, three blickies, and we good. And they gonna fly if necessary too. So everybody knew that. And we'll just pull up, and we being very unfriendly in the studio. So everybody's like, why are the producers' friends so unfriendly? Why are they so angry? Why they don't smile? That's how every session used to go. But these dudes was like equally as unfriendly. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't give a fuck about our answer. So it was like a big old, so I'm already tapping this dude like, yo, what's up with your mans? Because And he was like, nah, chill, man, they good. And he had to turn around like, yo, what's up, boo? And then after that, like, it just became family, like, for real, for real. So shout outs to the Riot. Toon mentioned that.
Toon mentioned
before.
That. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
Riot Life. So
we're going to get to that.
My man Casper. Me and Casper did a bunch of stuff outside of the music.
See, that's just the thing.
Talking about that,
that's just the thing. Like, I was doing music to the point where I was making beats and all that, teaching motherfuckers how to rap and all that shit. So I was in the studio damn near a lot, whereas he was in the streets a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, we both wasn't having it. You know what I'm saying? Because we'd fight any fucking body around that time. Like, yo, we don't give a fuck.
Would you say
that
you was more of a producer?
Yeah.
Would you say you were more of a producer than a rapper?
I was a rapper and a producer, but I like to produce too. You know what I'm saying?
He loved his beats.
You know what I'm saying? I love doing music. So to get to the music, right? Because we definitely got to give them messages of funk as far as our history.
I gotta keep going, man.
And your business.
Yo, so now around this time, I might have said, like I said, I'm horrible with chronological order. So it might have been a little before, whatever, but we already connected musically now. You know what I'm saying? We still doing a little stupid street stuff, but we already connected musically. So, and there's a story that's gonna take a lot of people like, oh, word. Y'all, I'm one of them dudes, like, I know a lot. Like, a lot of these dudes that be out here front, they can't really, I know a lot. I've been a lot, because I used to run with, our manager was iGod.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace to iGod. And the big homie B.O., that was our road manager.
Rest in peace to B.O.
The big homie B.O., everybody know who B.O. is. You know what I'm saying? That's what we ran with. That's like...
Wait. You talking B.O. from Bang Bang Boogie B.O.?
No. B.O. from Bronx River.
B.O. He used to be in Zulu Nation. He was in security in Zulu Nation.
Right.
He was like,
Hassan,
and to be honest,
talks about him.
He was definitely rocking around the Bronx River, but he lived in Vietnam.
Yeah. He was out there by
first and shit. We was in B.O.'s house and all that. Like, that's how much family we were. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't taking nobody to his crib. You know what I'm saying? We was his little man's. Like, he used to, like, he had a thing with us where he was like, I don't know what it is with y'all two, but I fuck with y'all heavy. He used to show us things that we're not going to say on here. But he used to show us shit that a lot of people probably would have never saw. And we would go upstairs to his crib and eat with his family and all that. See his misses, all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
He personally told me, stop the stupid shit and focus on music, bro. You got talent. I'll take care of everything else. Any other problem you got, talk to me. Focus on the music. Shout outs to T-Mac too. He just came home. Welcome home. That was like maybe a year or two ago. He came home. Shout outs to T-Mac. But it went down like that. I lost my train of thought for a second.
What about the music shit?
Yeah. So now rocking with the music, we ran with all of them. So I had my boy Trini. Shout outs to my man Trini also, DJ Trinidad.
Shout out to Trinidad. That was our first DJ.
Yeah. That was our first DJ. He used to go to Westside High School. Big L used to go to Westside High School. I was still on my semi-bully. So shout outs to Harlem, shout outs to Children of the Corn, all of y'all. This is all facts. Like, for real, I don't speak no facts.
No bullshit.
Not disrespecting anybody, and to this day,
this ain't no elaborate crazy stories and shit.
Nah, for real. And the hand still works, so ain't nobody running up on me asking nothing's crazy. The team is still sick. Like, for real, like, don't play with me. Everything good, because I'm not disrespecting anybody. I'm really here on some for real shit. So I used to really go to Westside High School and meet my man there, because we used to meet there and then go sell crack in Jefferson Projects. And then every day, that was my routine. Like, I used to go meet my man Trini in Westside High School. I used to leave Brooklyn Tech, like, third period, come uptown to Westside High School, meet him. He used to leave at 12. He had a routine. We go to Jefferson Projects, sell crack till about 3, 4 o'clock. Then I'll go home like I just came from school. So, because I told you my mom's gonna fuck a nigga up. So fucking Big L, rest in peace to Big L, used to always be at Westside High School. Always just out there. And at that time, I used to love Lord Finesse. Like, Lord Finesse was like, yo.
We was big Lord Finesse fans.
Right,
yo, we got wild history.
Lord Finesse. And now we're going to tap into that.
Right.
Lord Finesse ended up producing for, like, I was like, oh, shit.
He
like,
on a song on our album. But go ahead, my fault.
Crazy. So, one time I was at Westside High School waiting for my man to come out. And Big L is standing right. I don't know who he is, though. He's just standing there. But he got the Walkman. And it was around the time when you could play the he had the good Walkman that you could play the like put it on voice record. You could hear it out. You just hold it out loud and you could hear it. So I'm listening. I'm like, yo, that's Lord Finesse, and I know. So I was like, yo, how you got it? But it was like unreleased stuff. So I was like, damn, where you get this Lord? He's like, yo, he never told me like, yo, I rock with Lord Finesse, nothing. But that was my man Lamont. You know what I'm saying? I just know him as L Lamont because my man Trini introduced me to him. My man Trini actually is from. So that's the Lou Sims too. He came home. I never really met him, but I know his history. He just came home.
Yeah,
but my man, But my man Trini, he's from 142nd Lennox and 7th. That's Lou Sims and all that Lynchmont block. I don't know them because they way older than me, but that's where my man is from. This is all facts. So my man Trini introduced me to Big L. So every time I'm out there, he was just there, like all the time. So one day I was like, yo, let me hold that tape that you was playing the other day. I just had a natural bully to me, like for real. So I was like, yo, let me hold that tape. I'm going to just go home. I'm going to record it. And tomorrow I'm going to come back and I'm going to bring that back to you, right? I just never brought the tape back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He never got his tape back. But it was like unreleased, like Lord Finesse stuff. I mean, he ended up releasing it later, but it was like strictly for the ladies. It was like a bunch of shit that no one ever heard. And I was like, yo, how you get this exclusive Lord? I love Lord Finesse. Like, for real. I was like, yo, this guy's crazy. So I took it. Boom, boom. So now fast forward. Is a place called the Rhythm Factory. Up on Fordham. It was like Fordham 192nd, 190th.
Yeah, Webster.
On Webster Ave. Yeah. It was called the Rhythm Factory. It was like a place where
a lot of niggas, when y'all hear this interview, y'all gonna know. This is gonna spark y'all. Like, y'all, when y'all look at us, you're like.
So once again, right? This is right across the street from Fordham University. So he's telling me, yo, but I'm getting a little bit of cheddar. We getting some money. I'm in the streets. I'm doing what I'm doing. So we going, but mind you, we like 19, 20. So we go to the door and the guy's like, oh, nah, you got to be 21 and over there. So I'm like, oh, man, we got to work this out. So we get there. We found out what it was, went across the street, dropped the blickies off behind the little bushes at Fordham Road, Fordham University, right across the street. Then we come back in the club, wet the bouncer up. He let us in. He was like, give me a minute. I'm going to let y'all in. Act like you're showing me an ID or something. Wing, boom, boom. Because oh, God, I forgot to, Lord Finesse was performing that night. That's why we were there.
Lord Finesse and Ultramagnetic.
Right.
I think it was.
I don't remember who was with him, but I know Lord Finesse. That's all I knew. So I was like, Lord Finesse going to be right. Oh, now we going. One way or the other, I'm getting in here. Or nobody's performing. Like, we going to air this place down and know what's happening if I can't go in here. So we go in there. We work our way in there. Boom, boom. We doing what we doing. And when Lord Finesse comes out, finally Lord Finesse gets on the stage. He's doing his thing. Boom, boom. We watching. And I'm looking and I see Big L standing on the stage. And I'm like, yo, that's Lamont from the... I'm like, yo, how you ain't... I'm like, yo, this guy is crazy. So, yo, I moved mad people out the way. I walked all the way to the front of the stage. And I've never been like a fanboy or nothing. But I'm not even fanning out on Lord Finesse. I'm like confused with him. Like, why you ain't tell me I'm on my shit? Like, what's up? So he's like, oh, shit, come up here. And I'm like, I'm not going on that stage with y'all. Like, what's up, bro? I said, why you ain't tell me you knew? So it's like a whole nother event going on right here while Lord Finesse is performing. Because he's like bending over talking to me. And I'm like, yo, why you ain't tell me you knew this? Yo, you crazy? I'm with you every day. I see you. So whatever. So that happened. So he's like, nah, after it's done, I'll introduce. I was like, yeah, introduce me, whatever. So yeah, hell yeah, I need to meet this guy, man.
So we were big Lord Finesse.
Yeah, it was crazy.
For the punchlines, not for the nigga like he gonna say, shout out to Finesse. He's a cool nigga. But like this nigga used to come out with astronomical bars and
he was
punch flips and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Nasty,
you know what I'm saying? So smooth like Luther Vandross. Like, oh my God.
Nasty,
we have stretching Bobito tapes and shit and listen to the freestyles and shit. Get up, be like 3 a.m, like crazy and shit like that. That's the type of shit we was on when we was rapping back then and shit. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So fast forward, show's over, night's over. We go outside, we go back across the road, grab the throw them on us, and we go back. We about to leave, but when we leaving, I see like a whole circle. It looked like it's a fight about to break out. So I'm like, oh shit, be on point. So I'm looking, and I'm like, oh nah, they just rapping.
Yep.
So I'm like, yo, I'm about to go up in there, dude. We we about to go up in here, do our thing, man, whatever. So we don't know none of these people. So I'm walking in there, people rapping, woo-woo. Big L wasn't there. He went somewhere else. So he must have been, I don't remember him being at that after the thing. Mm-hmm. But we walk up, dudes is rhyming. Just jump in, boom, 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 start rhyming. That's when Igor, big homie Igor came through. And he was like, yo, you nice. Like, spit that again.
Yeah.
I was like, spit that again. I was like, what you mean spit that again? I already spit it, man. Like, it's over. He's like, nah, listen, man. I rock his head. At that time, he had Tim Dog. Tim Dog had the F Compton and all of that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I was like, word.
Woo, we got history. Yes, that's right.
No, we've been there. Tim Dog tried to play one time. He almost got smacked. Like, it's real shit. This is all real shit. He's gonna get smacked in the limo because Igor told me to rap for him. And he was like, oh, nah, this is not a good time. I said, it's a good time. I can smack you now. It's a good time to get smacked. Whatever. That's the type of time I used to be on. But anyway, Igor was like, yo, spit that again. This guy's laughing, man. But yo, he was like, yo, spit that again. So I was like, I spit it. And the whole crowd was like, oh, going crazy. Dude that was rapping looked upset. He was already checking him like, yo, what's up? No hands, my man. So then Igor was like, yo, that shit was fire. If you serious, I fuck with Tim Dog. I got meetings tomorrow morning. If you for real, he wrote his number down.
I'm gonna keep it 100 and cut you off. But I've been knew Igor because he did the Tim Dog thing, and he used to come see my cousin. Her name is Donna. She used to live in the same building I always had.
Shit, Biggs from Rockefeller used to be in this building.
Right. So I'll get to that in a minute too, right? But I used to rap for Igor all the time. He's like, yo, you nice. Just come and get some more. You know what I'm saying? Rap some more, get some more shit. You know what I'm saying? So I always used to think he was in front of me, like, yo, I'm not good enough to be such and such. I said, okay, bet.
Keep going.
I said, okay, bet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put you on. I'm gonna put you on to my man. That's my dog. She gets crazy. I'm gonna put you on to my man. Did you take the Casamigos, nigga? I love Casamigos. I'm sorry, my fault. So I said I'm gonna put you on to my man because he's nice. So Pearl and shit, which is Pearl and whatnot. That nigga, like I'm discovering recruit motherfuckers. I know good talent when I see it. You understand what I'm saying? Like I know great talent. When this nigga was rapping, I said this nigga is bananas. I need him as my partner. You understand what I'm saying? Because I was out there doing the solo thing and shit, damn near, like I was like, I like, I'm doing the solo thing. Be quiet, mama. I was doing the solo thing, but I was like, yeah, I'm more good with a partner because I need somebody to, balance it out and whatnot and shit like that. So, he was damn near in the same range of like a Big L, Lord Finesse, AG, and all that. He was killing everybody. Like, I could battle rap. You know what I'm saying? But this nigga, he's like, ooh! So I said, okay, all right, boom. That's when we did the Rhythm Factory and shit like that. And I was telling Igor, because we was trying to get in there to actually get to the Lord Finesse show and to see him the show so I could be like, all right, I got my partner now with me and shit. So basically, when he heard me and him rap together, he was like, yeah, now I see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you nice, but with your man, y'all compliment each other. I fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I had I did the same shit he did, but I said, nigga, I'm not going to get as crazy as that. I'm going to do something else over here, and we could just compliment each other from there. So I used to do the fast rap shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit that Jay-Z was on way back in the days and shit like that. Now, I'm not, no disrespect to him. He wasn't the one that invented it and all that shit. Like, it was a lot of us doing that. I was one of those dudes.
The whole triple time.
Right. I was real good with that.
Yeah, see, now you guys going to where I was trying to go. Like, how did you guys develop that style of rapping? Because, like, when you listen to, like, Keep It Flowing, like that, you guys hitting it with a like that's right. That's what you guys doing.
It was like, but if you really think back to around them times, Big L was doing it.
Yes.
Jay-Z was doing it.
Yes.
Right.
Who else was around on
Das Effects was doing it. I think that was a little bit after us.
Das Effects was after.
Yeah, right.
Was it an underground?
But when did you guys decide to throw in the Spanish with it too, though?
This is what happened. I'm gonna get to that. So Igor was like, yo, if you serious, here go my number. This is that same night, Lord Finesse show. Here go my number. Be at my house 8 o'clock in the morning. He gave me a number and an address. Now, mind you, this address is in Washington Projects, right? Total lineup. This sounds like a complete
line up.
Like this guy don't want it. This guy wants to kill me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you know the Bronx, you know you're not gonna go to Webster Projects and Washington Projects randomly just linger and roam in there like that.
Webb and Washington was beefing crazy. You get in between that, it's over.
And that's when the non-live crew and all that, it was crazy over there. So I'm like, yo, this dude living what? So I was like, all right, mind you, we just left the club. He's telling me to meet him at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'm like, yo, whatever. I forgot what we did, but we just went and killed like 2 hours and went straight to his crib. We was in his crib like 7:30 in the morning. Like, yo, what's up?
7:30, not
7:30, not 8 o'clock. We knocked on his door. Rest in peace to Mama Love. His mom's opened the door.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, y'all here for? Hold on, let me go get him. And I was like, boom. And he came through and smiled like, yo, y'all really came? And I'm like, yo, we dead ass, what's up? And he was like, yo, give me a minute. He came in. I mean, he invited us in. We walked in. We in the middle of Washington Projects. Like, no one just goes there.
Yeah.
No one goes there. The actual name is Morris Projects. Nobody calls it that. It's Wash and Webb, like for real, for real. So it's no Morrisania, no Morris.
Right.
Wash and Webb. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. So we go there that very same day. We go down to
Columbia.
Went down to Columbia, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Went down to Columbia Records with Kurt Woodley. Mind you, this from last night.
Shout out to Kurt Woodley.
Kurt Woodley. When we went to see Kurt Woodley, he had Mary J. Blige, and he had what's the dude from Third Base, man, the chubby one.
Third Base, you saw us?
Yeah, you remember Third Base?
Yeah. You're not talking about MC Search. You're talking about
MC Search. Yeah, he had Mary J. Blige, and MC Search was there with Nas. Because MC Search was putting Nas on.
Yeah.
Right.
And we sat there with Kurt Woodley, Nas, and Mary J. Blige. And we sat there. He was vibing. We rapped for him. He was like, yo, they nasty, woo, woo, woo. So at that time, what happened is Atlantic Records had Crisscross with Jermaine Dupri. So they had the little, they had the little backwards thing going on.
Wait. Was this before Live at the Barbecue? Nas wasn't who he was, right? Like, you didn't really know.
No, Nas wasn't who he was.
Got you. Okay.
I don't even know if Live at the Barbecue came out yet behind this.
Got you.
He might have, like I said, I'm horrible with chronological order, but I know he's there. He wasn't.
Because you got to remember, we were seeking out there was in 1991.
This is 92.
Right.
This is 92 to be exact. That I know for a fact. That was 92. Nas wasn't Nas. Right. You know what I'm saying? He's just nice. He's this kid from Queens. Everybody like, oh shit, he nasty. I think Halftime might have been out or something like that, or it was coming out. Don't quote me on none of this, but it was him, MC Search, Mary J. Blige. So because Kurt Woodley has something to do with like the management or the something with Mary J. Blige at that time.
He found that, yeah.
Yeah, so he told iGod, yo, your boys are nice, but I'm gonna need something more than just nice, because I got a lot of artists. I can't just be throwing. He was like, yo, there's these kids that we scheming on from Atlantic Records, because Jermaine Dupri was shopping Crisscross to Atlantic Records, and we over here. So we
got a $300 demo deal with Columbia.
Yeah, I got you. We're gonna get to it. Got you. No, I'm gonna tell you what we did. So it was 160.
160?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
That we got some bread from Atlantic too.
That's a fact.
Like we was just doing it. So what he did was he was like, yo, think of something. So iGod came up with the bright idea, like, yo, you speak Spanish. You know what I'm saying? I'm Dominican, so iGod was like, yo, can you do all these lyrics in Spanish? And I was like, doing in Spanish? Hell no, I'm not rapping in no Spanish, man. That's corny. Like, what I'm rapping in Spanish for? He's like, bro, trust me. He went and spoke to Kurt Woodley, and Kurt Woodley was like, yo, if you could bring back, because we had like 2 songs done, but they weren't like professionally done. And he was like, if you could put those songs on tape and do them in Spanish, I'll give you a demo budget right now. So he gave us a demo deal. A demo deal back then, like, it's not even no record labels really no more like now. So a demo budget is when the record label is interested in you. They'll give you some money to go in the studio, put something together, and come back to them, so that you could check the A&R, and the A&R like see if you even want to present it to the people, to the powers that be, so you can get signed. So they have a budget just for demo budgets. You know what I'm saying? Just to give out, go to the studio, come back, you good. I believe in you a little something. Go do that. So we took that, and in the time that we was doing all of that, Igor came up with a bright idea. He was like, yo, we're going to do this demo budget. We're going to do the demos, and we're going to take this shit to Atlantic. Because, so what happened is, like, 2 days after that Columbia thing, it was me and him, of course, Igor and B.O.
Mm-hmm.
And we just randomly pulled up to to Atlantic Records, all facts.
Before you do that, I gotta say this.
Mm-hmm.
This is respect to Igor. You know what I'm saying? Much love. But the idea for the Spanish shit actually came from us.
Yeah.
He just pursued that. Because this is what happened. We was with Keyboard Money Mike. We was just doing demos.
In the crib.
With Set G, Keyboard Money Mike. Shout out to Set G. Keyboard Money Mike and all that. Just remember which word, so I'm going to give you the same word.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, he kept asking me, yo, what? We need to do something different. Everything he was kept telling me, that's an idea I will give him. We need something different. Because we used to rap inside at his crib all day, every day, just rehearsing and shit. And I said, yo, you know what? I looked at this nigga. I said, nigga, we gonna do some Spanish shit. He looked at me. Now, that's what you did. You was right. You was like, nigga, what you doing? What the fuck you talking about? I said, yo, we gonna do some Spanish shit. You know what I'm saying? So I wrote something down.
Wait, DeVale, you're Cuban, right? Or you black?
Hell no.
No, because like when you look it up online, people say it's a
I'm
Puerto
gonna
Rican
explain that real
group.
quick.
Oh no, he's Cuban, or like, you know what I mean? Like it's all
Right.
over the place.
Right. Look, we gonna get to that, right?
He's disclosing the truth.
I'm disclosing the truth. I said it on Keyboard Money Mike shit, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tie all that in so he could take it, right? When I wrote some shit, he heard it. He looked at me. He said, "Yo, that shit, we could do that." So I know, he said my Spanish is not as good as his Spanish. His man, he's great. He's Spanish. He's born in Puerto Rico. His Spanish is crazy. But I wrote Spanish in the texture of like English. Like if you translate it, it's like boom, because my pronouns, my adverbs, and all that is not in place.
You got a couple of things out of place.
Right, out of place, right? So, but it's like a nice and smooth type of thing. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like you're saying gibberish, but you saying something. But you know what I'm saying? But you let Smooth B take it away with the in-depth crazy shit.
Gotcha.
Right? So I said, all right, boom. So we was Keyboard Money Mike. Keyboard Money Mike made the beat. We laid the demo. That nigga Igor said, yo, G, this is it right here. We taking this to Atlantic. So I'm gonna explain to what you call it, because that all ties in. So go ahead, take it.
So now we had Atlantic Records. Just walking in, no appointment, no nothing. All facts. Walk in. So I go to BO and they go to the girl at the security desk. It's like, we need to set up a meeting with Kirk Woodley up there. Oh, Kirk Woodley is busy.
Kevin Woodley.
Kirk Woodley is at Atlantic.
No,
Kevin Woodley's at Atlantic.
Shout out to Kevin Woodley.
Shout out to Kevin Woodley. Yeah.
They call him DJ Sugar Daddy.
Yeah,
That's his name.
He used to be at what's that Thursday joint he used to do downtown?
I forgot what it's called.
What's the joint he used to do downtown? That was the jump off too.
Yeah, it was the jump off. He was a fire DJ. He was doing the old school shit.
I'm gonna remember it. I'm gonna tell you.
Go ahead, yeah. So we on track. Go ahead.
So
all this is gonna tie in, Panda. Go ahead. We got
so Kevin Woodley's like, I'm busy. I can't just take a meeting, whatever. All right, so we need a meeting with Sylvia Rome then. Sylvia Rome.
Shout out to Sylvia.
Ain't no Sylvia
Miss
Rome just
Sylvia
coming
Rome.
down. No joke. No, now I don't know, because I was in there. I'm at this time we like 19, 20. I got to be all like the older dudes, you know what I'm saying? They the ones controlling everything. So they went, I don't know what they talking. They got on the security gave them a phone. They was like, all right, we're going to go out and get something to eat. And I was like, something to eat? Yeah, we coming back in an hour. They're going to be ready in an hour. And I was like, ready in an hour for real? So in my brain, like I told you, I don't believe in nobody. I don't believe in anything until it's actually happening. So I'm telling this dude saying they don't know no fucking body and no fucking Atlantic Records. Fuck out of here. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm on that type time. When we went, whatever it was, an hour, came back, it's Sylvia Rome, Merlin Bob, Kevin Woodley, Richard Nash. That's my man with the promotion with the eyes. Eric Skinner. These are all real Atlantic names.
A million more. Shout out to her too.
A million more. Yo, sitting in a conference room. Like, I don't know what they did, but this is impromptu. and they sitting in the
I don't know
conference
how
room.
the fuck they did that shit.
And we walked in, and I'm a little confused because I don't know what they set up. I just know I'm coming back in an hour. Because they didn't even tell us, like, yo, when we go back, this is what we're going to do. So now we walk in, and everybody's here. I don't know who Sylvia Roan and none of these people are. I just seen a bunch of people in the conference room.
Our DJ was with us at that time, so we had a new DJ.
Yeah, shout out to Royal Tech.
Royal Tech. And he's Colombian, right?
Yeah, he's Colombian. He's really Colombian.
He's Colombian. They're really Colombian. I'm trying to take no shots at me, nigga.
He's really Colombian.
Nah, he's Colombian, Puerto Rican.
Colombian, Puerto Rican. Yeah. So we walk in the conference room, and I'm a little confused. I'm like, "What? We got to speak to these people? Like, what we doing?" Like, so he's like, "Yo, spit that shit that you spit there." So I'm like, "Just start rapping? Like,
That's
what we doing?"
Myself, yeah.
Just like that. I don't know if anybody ever seen like the Bobby Shmurda.
Tell him, bro. Talk that
How Bobby Shmurda got his record deal, and he was just like in the conference room, jumping all over the place and doing all that shit. We did that shit 90 years before Bobby Shmurda. You know what I'm saying? He must have seen the tape of what we did. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to Bobby Shmurda, man. Welcome home and all that. But we already did that, like for real. So we walked in there. I looked at this guy. I'm like, yo, we rapping? Mm-hmm. We rapping. I start going crazy. We jumping on tables. We spinning people over. Like, yo, listen to me. We rapping in people's faces.
Rapping in their faces on the table. Like, all that. Here's Sylvia Roan. Sylvia Roan had her legs crossed. She's like, yeah.
Right.
I fucked that.
But mind you, she was grooving, but some of them was still giving us the poker face. Because they're a little confused. They're like, yo, some of these dudes. So we finished, and then some whispering going on, and then I got and B.O. was like, yo, wait for us outside. We're going to be out there in a minute. They stayed in there, and they was like, yo, Atlantic ready to give y'all 150 and 25 advance. Back then, like major labels was signing artists to $60,000 deals, $40,000 deals. Like, do the history, 92, 93,
right,
whatever.
To production deals and shit.
Even to record deals.
Record deals, yeah.
We got signed for 150, and they gave us 25 in advance, and we did all of that with the 60,000 that we got from Colombia. We took it over to them, so we had money left over that we just split amongst each other, and we went out shopping. We went out, so it was a beautiful thing. And then we ended up being on Atlantic Records, and then the rest is history.
Well, he also got to explain too that Chris Course went over there too. So.
Oh, and since Atlantic Records took us, and we had the Spanish thing going on, Colombia applied pressure and took Crisscross, and Colombia ended up taking Crisscross from Atlantic. So Atlantic kind of took us from Colombia.
Got you.
Colombia took Crisscross from Atlantic.
So
this is all facts.
So here's the thing.
Jermaine Dupri could verify that, or he's a liar.
So here's the thing. We were like one of the groups that, I don't know if you ever heard a thing like where like they say, oh, they could have been great, but they don't know how to know the company, record company, didn't know how to market them or put them in such and such context or whatever. Mm-hmm. So when we did the Spanish shit, like we had those demos ready to go and whatnot, Atlantic was so excited to sign us and shit like that. So our thing was, they wanted to look at us as like a Latino group because we did half English, half Spanish. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to do a double album. We never really got to do that. But in hindsight, my thing was, I'm 19, 20 years old and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? All I did was pretty much grow up with black and Hispanics and shit like that, Latinos and shit. There's a lady who's been in my building. She's Cuban and shit. She's been in there for like forever and shit. I used to go to her house all the time, eat her food, talk to her son and all that. We was like best friends and all that shit. So I took on that persona because at the end of the day, it was supposed to be about blacks and Latinos and shit like that. So they was like, yo, we just need such and such. I said, yo, I don't give a fuck. Give me that bread and we rock it out. You know what I'm saying? So I represent, obviously I'm black. You know what I'm saying? This nigga Puerto Rican. My other DJ partner and shit, he's Colombian and Puerto Rican and shit. So I took it and ran with it and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I ain't making no never mind. It wasn't being disparaging or disrespectful towards nobody. We was pretty much repping all, like, you know what I'm saying?
And it was a good gimmick at the moment. You know what I'm saying? It was a good gimmick to rock and roll. But what happened with us, once we signed to Atlantic,
it became real.
It turned out that we should have actually signed to Columbia because when we signed to Atlantic, Atlantic folded and went under. So now we signed for all this money. We went to the studio, recorded the whole album, and the record label completely folded. There was no team at the record label.
Yeah, not the record label itself, but the actual team.
Like the actual team.
Infrastructure.
They were going through like a rebuilding process. So it was almost like almost like a tax write. It was like they just signed us and there was nothing. So shout outs to Eric Skinner, because Eric Skinner was like head of like marketing and promotion and all of that. He literally gave me like his whole entire Rolodex. Like shout outs to Eric. So I don't know if I'm getting you in trouble for that. Whatever, it's too late for that. But anyway, he gave me his whole Rolodex. And we used to go to Atlantic Records every day and sit there and call every single radio station all across the United States of America. Like we put together our own college tour. We did a whole Southeast college tour, Northeast. We did our own stuff because there was no team there to do that. There was no A&R team. There was nothing going on at Atlantic Records until because at that point it was they was rebuilding into the Electra Atlantic and what was the other joint? It was what was it called? It was
Electra Atlantic is a WEA.
WEA. So it was Warner Electra Atlantic. That's when Warner Electra Records and Atlantic all merged together. So they was in the middle of doing that, so they paid no attention to our project. And on top of them paying no attention to our project, there was no market
for what we was doing.
For people rapping in Spanish. So
we were like the first of its kind in that sense.
So due to the fact that B.O. was like a major figure in the hip hop world, so was I-God, like Ice-T, Ice Cube, everybody from the West Coast, all that tapping in and all that. Everybody was tapping into our people when they was coming over here.
That was a fact.
Facts. Like we used to be standing right there. Ice Cube is right here. And he'll call B.O. We pick him up from airports and all of that. And he makes sure Ice Cube is safe when he's in New York. Ice-T, all of that. Like it was, and it was not like, pussy shit or nothing like that. It was just how the politics went back then. So because of that, we ended up, we was basically everywhere we didn't belong. There was not even a market for us. We was doing shows with Nice and Smooth. We was doing shows with Tretch and them from Naughty by Nature. We did shows with Tupac. Biggie was on stage with all of that. Like, all of that, like for real. So, but everywhere we were, the crowd wasn't looking for that. It was like, there was no reggaeton. It was like none of that. And just to make it clear to everybody out there, Mesanjarz of Funk, we are the first Spanish rapping group or entity altogether that signed to a major label directly. We was directly on Atlantic.
Yeah, we was on Atlantic. Yeah, it was on Atlantic.
Wait. So let me ask you this though. So the fans weren't receptive to the Spanish rapping though?
It wasn't so much of that. It was like, how would I say? What we did was new. We did something nobody really did because, like I said, he wrote his shit, I wrote my shit. Because even though, you know what I'm saying, like I said, even though I'm black, I still know a good amount of Spanish to put together to write my shit. You know what I'm saying? I would put it like this. I was the first ever to spell out English fucking words in Spanish letters and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I, like I would say that, like I would say, you know what I'm saying? I would go on and shit like that.
Like on some K-Solo shit. Right. Like this man did it in Spanish. Like we got a history. But to answer your question, it would probably be no. Like the crowd wasn't receptive, but we had such a strong personality that, and we were just so deep and so like powerful when we walk into buildings that you wouldn't dare disrespect us. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of just standing there like, all right, this is the segue, finish your little Spanish thing and then give me OPP right behind this. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who the hell these guys are. So it was that kind of thing. So it's like almost like doing spoken word in front of a drill music crowd. You know what I'm saying? That's what we were doing.
Nice analogy.
Got you.
We were like way out of pocket, but we were still doing it confidently. And at the end of the day, it was always some people that always showed us love. There was a company called Rock Embassy. We did a show in DC, and the company Rock Embassy came and we did a whole photo shoot for them, and they gave us clothing and all that. And if you see like Tretch and them from Naughty by Nature and all of that, they're wearing all of the stuff that, because they hit it big. So they ended up taking that whole Rock Embassy thing to another level. But we were there before that. And even though they was out there, we was there before that. If you look at Fat Joe's first video, Flo Joe, when he's rapping, we like right behind him the whole entire time. We the vest song.
And we gonna get into that
song with the twist in it.
Right next to Beat Nuts, Nice and Smooth.
Yeah.
Whoever that, you know what I'm saying, that was there.
The debut album, it ended up being considered a commercial failure, right? Like it wasn't successful in that way. And you're saying that it was because of the merging of the companies at the time, Right.
Correct. There was nothing. We did it.
Put it like this: Atlantic wasn't signing. Atlantic, just straight up Atlantic. Because if you look at our logo, I mean the logo of the record, it has the original Atlantic Records logo. It wasn't
no subsidiary.
It wasn't a subsidiary. Right. So it was only two groups that were signed. Us and Original Flavor. So correct. Dame had Original Flavor. I ain't gonna have Mesanjarz.
Shout out to Ski and Tone, man.
Shout out to my man Ski and Tone.
But you guys had some good features on there. Not only Lauryn Hill, Lord Finesse, and then Joe appeared on a song too.
We had we had Fat Joe. We had Cool G Rap.
Right, Cool G Rap.
Finesse.
We had Lord Finesse. We had Lil Heck from Forest Projects. Original Terror Squad member. Shout outs to my man Lil Heck. He was on there. He did a skit for us. That's during the days when artists did full bodies of work.
Right.
So we actually had skits. We had songs. It was a whole body of work. When you buy an album, it was a project. You buying a movie basically. You buying a audio movie. You know what I'm saying? A movie that, and then you make the visual yourself.
So pretty much you could just say we was ahead of our time. A whole lot ahead of our time.
Very much so.
Put it like this: if you Google us or say go on YouTube and put Mesanjarz of Funk, you're gonna see thousands and thousands of views and people revering us, saying, "Oh, the '90s, this is real hip hop. This is such and such, whatever." In the source, they gave us like a 3.5 and shit mics and shit like that. They was just like explaining that like these niggas is like jazz musicians. They like, you know what I'm saying? They riffs and rhythms is like all over the place. That is dope and shit. They're very experimental and shit like that. Because we was an experimental group. I want to call us a Latino group. I want to call us just a group that made, you know what I'm saying, that spit Latino bars, like bars in Spanish and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We did whatever the fuck we wanted to do.
We had Lord Finesse on there on the production. He did like 2 tracks.
Tony Dofat.
Keyboard Money Mike. We had Tony Dofat like at
the Heavy D shit.
At the top of his career. He was doing You Can't See What I Can See by Heavy D. He got Mary J. Blige. We caught him at the top of his career. DJ Premier did the remix for us. We used to sit in the crib. Shout outs to Primo. Always Love. We was in Primo's crib. We went to his crib out in Queens.
Yo, keep it flowing.
And he put the beat together there for us on the spot. Like
Keep it flowing and Funk in the Trunk remixes. Premier did that.
Yeah, Premier did those.
It's just his name is just not on there, so we put it there.
What else? Who else we had on there?
Lauryn Hill.
Yeah. Who?
Right? No. We didn't have Lauryn Hill.
We didn't have Lauryn Hill.
No.
L Boogie, you talking about?
Oh, okay.
L Boogie. Shout out to L Boogie.
Yeah,
that was our put on somebody new and shit. We supposed to have our man Raj and shit.
It's my man Lord I Kim. Everybody knows Lord I Kim.
And that's my nigga. Like,
shout out to you.
Fuck with him heavy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. That's the guy.
He got busy. Busy. It was a song called Flip the Script. This nigga killed it. But it was me, Pearl, L Boogie,
and Lord Finesse.
You know what I'm saying? And a matter of fact, shout out to my man Pat. You know what I'm saying? I know he did the alphabetical slur and all that, but back then I think I was one of the first that did like.
It was only you and Queso.
Queso, like that's doing like spelling and letters and shit, like with the T's and shit. You say like T, you know what I'm saying? Like kick that for you, you know, give him but Pat, nice.
Pat killed that little
bit. You know what I'm saying? Pat, you know what I'm saying? But I think he came from that lineage. You know what I'm saying? And as far as like that type of style.
Just for the record, that Easy to Block Captain lyrical that was
no.
Why would you do that?
Let's talk about that in a bit. Let's talk about that in a bit. Come on.
I'm telling you to say shit like that.
Let's talk about that in a bit. But
don't do that. I already got beef in the game as it is.
I pull up to the next event with you, ain't nothing happening. You know we do it. It's still the same.
Overall, would you guys say that the experience with Atlantic was terrible? Because Atlantic has like a terrible reputation. A lot of people say that they're not a good company.
It was terrible based on the conditions, but once again, now we naive to the music industry. So I don't know what it is to have a good experience in the music business. So all of that, get me, and I'm calling radios. This is exciting for me. I'm actually really talking to whoever I'm talking to program directors in California.
Right.
Program directors in Arizona, like, yo, this is what we got. And they was really like, oh, send me the stuff. We really going to the post office and mailing stuff out. Like, we the ones doing everything. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're doing like independent work almost.
Right.
On a major label.
Right.
So it was now that I think about it, it was a bad experience, but it gave me a lot of experience on how the music industry works. You understand what I'm saying? So I know a lot of stuff about the music industry that artists that I'm working with now and stuff like that, they gonna be good when we put it all together. You understand what I'm saying?
So time tells all. At the end of the day, even though the experience with Atlantic was rocky and shit, the people that we dealt with, as far as the Kevin Woodleys and the Amelia Moores and Eric Skinners and shit, we got mad love for them because they showed us the ropes on a lot of things, radio programming, tour sets and all that other stuff. So we got the knowledge from the inside and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was just pretty much it for us. And we just toughed it out as much as we could because we were still, to be honest with you, even though we had great representation, meaning like, you know what I'm saying, with us, B.O. and iGard and them and stuff like that, it's still a thing where we're like two knuckleheads coming straight off the streets doing knucklehead shit. Cause I'm telling you, when you think the streets is fucking crazy, the industry at that time had street dudes in it too.
Oh, it was nuts.
You know what I'm saying? Like they had motherfuckers like, yeah, like you may know who Tretch is, but Tretch is man's man, and all them other niggas is the niggas to look out for because they the wild ones and shit like that or whatever.
It was nuts.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't want to be, okay, we the rappers and the niggas behind us is the wild ones. No, we was the wild ones and we was rappers at the same fucking
It's like Jay-Z said, around that time, you couldn't talk about it if you ain't did it. Because if you talked about it, it was going to put you to the test. And back then, if you had beef with rappers, like, it wasn't none of this. You're a sucker, and then your mother is a whore. It wasn't none of that. It's where you perform. Panda performing at the Palladium, we pulling up to the Palladium, and when Panda go on, we pulling the plug. We unplugging his microphones and all that. Cause we in the building. What's up? We jumping on stage. We knocking your security to the side. That's how he was.
Got me hype. I'm gonna tell a war story just for you.
Crazy. It was crazy.
War story.
It was real physical contact.
War story for Panda Top News. Shout out to Joe Fatal. Joe Fatal, if you see this, you know who the fuck we are, because I'm going to tell that story.
Fatal.
We was at the Roseland. It was us.
You skipped, we went back past Fat Joe and all that. Like, we gotta
Nah, it was around, yeah. But
past Fully Clear.
We still,
no, we gonna get to that. We gonna get to that. We gonna get to that.
Yeah, no, we skipped.
Shout out to Joe Fatal.
Yeah.
We went to the Roseland joint. It was us, point blank.
Joe Fatal was down with,
Joe Fatal was the one that was down.
No, what's the name of the,
He was on Atlantic, though.
It was basically Cypress Hills, House of Pain, Joe Fatal. He was like the up and coming.
No, but Joe Fatal was on Live at the Barbecue with Nas in them.
Yeah, but what was the Nah, he wasn't on that.
Yes, he was, but he just grew hair and shit like that. That was the Joe Fatal.
Okay, so what was the name of the name of the team?
Asylum, some shit of Joe Fatal.
Something Asylum, but it was I don't know if it was Asylum, but it was basically House of Pain, Cypress Hills, Joe Fatal. He was down with that whole kind of when hip hop went kind of rock and rollish with it, and it was like they was doing all of that, jump around and all that. And we was at Roseland, and I'm gonna let you take it, and then I'll get back. If you forgot some parts, I'll clear it up for you.
He had a beef with these kids called the Young Black Teenagers.
You remember the Young Black Teenagers?
Right.
No, Young Black Teenagers. They were actually literally a white rap group. They just named themselves Young Black Teenagers.
Tap the bottle and twist the top and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
So for some reason, Joe Fatal had a problem with these cats and shit like that, and he fucked with Point Blank, and obviously Point Blank fucked with us.
They gonna get a disclosure. They gonna be like, "Oh, it was y'all?
Yeah,
oh my god!" Like, yo,
and then say Joe Fatal fucked with us. So boom, Young Black Teenagers was actually at that Roseland performance and shit like that. We was like, wow, look at this, wow.
Look what we got here. And they was talking shit.
Right. So Joe Fatal stepped to him and said, well, I guess they was talking shit.
No. I'm telling you, go ahead.
Go ahead, you tell it. Go ahead. So this guy, he knows. Go ahead.
So the way it went down, Joe was like, yo, he pointed them out.
Yep.
So we already got him in sight. So I'm like, all right, then boom, we lining them up. It's 3, it's 2, 4, 5. All right, about 12 of them. All right, we good. Yeah. Them over there, they with them too. Boom, we got everybody lined up. So now, performance is going on. And my man Bad Guy, shout out to Bad Guy, he from the Riot too. My man Bad Guy standing behind, I don't know if you remember the Young Black Teenagers. But the one with the dreads, that had the dreads. my man Bad Guy standing behind him, because my man's from the Riot, like Riot Life, Casper, and Hitman, and all of them. They was into that type of slam type of, you know what I'm saying? Like when Onyx came out with that slam, they was into that type of rap. They was into that rock and roll slam type of rap. So we all chilling, we watching the performance. we vibing. My man Bad Guy happened to like lean into
Shout out to Bad Guy.
Yeah, I already shouted him out. You know, that's the bro right there. So he like kind of leaned into one of the young black teenagers. They had just did that movie. What movie they was in? Like I don't even know.
Play House Party.
Yeah, they was in House Party. Mm-hmm. So my man bumped into him. He turned around and he was like, "Yo, you know who I am?" Like
I remember he said, "Yeah." The dread dude.
So my man Bad Guy said, "I don't give a fuck who you are." And he was like, "Yo, I'm a fucking movie star."
God.
His man's over there. Yo, it went crazy in there. So we went back, walked outside. This is at Roseland. I don't know if you're from New York, you know Roseland. We at Roseland like 30 deep. Show over. Everything rumbling in the background. Show, party over. We go outside. Me and this man always had the getaway tactics or whatever. So I was like, I had to go 2 girls right there. We're going to put the pressure on them. Listen, I don't know what y'all doing, but I'm going to hug you, and you're going to walk with me up the block. I said, and after that, you can go on with your night. I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't want your number. I don't want nothing. Just walk with me up the block. Like, you see all the commotion, don't say no. Just come on. And they was like,
right by
they was like, okay. Cops drive by, boom, boom. We went back and met up with what's the producer for House of Pain?
Nah, not House of Pain. You talking about Muggs.
DJ Muggs. We went back to DJ Muggs' room. Wherever they were staying at, we ended up, that's where the whole team met up. It was like 1,000 dudes inside of a fucking hotel
shout out to
room.
Cypress, man.
And it was love, man. And yeah, shout out to Cypress Hills, all that. We used to be with Cypress Hills. Like I'm telling you, we know a lot. We used to be with Cypress Hills at Studio 4 in Philly. Your man Jermaine Dupri, with shout outs to Joe the Butcher Niccolo, wherever you at, always show love. We used to be there with Jermaine Dupri and Chris Cross. They used to record in there. Cypress Hills used to record in there.
Yeah, we used to record in there.
Dudes used to be all out in the hallway, zoned out, looking like they was doped out, smoked out. Everybody it was like the funnest time ever, but it was like crazy. But everybody know we was there, man. Like it's real shit though. But yeah, that's go on with that. That was just
now
one.
You told the story. That's true. That's a real fun. That was crazy as shit, yo. Because in Roseland, if you know Roseland, there's thousands of people. We were stage diving and all that shit, having a great time.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy. Listen, we got the deal. Yes, we ain't go platinum or gold and all that, but we was revered. A lot of people fuck with us because we was just like real dudes and shit like that. I'm talking about the street dudes. I'm just talking about genuine cats having fun and just keeping it 100 with everybody. You know what I'm saying? So like all the people we just mentioned and shit like that, they just fuck with us because they be like, yo, we fuck with y'all, man. Y'all like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all fun. Y'all do what y'all do and shit. So, you know, we the record deal was just the record deal for us. You know what I'm saying? It just opened us to another world of a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? That we wasn't glazing these niggas. You know what I'm saying? We was the type of dudes like, yeah, man, we gonna fuck you up. Who are you? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Especially if you somebody, like we'll rather just fuck you up and get those stripes.
And get stripes and a story off you. Yeah. Like, yo, remember what you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like Master Ace even at one time had to
like, yo, I'm trying to tell you something, Panda. We used to address all issues, like for real. Like we were like they should rehire us as the motherfucker. I could fucking clean hip hop up right now, like, for real. Like dead serious. We addressed all issues. When your man Master Ace, if you go back to his song the
Jeep ass nigga,
the Jeeps in the I'm bumping my beat in the Jeep and all that, he said I pulled up to the light and I seen a Puerto Rican Latin Chico Rico Suave. You know, we ran into him in Philly. We was in Philly doing a show. It was us, Riot Life. Once again, this is all facts. Ran up. Oh, well, look who's over there. Master Ace, it was a bunch of his people. We don't care who you with, like for real, it didn't matter. Walked up to him and not even to son him. Shout outs to Master Ace and all that. He's a legend. You know what I'm saying? He's from back in the days. No, not for real, because there wasn't even no shit like that. And he didn't respond in no crazy way. So I'm not here to just talk shit, like for real. But we approached it on some, it could be up if you want it to be up, but he kind of like responded in a way that it calmed everything down. My man Casper actually walked up to him and was like, yo, what's up with that Latin Chico Rico Suave shit? I need an explanation for that. What do you mean? Somebody wrote those lyrics for you? You got a ghostwriter? No, it was me. All right, so what does that mean? No, man, I got love for people. I'm just saying, I just see the... All right, so Latin Chico Rico Suave is like derogatory. You understand what I'm saying? So when he did that, he made a public apology. Source Magazine, if you could date back to whatever that was like 92, 93. He made a public apology, gave Mesanjarz of Funk, Cypress Hills, you got to shout us out because or next time we see you, it's going to be up.
Because back then, it was all about togetherness, you know what I'm saying? Because if it was a Spanish nigga saying, yo, I'm running up on this black dude, Malcolm X type of funny looking, you know what I'm saying? It would have been the same thing. It would have been up. Like, yo, what's up, nigga? What the fuck you mean by that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was like togetherness and shit. We was rolling together.
The Nas, just throwing stories out in the air. DC, we had the
DC, right? You gonna say the DC story?
we had one of the conventions. I forgot. Yo,
I remember. I think it was the Jack the Rapper How Can I Be Down convention. One of those.
How Can I Be Down?
How Can I Be Down? Yeah.
That's
the Dougie Fresh shit.
I don't believe in all that God shit. Your facts are backwards. If you listen to Nas lyrics.
Now, you know we clearly fucked that up, yo.
Like B.O., I God.
That was a misunderstanding.
He's a God body. They stepped to him. All that. Like, yo, what you mean with all that God? But I didn't personally say nothing to Nas or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm with the team that's checking you. And he responded with whatever his explanation was. You would have got done greasy if it would have went down. And shout outs to Queensbridge and everybody, man. It was rolling deep, but it's just that we was just deeper, strong like that. It's just really what it was. Like,
and it wasn't a check like, yo, you soft check.
Right now,
I got back then, he was really deep into that 5%. You know what I'm saying?
The 5% shit.
Like, he like really, you know what I'm saying? So he was like probably misunderstood.
Nah, I respect
I
Nas,
ain't give a
man.
fuck. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
I like how Nas moved, but it's just that one move had to be addressed.
Yeah,
that's how it went down.
Nas was so intricate back then, man. You could mistake something for something else that you wouldn't hear. And he just wanted that to explain that.
He was ahead of his time.
Right.
So you don't know what the hell he's saying. You got to actually ask him.
Right.
And when he responded like a man. His brother tried to get a little rowdy. His
Jungle.
My man DeVell calmed that down. He was the zookeeper. You know what it is. Like, everybody knows what it is, man. Nah, real talk. Everybody know what it is, man. Like,
Joe's gonna look at this like, who the fuck is these niggas?
Yeah, you know who the fuck it is. It's whatever, man. But no disrespect to nobody, though.
Right.
That's how it really went down. If you think back to that day, you can say I'm a liar or whatever, and then you can check me and we can meet somewhere like back in the days, and I'll meet you in the park. We do whatever we want to do. It don't matter, man. Like, that's how I live my life. But it's a lot of stories that we have. That happened, and on that same trip, Keith Murray got into beef with Benzino and the almighty RSO.
Oh shit!
Because you know, what you call it? What's his name?
Eric Skinner.
Nah, man, not Eric fucking Skinner, man. But he had beef with them, and he called B.O. Keith Murray, and we have beef with them. He called B.O. We pulled up to where they were. Almighty RSO. They used to come from Boston like 90 deep, same way we used to roll. So he can't come out the club. Oh yeah, it was Eric Skinner. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So it was Keith Murray and Eric Skinner from Atlantic. Now, mind you, Eric Skinner gave us our lifeline. Like, without Eric Skinner, we wouldn't even be there because we'd just been stuck at a label.
Yeah, because Eric Skinner was holding down Keith Murray.
Yeah.
That was his
because he was
artist to deal with.
Yeah. So Eric Skinner, I can't let nothing happen to this guy. You understand what I'm saying? So I told the guys like, yo, he just called me. What's up? So I told the OGs, I go, B.O., yo, we did deep rock. Matter of fact, that time Rakim was there with his whole team from Long. We all mobbed. It was like 1,000 cars. We went over to the event where Keith Murray was at, and Benzino and all of them had to stand down. Real facts. This all facts.
Wait. I can't let you just go through it like that. Okay.
Don't let him go through it like that, man. Don't let him just go through it like that.
Benzino was what? He was scared, or he was like he just accepted that?
I'm not gonna say dude was scared.
Okay.
But he definitely respected the situation.
Gotcha.
And he knew he couldn't go bully with it because it wasn't gonna work. It was like that. So once again, I'm not the guy that stepped to him. I'm not taking credit for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't got no beef with that man. All respect to him because he did big things. He had the Source magazine. He was a big part of what we were trying to do. Like we used to aim to be on his magazine to get that 5-star rate, the 5 mics and all that. So
Right.
all respect to Benzino, like for real. But I'm just stating facts. B.O. stepped out the car.
Yeah. If B.O. stepped in, I think it's a serious situation.
They had a conversation. What was said, I don't know. I was a little guy around that time. I was just a little active guy. If anything go down, I'm jumping out the window. You know what I'm saying? If the big homie says chill, we chilling. That's what we was. I'm just keeping it official. When they had their conversation, everything calmed down, and Keith Murray came out the door with Eric Skinner and jumped in the car nice and safe. And nothing happened the whole rest of the weekend. That's how it went down. But before that, it would have happened to him because Benzino and the RSO and all of them, they was on that type time. They was really doing it to people. They was running around. The almighty RSO them from Boston, they was getting busy around that time. Like, for real. They was doing their thing. Like, they had their little time when they was running around. Yeah.
Trust me, when you hear that name B.O., my nigga, he was a serious thing in the streets, my nigga. Like, for those who really know. See, that's the thing, man. In this era, it's really not a lot of reps to catch or a lot of... Everybody's just doing silly internet shit and all that. Back then, you had to really be about that, man. And we was running with one of the most feared dudes in the 5 boroughs and shit like that. Those who really want to give it up and really know, B.O. was one of those dudes, man, that you don't want to play with. Like
that whole MC Light and Posse Deep that happened. I don't know if you remember that when Tribe Called Quest was through a name.
Q-Tip?
Yeah, Q-Tip. When Q-Tip got his eye busted and all that.
That was at the Apollo joint.
That was MC Light people's Posse Deep from St. Nick Projects and all of that. Mm-hmm. We was there when
MC Light? What are you talking about?
No,
Rex and Effect.
Rex and Effect.
Yeah. MC Light. MC Light is a female rapper from
Yeah, but it has something to something to do with the situation. Don't quote me on that though. Shout out to MC Light, she a legend, for real. Yeah, for real. But it was Rex and Effect.
Right, because what happened was Fife said something about Rex and Effect, like, you know what I'm saying, not strictly hardcore tracks, not a New Jack Swing type shit.
Right.
And Rex and Effect took offense to that. And they went to the Apollo.
And Rex and Effect, they from St. Nick Projects. Everybody knows one of the wildest projects in Harlem. Like, it's gonna get active, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? And back in the days, it really went down like that. And nobody gets killed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't just major shootings and 19 bodies. It was people just getting beat up. Like, you get beat up out here, like, for real.
Yeah, that's what happened. People was getting beat up.
So they got beat up. There was real grown man shit going on out here. We was beating people up. Like, you ain't even really have to worry about you. You might get stabbed or hit with a bat or something. But it was mostly this, like, let's go. So when that happened, we was right there. And B.O. did the whole truce at Studio 54. They did the whole stage, stopped the party, and Tribe Called Quest and all of them. They was right there. We was right on stage when that happened. I was like 3 feet away from the whole action right there. And like we done a lot out here, man. I'm telling you.
Like we was like the flies on the wall, because like I said, they wanted us to chill and just be rappers and get the money and all that and take them to the heights.
You want to know the craziest thing, man? The bandanas and all of that with the flashy bandana stuff. We used to literally be in the crib putting different bandana styles together. After we did what we did, Tupac, Ja Rule, all of them coming out with bandanas and all that, but they was mainstream. They wasn't doing the Spanish thing. But y'all was around us, man. You seen us. You seen us because we with B.O. and all of them. We with Naughty by Nature and all of them. You see us, but we not really making noise like that. You know what I'm saying? Because we was doing the Spanish thing. So you seen us, man. The next thing I know, I'm like, oh, these dudes. Nah, but yo, chill, because we know them. They cool. I'm like, oh,
remember we met Tupac in Washington, D.C. and shit?
Washington, D.C. was a memorable weekend. We was there for like 4 days. Rest in peace and shout outs to Tupac. For real. But it was about to be very dark. Like, this was not going to be like the Vegas stomping. There was none of that going to be going down. And I'm just speaking from an outside perspective, because I'm not the guy that did it. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm a little guy watching my older dudes get active. We was running with the real active dudes. We was in a room.
Shout out to Slugger.
Oh, Slugger. Yeah. Shout out to Slugger all day. But we was in a room. It was like a waiting area. We was at the conference, so we had like VIP areas. It's like a big room. Everybody just chilling back, drinking, smoking. And here come this dude in a white suit, just marching through the whole room, looking at people hard. It's your man Tupac. So I'm like, yo, who's this? we looking. So once again, your man B.O. Rest in peace to B.O. man. B.O.
What
was
year
like
is this?
for real.
What year is
This
this?
is 90.
90.
We got signed to Atlantic 92. So this is all 92 to like 90, 94.
Okay.
92 to like 94, maybe early 95, and you could wrap it all up within that time. You know what I'm saying? Tupac walked through. Let me speak to you, man. Something went down, bunch of LA other dudes. I didn't know they was LA dudes at that time, but a bunch of other dudes, whatever. Some strong dudes came out because they knew B.O. and B spoke. Next thing you know, Tupac turned around and waved at the whole entire crowd. Like, yo, what's up, my brothers? Everything good in here? I was going over there, you know what I'm saying? It was that type of deal, like for real, for real. Like,
a lot of people was getting checked in Washington.
Nah, it was real shit, man.
Wait. So you're saying that Tupac got checked?
Tupac got checked, like for real. What was said, I don't know. But all that stomping through here when we here, no, we yo, things happen to people that do that. Like that's what
on the East Coast, on this side and shit like that, you know, even though Zulu Nation is kind of like stained off the Bambaataa shit, but before that came out to be a play, back then, they were like the people to tap into, like with Zulu and shit, especially B.O.
That's a fact.
Lord Tafik, shout out to Tafik too. He from Taft and shit. He my nigga. He was like, I think he took over as head of security or was a part of the security. Tafik, when you see me, you know what it is and shit. That's my nigga. But yeah, the reason why we could tell these stories because back then in those 90s, there was very few. You can't name on your fingers how many, you know what I'm saying, the people that had shit locked in those days, bro. I'm talking about a lot. I'm talking not this other corny shit where everybody's tough and everybody's what you call it. It's not about even being about talking about power, respect, and gaining that to, you know what I'm saying, for because the people we ran with, the music industry niggas called them to make sure they situate a situation that's happening. Like if an A&R had a problem with some dude from over here, shit, the A&R will call B.O. or some other niggas that we know that we just done say
facts
before, and they'll be calling us like, oh, yo, we gotta, and we'll come up, boop, 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 and like, yo, what's the problem? Like everything good and shit like that. That's why I said we like a fly on the wall. We did a lot of things, but we've seen a lot of things.
Shout outs to Cam too. Cam from LA, I'm talking about. I don't know if y'all remember him. Shout outs to Cam. He used to come over here, show man love. He used to run with Ice Cube. Yeah. Cam,
right.
From LA. Yeah. Official.
So there's been a lot of talk about Black and Latino relations as of late, right? Before we get to all the drama, which we're going to touch on, I want you guys to talk about like your personal experiences about what you saw in New York at that time. What was the relationship like between the two communities?
All right, so I feel like I'm decently versed in this topic, right? Decently versed, right? So I have knowledge of self. So I come from Dominican lineage, right? So my family's Dominican. My mother traveled to Puerto Rico I was born in Puerto Rico. That's all I did in Puerto Rico was be born there. My mother had me there so that I could be born American and I have no issues traveling later on down the line. So my mother did whatever she had to do, stayed in Puerto Rico to 6 to 8 months, whatever you need to do to qualify as an American, had me there when I was like a month old. I went to the Dominican Republic back with my grandparents. I was there till I was 5. And when I was 5, I came to New York. Of course, I'm a baby. I'm 5 years old. I don't know what's going on in the world. I don't know nothing about politics, nothing. But when I came to New York, I came to Dykeman Academy Street, up the hill. Shout outs to FaZe and all the rest of my brothers out there. Y'all know what it is, man. For real, I got people to shout out that can vouch for me everywhere. That's why I'm really that guy for real. I'm not here fronting for nobody. When I'm there, I went to the schools it was kind of funny, man, because I'm gonna let you know, and I don't want to ruffle no feathers. I have black children, like my wife and my children, they're African American. I have African American daughters. I have a Puerto Rican baby mother that I have 2 daughters with also. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of could engulf the whole entire thing. When people come from the Caribbean, right? is a tricky topic. I want to say it right now. Now I don't give a fuck if anybody take it the wrong way. Ain't nobody beating me up, and we can meet wherever. That's my thing, for real, for real. I say what I say. So
this nigga's an old head. So when you say that shit, y'all new niggas just don't take it too offensive.
No, you can take it how you want to take it, but real shit is when you come from anywhere, right? We're gonna speak on the Latino Black connection, right? When you come from wherever and you come to the United States, you're probably coming to the United States because you was not well off wherever you coming from, and you think the United States is gonna be your come up. So when you come to the United States, you're not going to move into Beverly Hills. You're not going to live on Park Avenue. You're probably going to go into an impoverished neighborhood. You understand what I'm saying? So what people always tell you when you come there, watch out for the Morenos because they there, because this is where they put Black people, right? Now, if you really do the math, Cubans, Dominicans, Jamaicans, we're all Black people, man. We all come from Africa. The transatlantic slave trade, the majority of the people they dropped off in the Caribbean and in Brazil. The remainder of those people got dropped off into what we now know as the United States of America. The United States got the residue, basically. And you can go do your history because I've done mine, so I know what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm saying? So, and then also what they did was, I'm just giving you a whole breakdown before I get into the connection, because I want to give you the connection and show you the ignorance and what it should really be like. You understand what I'm saying? So what they're going to do is, you take 5 pennies, right? These 5 pennies are family. But you take this penny, you drop them off in Brazil. You take this penny, you drop them off in Cuba. You take that penny, you drop them off in Puerto Rico. Take that penny, drop them off in Hispaniola, which is the Dominican Republic and Haiti. And then you take this last penny and drop them off into this land, which we know now is America, right? That penny that you dropped off in Brazil, what is that penny? It's still a penny, right? It's not a nickel, it's not a quarter, it's a penny. But it's going to pick up whatever Brazil is doing.
Culture.
Whatever culture is going on over there, that's what that penny's going to pick up. But the penny's still a penny.
Language and everything.
You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's still a penny. The penny in Puerto Rico won't be doing salsa and doing whatever. It's still a penny, though. It ain't nothing different. You're just learning different things culturally. So what happens here is, in America, Black Americans went through a lot here in America. You understand what I'm saying? That Caribbean people have no idea about. So when you come here, the slave experience in the Caribbean is nothing like the slave experience that happened here in America.
That's a fact.
You understand what I'm saying? So when you come from America, when you come from the Caribbean or anywhere else, and you come here, you're probably going to land in one of these less fortunate areas. Mm-hmm. So what's happening in the less fortunate areas is poverty, it's crime, because poverty leads to crime. You got to survive. So what we out here doing? We robbing, we stealing, we breaking into people's houses, so we got to survive. So when I'm telling you, look out for the Morenos because they out there robbing, yeah, they robbing because it's a necessity. But most Morenos or Black people, they live in normal lives. Black people live normal lives. Most Black people don't rob and steal. You understand what I'm saying? Most Puerto Ricans don't rob and steal. It's like I said at the very beginning, this is a very small portion of the population. So when you come here, what they do is like, Jay-Z also said something like that. It was like a crabs in a barrel thing. Crabs don't belong in a barrel, bro. So when you put me in an uncomfortable situation.
Yo, you guys, the camera went off.
Yeah, my fault.
So,
what you call
so you putting me in an uncomfortable situation, right? You put me on top of this man. And then you got another man sitting on top of me. You put me in a very frustrated environment. So what's going to happen is I'm going to release my frustration on everybody. So the way they divide us is that here in America, they call you African American. Everybody else that comes that has African lineage, they describe them based on their nationality. So they don't tell you Black and you're the same Black as this guy right here, because all they was dividing families and sending them everywhere to make you weak. Because they're not going to keep you together as slaves with mother, father, son, daughter, and the whole family rocking together. No, we're going to send the mother to fucking Brazil. We're going to send the father to Mexico. We're going to send the son to fucking Espanol. We're going to break y'all up. We're going to demoralize y'all. We're going to fucking make y'all weak. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how it goes. When we come here, people from, and no disrespect to my peoples, I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of my peoples. My peoples are ignorant. So when you come from the Dominican Republic, especially because that's what I relate to the most. That's where I'm from. Like, you are black. Dominican Republic is a black nation. But when you come to the United States, they tell you, watch out for the morenos. Like, motherfucker, you a fucking moreno too. If you want to fucking, like, you the same motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? It's just these people have a different culture than you do. So then when the youngins and the naive people come through, you have this division that's created by design. It's created by design. And what happens is African Americans are very inviting. They let everybody in. They let everybody in. Like, when you come in, they embrace you. Like, for real. African Americans are embracing people. You come in and
that we are.
I grew up with nothing but African Americans my whole life. Dominicans will wrap up and tell you they're not black. And if you black, they're gonna look at you like, oh, you African American? So you're black. You're not African American, but you're black though. You understand what I'm saying? It's a difference. So here in America, no, you're not African American because you're not from America. You come from the Caribbean, but you're still black. So that translates into when kids go to school, the past generations push that shit on their kids. Mm-hmm. So when they go to school, they see a dark-skinned person and they automatically not fucking with that dark-skinned person. When you a dark-skinned motherfucker yourself, which makes you the most stupidest motherfucker in the world. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so it don't make sense. But that's what your mother's teaching you in school and at home. So that's what you're coming out with. And because you have English-speaking black people and you got Spanish-speaking black people. So what happens here in America, as soon as you speak Spanish, you're no longer black, which makes it another stupid-ass angle. Like, they give us all type of stupid angles so that we can stay apart from each other. You understand what I'm saying? It's all type of stupid fucking angles. As soon as you speak Spanish, you're no longer black. So I no longer have no type of African motherfucking lineage in me because I speak Spanish. No, it's because the Spanish people colonized the land that I'm from, and the British colonized this land over here. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like if black Americans sometimes they hanging out with some Spanish, like some Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, they'll be like, yo, now I'm with our Spanish peoples. We don't never say I'm with my English peoples. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's the homeland. That doesn't make any sense. I never say, yo, I'm with my English dude. No. You understand what I'm saying? English is a language, bro. English is a nationality. Spanish is a language. And so Dominicans got to wake up when it comes to that. And to Puerto Ricans also, I was born in Puerto Rico. You understand what I'm saying? So nationality-wise, I'm Puerto Rican.
Nationality-wise.
Right. Ancestry-wise,
you're African.
I'm Dominican. I just did no. I'm saying ancestry. I'm coming from Dominican.
Yeah, got you.
So I just did a DNA test and all of that.
Me too.
And I'm 69% African and 31% European because that's what just happens. You know what I'm saying? The Europeans colonized everybody. So I'm just as black as anybody that you got walking around. It's just that we got different cultures. You understand what I'm saying?
My man.
So
explained it.
But the way they the nonsense that they throw in the mix, like to put you on a different team, is the shit that we feed into. And that's what keeps us apart, because if we were really together, Europe is not a very big place. Africa and the rest of the world, which is where we're from, is humongous.
10 times bigger than what's seen on the map.
We will run the world. The scariest thing in the world is for black people to run the world.
That's a fact. So
black people are always taught to not rock with each other. So when it comes down to the young kids, you got the Trinitarios beefing with the Bloods. That's black on black crime. Trinitarios, we don't fuck with the Crips, and the Crips is fucking. It's black on black crime, bro.
You're separated by culture. That's your division.
And then and Puerto Ricans, when you get terms like Latino, Hispanic, and all of that, That's the people from Spain that are European. They're white. People from Spain are white. Spanish is a white language. You understand what I'm saying? So they give you Latino and Hispanic to let you know that they don't fuck with you. You are not one of us. You're not one of us. You're one of them. You understand what I'm saying? You're Latino. You're Hispanic. That means you're not white. We don't care if you speak our language. We just took you over and ran and raped and pillaged through your motherfucking town. You're not one of us. We don't fuck with you. We don't jack you. I'm saying, like, get off our balls. We don't fuck with y'all. That's how it goes down. So and then in the hood, it becomes like that. When I was younger, I went to George Washington High School after I left Brooklyn Tech. George Washington High School had a Dominican side, had a Puerto Rican side, had an other side, which was like West Indians and whatever. And it was crazy. It's like you living in, but we all together in here. And then as time went through, everybody started fucking with each other and doing more things together and shit like that. And people getting a little more knowledgeable on the situation, but it is what it is. But it causes ignorance and it's the core of most of the problems that we go through right now.
That's why, before you even speak, right? That's why with FBA and shit, people look at it as a group like Black Lives Matter and shit, and I don't think that's the case. There's a lineage of Black Americans, man, trying to find out their culture, and like with Black people such as myself and shit like that, we got lost history and whatnot. I connected to a Spanish culture because that's what I've been around since damn near day one. And whatnot. You understand what I'm saying? So I know my culture. I'm proud of who the fuck I am, but I'm also running with my peoples over here because they show me love and shit. Not everybody's not, you know what I'm saying? I know in a lot of Latino communities, there's prejudice and there's a lot of racism, division and shit, even amongst each other with themselves. But not all of them is like that. Just like I said, with his mom's like a second mom to me and shit. She wants me to understand and learn Spanish. She can speak a little bit of English, but she speaks to me in Spanish so I can, you know what I'm saying, comprehend what she's saying so we can have a dialect and a closeness with each other and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So when I come to the house, I come with respect and I speak, you know what I'm saying, the language as much as I possibly can and shit like that. So with Mesanjarz of Funk, we came together knowing our cultures and stuff like that, but
not even really having knowledge of none of that shit. It was just love.
Love, right.
So love don't have color to it, bro.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? There's no color to it. You get more knowledge. But
you do admit that the older generation were the ones that were more prejudiced and they did pass that on to some of their kids,
because of shit that was taught to them by the colonizers. So that you could come over here and be separate from your own people. They don't want you to be strong. You understand what I'm saying? So it went down like that, bro. Like if you over here, right? Like this is my man, like just like he said. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is my man. You could call him a fundamentally Black American. Because if he traces his lineage, the transatlantic slave trade happened over 500 years ago, man. This 500 years ago. So, right. So here in America, if he was to go check his grandmother, his great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, he's from North Carolina. There's a good chance that his great-great-grandmother's from North Carolina, somewhere in the South. So that traces you back to here. You're from here. It doesn't matter where you came from. The people you come from are from here. So you're fundamentally from here. You understand what I'm saying? You don't got a charger for this shit?
Yeah, that's why I'm putting a charger to it now.
Let me put a charger to this.
Put a charger to this shit so it won't die.
You gotta put a charger to this. Makes it getting good.
You talking some shit?
Nah, it's getting good, bro.
Yeah.
Move that chair.
But do you think there's a difference between Black and African? Because people say that Black is an American thing.
All right, so yeah, it's a difference because it's nationalities. You understand what I'm saying? An African is somebody that's born in Africa.
Right.
That's all it is. If you're African, you're born in African. If you're born in America, you're American. You understand what I'm saying?
But that's why some people don't subscribe to the term African American. They don't like that
correct, because
term.
they're giving you two nationalities. You can't possibly do that. You was born in two different places. You're just a Black person in America.
We're just so used to saying that shit because Jesse Jackson applied that shit when he came out and said African American.
Right, and these are terms that are given out to separate Black people as a whole. It's almost like if you have the NFL, every major city has a team. So every city gonna go to bat for their team. If you're the Denver Broncos against the New York Jets, you're gonna go for the Broncos. If you're from Denver, everybody in Arizona go, you know what I'm saying? Everybody in Colorado gonna go for the Broncos. Everybody in New York gonna go for the Jets. It's like that. So they try to separate everything so that Dominicans go to bat for Dominicans, which are Spanish-speaking black people. Americans are gonna go to bat for American blacks, which speak English. Jamaicans, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? Haitians, I'm Haitian. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy.
So with that said, though, can you understand where the FBA is coming from? Then
I do.
Because it's like their whole thing is like, we welcome everybody, but then as soon as something happens, it's like, oh, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not this.
It's correct. See, so like the FBA, right? I don't have an issue with them. I just like to listen to what is it? Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah.
Right. He breaks it down very well. I think everybody that doesn't really understand and is not educated enough on that topic should just keep their mouth quiet until you know enough so that when you speak it like Tariq Nasheed. You understand what I'm saying? So that is a respectable thing that you're telling me, because he's not disrespecting anybody. He's just basically saying, listen, we're pretty much the pure breeds. We're from here. Our heritage comes from here. We're from here. We have ancestors like a grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother that's from here. And we built this motherfucking land. Like, motherfuckers done built the land. Like, for real. It's just facts. So you can't just come in and for years, the white man especially has been taking everything that black Americans did 100 and taking the credit for it. Just about everything that probably the microphone that's in front of you was probably created by a black man. And a white man probably took the credit for it and made it, commercialized it. And you understand what I'm saying? So that's all they saying. So if you're going to be down, because we accepted you, I'm speaking on behalf, like I'm a fundamentally black American. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even speaking like a Dominican. I'm just saying that we accept you into our land that we're fundamentally from. And we let you come through. We fight for your rights because we acknowledge that you're black just like us. This is what FBA does. You have Martin Luther Kings of the world, the Malcolm X's of the world. They're not just fighting for quote unquote black Americans. They're fighting for everybody that's of African heritage. So if you're here, when you get Medicaid and welfare and public housing, that's because they fought for all of that shit to happen. When you got people from Africa. Like, I was watching some shit on YouTube the other day with a guy. I'm not going to give him props. I'm not going to do that on your channel, but whatever. He's very interesting because he be covering that topic. Because I was doing a little research on that before I even did your show, so I could be a little well-versed when I speak on it. But, like, British people and American people always shit on each other. So this one dude he said he's from Congo, and he had a Matumbo shirt on. So the American black guy was like, yeah, you jacking our culture. You know what I'm saying? We made wearing basketball jerseys popular or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But the Kembe Mutombo being able to come to America and become a successful basketball player, make millions and go back to Africa and do what he do for his country. FBA made that possible for you. You understand what I'm saying? Because if they wouldn't have fought for those rights, your black ass wouldn't be here. That's basically what it is. My black ass wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the Dominican Republic, my grandparents. So when you come here, don't disrespect everything that they worked so hard to put together. You understand what I'm saying? Because black Americans have been getting very little credit and getting everything taken from them.
That's a fact.
You understand what I'm saying? And when they the ones that actually put everything together so that we could be here, for me to even be sitting having this interview with you, is a thing that fundamentally black Americans probably put together. Well, I probably wouldn't even have this right to do that. You understand what I'm saying?
And here's what's crazy, Panda. This is my brother. This is a cat that was born in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? I was born here on American soil. He's saying this. I don't even have to say it. And I agree 100% with what he's saying.
Because my quote unquote Latino and Hispanic brothers have to understand that. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know if you want to touch on the Fat Joe deal with the FBA, or
yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that in a second.
Because I want to touch on that because I want to make it clear because I don't want to turn this shit into nothing crazy. Because I know Fat Joe personally. You understand what I'm saying? So whenever you're ready, let's go.
I want to ask you though, what do you think about the people that feel the FBA is being divisive and the things that they're saying?
You can answer. I got something for that too.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically is dividing people into more categories, or some of the things that they say people feel like is making fun of these different cultures.
Well, I feel real quick, due to like Black Lives Matter and a lot of negativity that came with that, they're trying to associate that with FBA, which is FBA and Black Lives Matter is two different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much FBA is pretty much trying to have an identity of Black lineage. You know what I'm saying? Of history of what's going on. You understand? They're not trying to rule anybody. They're not trying to say, hey, we're better than you.
Right.
They're not trying to do this, that, or that. Even with the hip hop thing, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, Black people created hip hop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it's for everybody to participate in. No FBA or anybody else said, yo, listen, you Dominican, Puerto Rican, white person, you can't get down with this hip hop. This is our shit. Nobody said that. They just want you
They just don't want history rewritten.
Right. And that's a lot of things that's happening in this era, which is crazy because this is the information age. But in the information age, they're trying to rewrite history when the history and the facts is right there in your face. You're not supposed to do that. Why are you doing that? So the wealthy and the quote unquote powerful are trying to do that and quote unquote play in your faces. And that's what it shouldn't be. So real, I'm gonna just end it right. With the FBA and whatnot, they're just trying to have that identity of this is who we are. This is our national. Because I gotta go here. I went to Africa. I went to 5 different, you know what I'm saying, their continent. I went to 5 different spaces like Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, Botswana.
He left me out here by the way. He ain't get my ticket. He probably with the promoter. I don't know what the fuck he told the guy. He told him I was busy and some wild shit, and I didn't get to go on that trip. But
I've been to Africa. I've been
Let's
like,
go.
you know what I'm saying? Botswana, Cape Town, Durban, Swaziland, and Johannesburg. You know what I'm saying?
Shout outs to Rough, Rugged, and Raw.
Shout out to my cousins. Those are my cousins, right? So every border that I've passed by to the next country, I pretty much got discriminated against by Africans, my own people who just got the same color skin and shit. Yeah, and it's like they look at me they look at me culturally and from the place I'm from, which is America. Oh, you Americans. Oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying? The way such and such y'all talking this, that, and the third. So that's division. You understand? That shouldn't be. I'm in the homeland. I'm where my heritage is from, where my ancestry is from, and shit like that. So, like I said, with the FBA, a lot of Africans shun and look at American blacks like, you know, oh, y'all get out of here, whatever and shit. Not all, but some. So as a Black American, quote unquote, I'm like, yo, I'm tired of this shit. Like, we got history here. We helped build this American country to what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Like, so we got history. You're from here.
We're from here. And whatnot.
Yo, DeVell, real quick. Yo, Pearl, can you scoot over a little bit so he can get more into like the shot? Because he can't cut off.
My fault.
Yeah.
So we just pretty much built this fucking country and whatnot. Or like labor. You know what I'm saying? Free labor is what the white Americans took advantage of when it comes to Black people and slavery.
Right.
You understand? And even though it's a tainted history there with slavery, which we didn't want, but it's still a history nonetheless. We built a lot of things. You understand? We gave a lot of culture to America, American culture. And all that culture right there is just being credited by people who didn't even create that shit.
Very
or wasn't a
influential
part of
culture.
that.
Very influential culture.
100%. Because hip hop is all over the place. It's national now. It's $1 billion quote unquote business.
Nigga, that shit is universal.
Right. But
So basically, to answer your question, I don't think the FBA is causing any type of divisiveness. I just think they trying to establish an identity and letting you know exactly who the hell they are. Because at the end of the day, it's like I've been listening to a lot of stuff before we did this interview. So
this nigga's never on YouTube. He don't look at none of that shit. He's like Neanderthal when it comes to that.
Y'all don't do no social media.
He needs to thoroughly process all this shit before he starts answering shit. So I look at this nigga like a genius brainiac when it comes to shit like that.
So all it is they're explaining where they come from, what they've done, and they just want their just due for what they've done, which they deserve. You understand what I'm saying? When you see a Dominican, if you go to a Dominican body shop, right, where they fix cars, you're gonna see 963 Dominican flags. You go to a Puerto Rican restaurant, it's 862 Puerto Rican flags. You go to a Mexican restaurant, it's 1,063 Mexican flags. There's no need to keep representing yourself like that, but they do, and nobody complains about that. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody represents where they from and what your culture is. You understand what I'm saying? That's all FBA is doing. The only thing is that it's something that's brand new. And I know Tariq Nasheed from when he was doing the Hidden Colors thing and all of that. Yep. He just now came out with that. And a lot of Black Americans don't even know what the fuck the FBA is. A lot of people just now learning about that shit. So if you don't really know about it, shut the fuck up, learn about it, and then come through and let's have an educated conversation so we don't disrespect each other and motherfucking be against each other. Because at the end of the day, we the same people. It's just that you have one identity and I have another. I have a different identity. I do different things. We're culturally different, or we're, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is that we're different, but we're all Black at the end of the day. And fundamentally, Black Americans don't cause divide. They always acknowledge that everybody's Black. They've been fighting for everybody Black. But everybody else that's Black, including my people, when you do something, it's like they were saying, which I'm like, damn, that's right. If I right now, if I knock out Javante Davis, I'm the first Dominican that ever knocked out Javante. It's not that I'm just the first guy that knocked out. I'm the first Dominican. I gotta acknowledge my nationality, and now I'm no longer Black. You understand what I'm saying? When fundamentally Black Americans do things, they do it. They were doing it as a whole, like this for all of us. But when everybody, and they accept everybody. You come from Haiti, you my Black brother. Come on in here. We got welfare for you. We got health benefits for you. If you need something else, we got this over here. Because we already fought for that. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, they already did that for everybody. For all Black people. You come from Brazil, you dark skin, we got you. Don't come through. You know what I'm saying? So now when you become a doctor, don't become the first Haitian doctor. You're just a doctor in the United States of America. Show some respect to what made it possible for you to become that. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Don't try, and that's all they're really fighting for. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how you want to jump into it. I'm gonna just jump into it. Like Fat Joe, that's my man. Like I'm not. Wait.
I got another question first. Okay,
I need to get into that, man, for real.
Right. So the 50-50 argument. Okay, hip hop was created by Blacks and Latinos, right? Specifically Puerto Ricans. This was an argument that Joe had created years ago that he's been saying for a very long time. And it was only more in the recent years that people started to feel outraged by this notion.
Now, let me finish the question. Go ahead.
And I heard this question. If you really look at the history, though, because I did history, I did some research on this too. Like the actual element of rap, because hip hop consists of several elements. But the actual element of rap when it comes to hip hop, which is the element that built the segue for everything else. Rap was the first thing. When it became popular, then b-boying became popular, graffiti became popular, everything fed off of that. So that's been happening since the 70s. Like, Black Americans were rapping over breakbeats and doing things. It was just not made a mainstream thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, the DJing came first, then the rapping. Go ahead, yeah.
Whatever it was, it's been happening since the 70s. You understand what I'm saying? And it was all Black Americans doing it. There was nobody named Juan doing that. There was no Jose there. There was no Tito there. It was just Black people doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when it came through, it's a very influential thing. It was a beautiful thing. Black people are very influential people.
Yes, we are.
Black people were enslaved. They were given chitlins. And Black people took chitlins, threw a little hot sauce on them joints, threw them shits on a grill bump, made them shits good. Like, you make lemonade out of lemons. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So that's what it was. Hip hop been there. You understand what I'm saying? So when can I talk about the Fat Joe thing or no?
Wait. I don't want to get to the FBA talk. Yeah, I want to stay on the 50-50. I want to stay on the 50-50 first because I want to address that part first.
So the 50-50 is that was established, and then it just became an influential thing. Like, hip hop is everywhere. We only know what was going on in the Bronx and in New York.
But the argument is that all these elements of hip hop existed prior to even
I don't
1973.
know about all the elements. I'm not, and I'm not going to try to act like I'm an expert on everything, but I know the rapping part of it, that's been going on way before Cool Herc and all that.
James Brown is the inventor of, basically
If
hip hop
you
comes
want
out
to
of
do
that.
it like that, yeah. Cool Herc came and he said, I'm going to take this, I'm going to put some hot sauce on it, I'm going to throw that shit on the grill, little peppers and onions, bang, boom, bang, and I'm going to spice this up. And when people tasted that, I'm like, oh shit, they ate that up. And that shit took off. But it don't, but it was already there. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me just.
But don't you think that that's where the confusion comes from? Because he's Jamaican, right? So then to say that when people get offended when they're saying like, oh, Caribbeans had nothing to do with it.
Because we talking about the creation of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Another participation.
Another guy, right, that I was watching on YouTube as I was doing my research before I came here. He said a lot of people provided the spark. And he had a lighter in his hand. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know what you be watching on YouTube or whatever, but he had a lighter in his hand. And he said, you see this lighter? Bah! And the light came on. And he said, this lighter was already made by black people. You took the lighter, you threw a little gasoline in it and lit it up. You added a spark to it, but the lighter was already made for you. You understand what I'm saying? So that you didn't create the lighter. You just added a spark to it. So we're going to give you acknowledgement for that. You know what I'm saying? You get acknowledgement for lighting the spark. But everything that's created usually has people that come to it and add to it and enhance it. As time goes by, technology advances, everything goes through. So you're going to make things better. But who really made it is who really made it. And all the FBA is saying is don't take what we made and say that we didn't make it. We allowed you to come in here and share our culture and get large and make money and take care of your family off our culture. But don't say you made it. That's all it is.
Let me just interject with this real quick. And he's right. I agree with that. But culturally, what you add with the 50-50 thing is this hip hop shit. In the Bronx, let me speak for the Bronx. The what you see is just multiple ethnicities, just
it's a melting pot.
Melting pot, and they're conjugating with each other. Around that time, a lot of black, a lot of black, Americans, such as myself, is just conjugating with each other and stuff like that. When it comes to Latinos and stuff, they had a culture where they, they were proficient in as far as like the salsa, merengue, and all that. The older Latinos and stuff like that, they just pass it down. So their culture was that. You know what I'm saying? There was a certain division in the sense of where, a lot of older Latino, mothers and fathers didn't want their daughters or sons to conjugate with the black people and shit. They had to learn to get along because they were all in the same environment.
They speak English and they speak Spanish. Right. So that's where the division
so here's the thing. When hip hop was created, quote unquote, by black people and shit like that, I believe, because, back then there was gangs. There was motorcycle gangs more than like really gangs, like the Black Spades, Hell's Angels, and all that. You know what I'm saying? Most of those gangs were Latino and kind of white, you know what I'm saying, in a sense. If you go look at it, I researched that as well and shit like that. So what was the black people doing?
Black Spades
was black. No, not the black, but the Hells Angels and all that. The long
Black Spades, that's Barksdale Project.
That's Barksdale Project.
Shout out to the Black Spades.
That's a fact. But
yeah,
I was talking about like the motorcycle.
I got to corral. I want nobody looking at me like, oh, you down with that shit? No.
I was gonna fix that.
To the Black Spades.
I was gonna fix that. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about when it comes to black gangs, that was a culture within itself too. But there was a division there as kind of as well. So everybody was trying to just get along. But when it comes to hip hop, that was made by black people. It just took Latinos to see what's going on over here and participate in it. You know what I'm saying? And they just like blended together to do what they do. Because we ain't taking away from what Crazy Legs or Charlie Chase or Tito and what all of them did. They did phenomenal things. Don't get it fucked up. They did it better than most, black people would have did as far as b-boying or DJing or certain things of that nature. But it was still created by black American youth and whatnot. You understand what I'm saying? So the 50-50, when he says that, let me get to that point. With the 50-50, I think he'd say that to just be like, because the look of it was we was there from inception as far as the hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Latinos probably was there, but they wasn't participating in it yet. Once it got created, Puerto Ricans was the earliest participators of hip hop.
The influence was undeniable. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm one of the few Spanish-speaking black people, right? Because I don't call myself a Latino or Hispanic. I'm not Hispanic or Latino. I'm not none of that. I'm a Spanish-speaking black man. So I'm one of the few that understands where it came from. So what I'm doing was created by this man's lineage. You understand what I'm saying? I could have sat over here when I came to the States. I could have sat here and danced salsa all day, but that was not enticing to me. That hip hop, the those shit, the hip hop shit, breakdown, that shit is influential. Black culture is influential. Black Spanish speaking people try to keep themselves separate from black culture. I don't know why. I don't know what the whole infatuation is with I'm not black. But then when you do a DNA test, you won't want to jump out the window because you are. I dare anybody that calls themselves Latino and I'm Hispanic and you're brown skin, do a DNA test. Do a DNA test. If you have sound mind, do a DNA test. Because if you're not, you're gonna kill yourself. Like for real. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want to promote motherfucking suicide out here. But if you are of sound mind and you go do a DNA test, you're gonna realize when the truth hits you how stupid you've been all these motherfucking years, and how you basically being prejudiced against your own people. So that's what the FBA is basically trying to teach you, that we from America, we're black, our lineage comes from America. This was created in America.
Papi, me no black, papi,
you guys come from wherever you come from, and we don't change nothing we doing. You come here and you join our shit. We don't never go to the Caribbean and do what the fuck y'all doing over there. You know what I'm saying? You come from over there and do our shit. That's what the FBA is promoting. It's nothing disrespectful. It's a very influential culture. We all fucking gravitate towards it and we all rock into it. Let's all rock together, like for real.
Yeah, because the unity should be the unity.
And give credit to wherever it's due and don't take nothing from it. Now, let me know when you want me to get to the Fat Joe shit.
Okay. I know.
One last thing.
Let's
That's what makes up Messages of Funk, because he was engulfed in the black culture, you know what I'm saying, to see what it's about, and I was engulfed with the Latino culture to see what it's about. You know what I'm saying? We made ourselves a melting pot. We look the fucking same. So it is what it is.
What do you think about Melly Mel saying that it's not black culture, it's Bronx culture?
I got it.
Oh, man,
I got it. Let me get it. I got it.
I might say something.
I got it.
I used to see Mel on Bronxwood all the time.
Melly Mel.
Go ahead, Melly Mel.
This is Messages of Funk. The Velvet Pearls.
Shout out to Melly Mel.
You are bugging. I don't know about no Bronx culture.
Man.
Listen, I don't know who paid you to say that shit.
Shout out to Melly Mel.
Or who
Fat Joe paid him.
Nah, he's the legend, man.
No.
Shout out to Melly Mel.
No.
I can't fight with Granddad, man. Shout outs to Melly Mel. Go ahead, speak your mind.
Melly Mel, man.
Shout outs, man.
We love you. We fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Beat Street. You know what I'm saying? I damn near was in tears when you did that. Ramon. Hey, Ramon.
Paved the way.
But you are wilding, my nigga. Don't let no entity make you distort history. You know what it is. Yes, it was in the Bronx, but you know what it is, my nigga. It sounds like somebody gave you a phone call and said, yo, Mel, change this shit up or something gonna happen to you type shit. And what you call it? I know you cool with Joe and all that. We cool with Joe. We know Joe too and shit like that. But at the end of the day, let's not distort history, bro. Mel, you bugging for saying that. You bugging for saying that. Talking about this Bronx. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Because you wasn't saying that shit back then. You wasn't saying that shit back then. Now you like people's gonna look at you phony now because of you changing your mind off that of what you just said. But there's no disrespect to Mel. But shout out to Mel. There's no disrespect.
Shout out to Melly Mel. There's no disrespect, because that's the thing that Tariq Nasheed was saying. He's saying that in the documentary you said the right thing by saying it's black culture, but now you're changing it to it's Bronx culture.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Because I need to get to my point, man. Go ahead and get to the question. Get to the question. So
but listen.
You ain't trying to let me get there. I'm around the corner. I'm at the light, man. I'm ready to make this sprung. I'm ready to make this turn, man. What's good?
So Joe recently got himself into some trouble when he made some comments on My Expert Opinion about the FBA being some broke N-words and saying that they're radical racists.
Let me get this.
What was your guys' reaction? First, just talk about the reaction. What was your reaction when you saw him say that?
First and foremost, listen, before I even get into the reaction, right? I'm probably one of the few people that's ever going to come on the Panda show and not bash Joe. Like, for real. Joe's my man. I know him from back in the days. We can get into that later on in the interview if you want to, because we're going to get into full eclipse, big pun, and all that. Joe's my man. Anywhere I've been to, Joe always showed me mad love. We done things for Joe. Joe done things for us. Like, for real. Like, we have a different type of relationship. I just think Joe worded his shit a little. He didn't put his words together in the right place.
He looked frustrated.
I know Joe personally. I know him personally. I know Joe from back in like 92. When we was, all them stories you told about Atlantic Records, Joe was on Relativity Records, and we was running together. We was going, putting stickers up on all the fucking toll booths. We was flipping over fucking bootleggers selling Joe shit because our shit was not as popular as his. So anybody that had that Flo Joe album, we flipping it over. Fucking you up anywhere. Queens, 149th, all that. So 93% of the people with us was black Americans. You understand what I'm saying? It was a Puerto Rican and black thing. You understand what I'm saying? A few Dominicans, which is black also. They didn't know that, but they black. But it is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? So it kind of ties into the question you asked me earlier with the connection with Latinos and blacks and all that. It's all black shit. You understand what I'm saying? From what I know, anytime something goes viral, you're going to have people that come out of the woodworks and say some stupid shit, like for real. Because I've heard people say, oh, Joe told me that when my girl was talking, he said don't f with Morenos, all type of dumb shit. Like, yo, listen, bro, if that was in your chest that long and you going to put it out on the internet, you should have just let it out 30 years ago. Why are you fucking saying that shit now? You understand what I'm saying? Like, what's happening to this guy?
We can't hear you, bro.
We can't hear you, brother, man.
Oh, I'm saying, we're going to get into that a little bit later because I want to ask you something specific about that. But in regards to the Math Hoffa thing, right?
But, yeah,
when he said that, it seemed like he was talking out of frustration.
Right.
And I'm not going to lie to you. It seemed like he spoke from an arrogant place rather than a more calculated, choosing my words carefully.
You see, I looked at it a little different, bro. I'm very analytical, man. And I know the man personally. You understand what I'm saying? And I've never seen no prejudice on his. This is my personal experience. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen no prejudice in him, no nothing. Before I even get into all of that, what fucked it up was, right, Black Americans, FBA, all of that, the term nigga has become a term of endearment here in the United States of America. You understand what I'm saying? So everybody that's from a lower income, lower impoverished hoods, everybody says, nigga, my nigga. I don't really use that word. If you go back on this interview, I probably said this maybe once or twice. I don't use that word because I've strayed away from that shit, like for real. And if you're not from America, you should never use that word. I don't give a fuck what hood you from, because you didn't experience what this man's grandmother and what this man's great-grandmother and great-great-grandmother went through. You come from the Caribbean and other places, don't use that shit. If he want to use that, that's on him. If he want to disrespect his lineage. But you don't come over here and do that shit. You understand what I'm saying? So Fat Joe just used that word as a commonplace thing, because that's what happens in the hood. Before I got really knowledgeable on the shit that I'm knowledgeable on, I used to use the word all the time. It was nigga, this my nigga. I go, I'm gonna pick up my other nigga. That was my nigga over here, and that's how it goes. So he's just using that as a term that you made it okay for him to use. I just feel like the FBA, a lot of people that's down with the FBA are not really knowledgeable on the FBA. A lot of black people don't even know what the FBA is. They're just finding out now because of this whole Fat Joe shit. And the shit been around for a couple of years. So if you're not knowledgeable on it, shut the fuck up. And I think some of it is a reach. It's a reach. Like Fat Joe is not saying broke ass niggas. Like I'm a slave master and these broke niggas. I just think he put his words in the wrong place. Yeah, he used it in the wrong. He was, and maybe I will agree with you. He was speaking from a frustrated place, and he said some frustrating shit. Half of Fat Joe's crew is fucking Black Americans. Fat Joe grew up around Black Americans. You understand what I'm saying? The people that put Fat Joe on are Black Americans. Fat Joe been around Black Americans all his fucking life. I know this for a fact. The man is not racist. I don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's a reach, and And maybe you want to promote the FBA a little more, so you're using this as leverage to go forward, so you reaching and going further, and you dividing us by doing that shit. If you really feel that way, Fat Joe is a celebrity. You know where to reach him at if you really want to reach him. Let's have an educated conversation on this shit.
I like that.
Correct the man. Tell him your viewpoint. Tell him what you felt he did wrong. He'll give you his opinion because he's not shy on speaking. You understand what I'm saying? And then we can all come together.
He has to be susceptible to that. And he has to come out to one.
Yeah, if he's willing to do it, and then we can all come together and stay together. Because fam, you fight with your brother all the goddamn time. You understand what I'm saying? I don't mean he's not your brother no more. So don't make it a Puerto Rican versus black thing, man. Because that we already went through all of that shit, and that's not what the fuck it is.
I think where the frustration comes from, though, I think where some of the frustration came from was he's been talking in interviews for years now where people are considering him to be white, pretty much, right? Because I don't know, the complexion of his skin. A lot of times now you hear people refer to Puerto Rican as white too, and it's not true, obviously. You know what I'm saying? But
it's not, but it is. I'm telling you, I do a lot of research.
I know what you're saying.
I could teach people some shit right now, like for real, like with me, because I'm
saying though, I think that's where the frustration comes from, and I heard that he has a lot of like FBA accounts on Twitter blocked and everything because these seem to be some of the people that are coming after him. For saying the N-word, for preaching the 50-50 argument. I think that really he got upset about people debating his 50-50 argument. That's why he went after Lord Jamar, right? But at the same time, though, Lord Jamar invited him to debate him on the topic.
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it, right? Mm-hmm. But instead, he went on Math's podcast and he said what he said.
Was the Lord Jamar before or after the Math? No, it was after
way
the Math.
Before. No, way before. This has been going on for a long time now.
But he said something about FBA before the Math Hoffa joint?
No. He didn't say anything about FBA, but before the Math Hoffa podcast, he didn't say anything.
Because the Math Hoffa jumped everything off.
What it was about hip hop being created by blacks. Joe disagreed with that, saying it was 50-50 with Puerto Rican. And then Lord Jamar wanted to debate him and Crazy Legs with that, and that never came.
Right. So like I said, I think he just put his words together. He didn't eloquate his words properly. So
out of frustration.
So for years, right? Because this is what the FBA fights for. For years, fundamentally, black Americans done built this land. They've been creating shit. And then here comes somebody else taking credit for the shit that we created, right? I can guarantee you right now that there is no secret society of Puerto Ricans trying to take over hip hop and claim the fucking creation of hip hop. Cut it out. Leave Fat Joe the fuck alone. He said what the fuck he said out of frustration. He's not fucking racist. And it's a fucking reach right now as far as that goes. You understand what I'm saying? That's how the fuck, if you find it, holler at me. I'll come out here and I'll apologize to everyone. I'll let 90 motherfuckers slap me in the face. There's no secret society of Puerto Ricans. There's no secret society of Puerto Ricans trying to take over hip hop and saying they created this shit.
Here's why I beg to differ on that issue when it comes to Fat Joe. I think, and I agree with him on that point. I think he did come out of frustration off the fact that they keep pressing him about this shit with the 50-50, you know what I'm saying?
Are they pressing him, or is he coming out and saying it himself?
Oh, he's coming out and saying that. But
people are responding to
it. Right. Yeah. Where I was kind of insulted was the arrogance of classism, meaning the broke niggas and shit. I know he's not saying the ER, but there's a lot of broke niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Most of his fans broke, right?
So out of that frustration, he gotta understand that, yo, listen, man, a lot of my fan base are still in the hood. They still poor. They such and such or whatever. They're gonna take offense to that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you need to relax with that.
He worded it wrong, Panda. He worded it wrong. That's all it was. Yo, Joe, you know I love you to death, my dude. Like for real. Like, you know, I love you to death. We know we done things. We done things. You know who I am? Like, nah, for real. Like, we done things. Always been love. Anytime I pull up in Miami, love, like for real. Like, so I love Fat Joe. Like, I'm not one of them dudes. I'm not gonna come over here, bash the dude. And I love the whole Terror Squad, old and new.
Right.
I know all of them. Like for real. So whatever they got going on, that's between them. Like for real. Like I'm here. And everywhere, I love Cuban Link. I love Tony Sunshine. I love Prospect. I love Armageddon. I love Triple C. Everybody. Like, for real, for real. But you worded it wrong. He did it out of frustration. And FBA, you're reaching. Everybody's going crazy right now. Calm it the down. You know where to find them at. Let's come together and just put it together so we can make it clear for everyone. Because what it's going to turn into is a Puerto Rican against black thing, which is going to be whack.
I don't think that it's going to. I think it already has.
And then it leaks to the ignorant ones. So now you're gonna have your little Latin kings and your little the Trinitarios that might be down with a couple of Puerto Rican come down. We not fucking with the Morenos and the Bloods, and it's gonna turn into some nasty shit with young, and you're gonna lose young lives out here over stupid shit.
I would say,
you know what I'm saying?
I would say this real quick.
Let's lace this down, man. For real.
I would say this real quick to Joe. Respectfully speaking, I agree with everything my brother said. I just think you should open yourself to have these discussions because we understand the contributions that Puerto Ricans done gave in New York City. You feel what I'm saying? We definitely understand. This is us, bro. This is us talking to you. We've been here. We've been fighting for this.
But I don't think...
Hold on. Let me finish. We've been fighting for blacks and Latinos since we met each other. You understand what I'm saying? I just feel like with Joe, you know what I'm saying? He's at a certain place where he feel like he's the one to subject himself to a bunch of hate and all these people trying to come at him and stuff like that. He want to protect his peace and protect his legacy of who he is and stuff like that.
Right.
But there's a bigger picture here. And that's our communities, our ethnicities, and our nationalities. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a star to you know what I'm saying? A lot of people see you as a star. You've been doing it for years. Respect to you and shit. But you also have the power to open up and be like, you know what? I don't have to be on this person's platform or that person's platform. I'm going to be on my own platform and I'm going to open up to the community. I'm going to open up and have these discussions on as far as who we are as Black and Latino people. Because in this era, this is the information age. Everybody's trying to search on who they are as ethnicity, as a person, as this anything. This is the first time in a long time Black people was open to be acceptable to therapy, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things going on. You understand? And you have the power as the star you are, the person you are, you know what I'm saying, the Puerto Rican cat that you are. I know you're Puerto Rican, Cuban and shit. You have the power to come out there and tell your people, like, yo, not for nothing. This is just like Punch said, because you heard it word for word out of Punch's mouth. Yo, I thank and I appreciate the Black community for letting me in to do my 1-2 and shit like that. We're all one and whatnot. So that's what it is. And it's all about having the power too. So don't run from it, Joe. Run to it. Because I think they'll respect you more if you open yourself up for dialogue.
That's my whole thing. I don't think he's running from it. I just think it has...
No, I'm not saying running from it like he's scared or something. I'm just saying he looking at them like, not say like just too much like the FBA or whatever, but people that's... Because, you know, we from the Bronx, we from New York.
I just feel like it was an attack, and he felt attacked, and he responded to the attack the way he responds to attacks. Mm-hmm. So I think it was like a impromptu kind of reaction. You understand what I'm saying? But if we all level-headed, grown-ass men right now, we can just come to something. Like Tariq Nasheed is not that serious, bro. Fat Joe's not a fucking racist. He's not. I can tell you that. Whoever the coming up and, he told me that. Well, that's just bullshit. Come preach your shit, brother. Let's go. And Fat Joe come through, preach your shit. And then let's all come together. Because that's what the fuck is really all about.
Let me ask you this, though. Why do you think that Joe, knowing that he offended all these people, has not come out and shown any humility to be like, you know what? I didn't mean it like that. It came out the wrong way. I'm sorry.
If you really look at, so, all right, so, because now we're going to play devil's advocate. Like, say the FBA, right? You promoting identity. You promoting positivity. You showing what you've done. You promoting accomplishments. Then you should be mature enough to reach out that way. You understand? That's what I'm saying. If you don't have full knowledge of what the FBA is about, then you should keep your mouth quiet. Because a lot of the people that are speaking up, they speaking up like in a disrespectful manner. You understand what I'm saying? Even though he came out because he did it out of frustration. I seen a guy that was like, yo, you over here with your bad knees, talking shit and all that. I'm not going to respond nice to that, bro. If you playing with me, when I see you, I'm going to smack you. Like, I'm not doing no interviews about no FBA and everything else, nigga. When I see you,
Yeah, because no matter
I'm
what,
crashing out on
he's
you.
still a man at the
You
end
feel
of the
me?
day.
I'm a man at the end of it. I'm going to crash out on you. And I got 80 other dudes behind me that's going to crash out in the whole FBA situation. Stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? If you really wanted to make it happen like that, let's be respectful. And two disrespects are not gonna equal to anything good. So if you really here for this good cause, and one man, it was not a whole nation, it's one man says something wrong, then come at that one man wrong. And he's a celebrity. It's not like it was like John from down the block. It's Fat Joe. Reach out to the man and be like, yo, Joe, let's talk, brother. Let's talk. You was wrong. You disrespected us. We feel such an XYZ way. Let's have a conversation. He's not going to say no to that. I've never seen him say no to anything. Yeah, beef for 50 Cent. He stood up. You know what I'm saying? The FBA is not 50 Cent. If they're not dangerous, they're not going to hurt them in the streets. You understand what I'm saying? So he's going to speak to these guys.
Do you think that he spoke from a non-educated standpoint, though? Because he's thinking about the radical small group within a group, pretty much,
I'm saying.
right?
He worded it wrong, man.
Instead of the definition, because I think the people that are by definition FBA, right? Their lineage is FBA. They got offended because it's like, oh, you talking about us too, and we didn't say anything.
Right.
Now there is a more, I guess, I don't know if you want to say extreme, or a more group that is like on the internet talking all the time about these things, right? I think Joe was really upset at them specifically, but he wasn't specific.
But when he said that, right, it's because Tariq Nasheed explains it perfectly, right? Some of these, it's a lot of people that have no knowledge of the FBA that speak on it, and they're FBA themselves. You understand what I'm saying? So some of the FBA that's not really knowledgeable on the topic speak about the FBA like it's like the Black Ku Klux Klan or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the Black KKK, and that's not what it is. So when they come at you like that, I don't know what led him to give that comment on it, but they give that. Like when I hear some of them, I'm like, damn, he came crazy. When I heard Tariq Nasheed and when I heard this other brother or whatever, they explained it to me to where I could understand it. Like this guy's coming like if it ain't black and you're not from America, you're not black. You know what I'm saying? It's some people breaking it down like that. That's why he said it's coming from extremist black racists and shit like that. He just put the words all wrong in all the wrong places. Joe is not a racist guy, man. I can tell you that right now. He could be whatever the fuck he want to be. Whoever he got beef with could say whatever the fuck about it. He's a jerk, but I don't give a fuck about none of that. He's not a fucking racist guy. He doesn't hate black people. It'd be fucking impossible to be around this long hating black people and nobody fucking called you out on it all these years. You know what I'm saying? It's just a reach. So this is a perfect time to pump the FBA on us and explain to us what it's all about. And let us know what it is instead of just crashing out and trying to just go at this one man. Call that one man, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a conversation if it's the right person. If it's John FBA from down the block, Fat Joe ain't gonna talk to you, sir. He has no time for you. Tariq Nasheed, if you really set up the right type of meeting, Fat Joe gonna sit down and speak to you because Fat Joe has love for black people. You understand what I'm saying? It's that type of shit, man. I just don't like when people start reaching and turning some shit that's not into something that it isn't. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. That's how I feel about it.
All right, let's talk about this though, right? Because you're saying that you know for a fact that Joe is not racist, right?
I don't know for a fact. I don't know anything for a fact. Okay. I know from what I know, from what I've experienced and been around them with.
Right.
From me firsthand, no, I never seen no racist shit around.
Okay. So
most of his top dudes are black Americans that I know.
So I interviewed a guy named Smooth the Engineer that was around Terror Squad back in the days. And I wasn't even asking him about anything racist. I just asked him, yo, what was your experience with him?
I seen that.
Right. And he said that he remembers Joe giving little speeches in the studio where he would say, them Moyos have been doing it long enough. Now it's our time.
I just feel like, once again, and listen, I'm in no way, shape, form, or fashion a Fat Joe cheerleader.
Right.
I'm just a realist. I just feel like the man sometimes puts the wrong words into the wrong shit. It's like when me and him did the whole Spanish rapping shit. We doing it. Nobody's ever done this. We're gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I'm Puerto Rican. we're going to be the first Puerto Ricans to really kick it live because most of the rappers are black Americans. So we're going to put it on for Latino rappers. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing it. We the first ones. We're going to show them that we could do it too. That it's not just that type of shit, man. It don't mean rock him.
Right, but you know that word.
Big Daddy King, his legacy, I hate him. It's not none of that,
but
man.
That
like,
word,
that's how I look at it.
That word moyo has a derogatory term to it, right?
I mean, that's a smooth thing, you heard? Like, for real, I seen the interview. I wasn't there.
Right.
So I don't know if he really said smooth, if he really said mojo.
Listen, let me tell you like this. We wasn't there for that conversation.
Right, so I can't
let me finish. We wasn't there for that conversation, so we don't know if he's telling the truth or he's lying. But I can tell you this. Even the word moreno could be taken a certain way by certain people.
Right.
The word nigga could be taken a certain way by certain people. You know what I'm saying? That's that man's story to tell. You know what I'm saying? And he probably got that, you know what I'm saying, assumption about Joe once he said that. Now, Joe might have been a little overly Puerto Rican pride-ish in that instance, but at the end of the day, he probably didn't want people to take it that way. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But you're gathering information to pile up a narrative on a certain person that we really don't know 110% his history because we haven't been living with him since 0 to now. Right. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So at the end of the day, we got to be mindful and careful with these interviews because I'm not a Fat Joe cheerleader either. When you're wrong, you're wrong. When you're right, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Every instance or situation is just there. Everybody can make a wrong decision at a certain point in time. That's why niggas go to jail.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? By making the wrong decision or the right decision. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like Fat Joe can't be wrong. It's not like we don't know for a fact if Fat Joe's a racist or not. I know being around him, I wasn't hearing no racist, crazy shit. I would have checked him on. I would have said, yo, Joe, you bugging the fuck out. Who the fuck you talking to? Or vice versa. But when we integrate, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the thing we want you to understand. We're not, we with Terror Squad, we love them and all that. But when we was around Joe and that, we had our own crew. We was over here. Terror Squad was over here. We met up with each other. We knew Joe before we knew Pun. Which is, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people, this is what we want to, you know, get close to. So we had a relationship with Joe before we even met Pun, Cuban, Sace, Toon, or whomever. So we had our own experience with Joe. You know what I'm saying?
And when we met Pun, we didn't meet Pun through Joe. We met Pun on our own. So we got our own
Right. We're going to go into that too. But Cuban was saying that Joe was bullied by black people growing up. So there was some kind of resentment there.
I mean, like I said, I wasn't around for all those years. So I don't know. I'm just saying, it's like I said before. I don't know for a fact if he is or he isn't. He could be the most racist man in the world. He could not be. But from what I know, from what I've seen, from what I've been around, when I travel to Miami and I call him and I'm like, yo, Joe, I'm in the bill. Yo, pull up. Whoever I'm with is love, whether they black, Chinese, it don't matter. It's love. You understand what I'm saying? So I can't put that stain on his jacket. I personally can't do it.
Yeah, because so even though my partner Pro said he's not a racist, when he's trying to integrate, it's just telling y'all he don't know for a fact if the man is a racist or not.
To me,
but his experience of being with him,
right, correct.
He feel like
I understand. You can only speak from your experience.
That's all I can speak on.
That's all anybody can speak on. That's another thing in these interviews, not just saying yours, but anybody, period. Other people speak on other people's experiences like they know them really. Like, listen, you can have a man and a woman, wife and husband and shit. You don't know entirely that person's life because you haven't been with them for a certain period of time.
Nothing is general knowledge unless you got it on video. If you can show me the video, there's nothing I can say about it. Oh, I seen him say I hate white people. I seen him I hate black people. He's racist.
But we're not denouncing that. We're not denouncing that man's experience with Joe either. That's his experience.
Right.
But you saw the video of Raheem of the Furious Five, right? Where he said that there was a Puerto Rican girl that he knew that was in Joe's video.
Right.
And she
Once
had
again, I wasn't there for that.
She had a black boyfriend.
That's his story.
I think that some people feel like I understand like what you're saying. Like some of these people is like coming out and they're like, well, why didn't you say it before or something like that? So it kind of calls into question. But at the same time, like, I think that, I don't know, like Joe has a lot of power in the industry though, too. Right.
Yeah. But a lot of these people that's coming out
don't do business with Joe.
Don't do business with Joe. And there's nothing Joe could block from you. So it's nothing that you're doing that Joe's going to block. So if you had a problem, you would just say it. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm trying to get on Hot 97, I'm not going to say Joe's a racist because he might block me. He knows those people over there. But if I got nothing to do with that, why you ain't just come out and say that? And it's the internet. It's the internet age. You know what I'm saying? It's all online. So why not? Let's bring this man down. Let's tell him how horrible Joe is and all of that. that's what I'm saying. A lot of it, if I wasn't there, I can't speak on it. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my story, for real, for real. So I don't know about none of that. I don't know what Smooth went through with him. I don't know why would Fat Joe go to him. I don't know. I don't know any of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I wasn't there for that studio session.
But we was around a lot of our own kind, Black and Puerto Rican, and Joe been around us a lot because we have a lot of Black and Puerto Rican people in our crew. And you know what I'm saying? I don't see, and nobody from our crew had that indication and never said anything to me or Pearl and shit like that. And when he was around us, he never gave us that indication too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Listen, us as Black people, we make jokes on Spanish motherfuckers too. We be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Just like Spanish people make jokes on us and shit like that. We would do it in our crew out of love and shit like that or whatever. But it wasn't nothing derogatory when we took it to offense. Like, oh, nigga, I'll punch you in your mouth. The fuck you talking about and shit like that. You feel me? So we just don't know. We don't have a story to give you when it comes to that. And trust me, I'll give you that story.
Oh, no, yeah, I would have told you the story.
We'll give you that, yo. You know, the time when Joe said this and like,
yeah, hell yeah, I would have told you that story if it was like.
Who knows? Maybe Joe at this point, maybe Joe, when what else was on his P's and Q's not to say nothing crazy. Who knows? It could be that too. But at the end of the day, we have no recollection when it comes to that stuff.
Right. So you guys are technically a part of the Terror Squad multiverse, right? You guys have your own place in there, and like you said, you had your own relationship with Joe. You guys were in his first music video, Flow Joe. How did you end up meeting Joe?
Here we go. Let him tell that story. I gotta get some. Hold on, go ahead.
So the way we met Joe was kind of funny, right? Because
you really gonna tell that story?
Once again, if you know, you know. So we was at Club Renee's in the Bronx, 184th Jerome Ave. Renee's was not for everybody. So if anybody know the Bronx and you know Club Renee's back in the days, you know that was not for everybody. If you was in Club Renee's, you was really on it. So Video Music Box was there, and we did a show. So my man Igor, when I went on the stage, it was us performing and Joe performing. I didn't know Joe at all. Like I'd never seen him a day in my life till this one day, right? So we went on stage, did our thing, but before we got on stage, my man Igor, rest in peace, he said, "You about to hear the hottest Spanish rapper in the world."
I don't know why he said that.
So I went on there.
Wait, were you offended by that?
Nah, that's my manager. That's my manager.
I know, but what I'm saying though, because you being a Spanish rapper yourself though, like, you know,
no, because we was doing the Spanish rapping. That we was on Atlantic Records at this time, and Joe had just got his deal with Relativity.
But what I'm saying though is like, are you saying he better than me? Because like, you know, rappers like to think of themselves as the best, right?
No, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. Let me give you this tea. So my man introduced me like that. So I got on stage, started doing my whole little boom, boom, boom. Killed it. Video Music Box was there. So when we got off the stage, crowd going crazy. This is the hood. Like Renee's was the hood. If you could turn up Renee's, you done made it. Because anybody else going, like Renee's, you get killed coming off the stage. It was that type of thing. Everybody had it in their boot. Everybody, it was like that. Shout outs to my nigga Sean too. Like the bouncer at Renee's, that's my boy. So we went to we in the cut now. Video Music Box. We got off the stage. We feeling like champions. We get off the stage. Video Music. Crazy Sam was there. Tuffy from Video Music Box. While we doing our interviews, all the girls is looking. Woo woo. We in the corner. And while I'm in the middle of doing an interview, I hear, "Y'all think that's the hottest Spanish rappers in the world? I'm gonna show you what a real Spanish
rapper does."
Yo, Joe was on it. Joe was on timing. So I'm like, oh shit. When I look back, it was like 7 of us. When I look back, it was like 1,000 dudes on the stage, and I'm like, oh, the fuck is this fat nigga? Like, yo, what's going on?
That's where he was fucking with King's son and all that.
Yo, so I'm telling my man, I go like, yo, what's happening? Why is he disrespecting us? Like, nothing's happening. He's like, nah, he's not talking to you. I know him. That's my man. I'm gonna take you to Forest tomorrow. I'm like, no.
I had to drain the boot. Like, yo, who this nigga talking about? Who this nigga talking to?
Nah, yo, it was crazy. So I'm like, oh shit, this guy's like, y'all having a great time, but I had a good night. Why is he doing that? So fast forward like once again, I'm horrible, chronological, or whatever. But fast forward, we had a club called Home Base. Once again, if you know Home Base, I came like right after the tunnel. If you know New York, you know what Home Base is. So now, when we go to Home Base this night, I'm with B.O., I'm with iGuard. We had just met Showbiz and AG.
I wasn't there for that one. He was there.
Showbiz, AG, and Pat. So we coming through. I'm with the squad now. I'm just minding my business about to go on Home Base. And when I look over there, no, you was there.
No, I was not there, sir.
You was 100% there.
No, I wasn't.
100% there. You
sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, got you.
He was 100%
when that was
I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay, go ahead.
So, 100% there.
Okay.
So when I look, it's two different VIP lines. So we had this one, and there's another one down there. Like I said, I got PTSD. I'll be looking everywhere. So when I look, I'm like, oh shit, that's the dude from the other night. That's the damn top plate. So I told B.O., I'm like, yo, that's the guy.
Oh, no, Home Base. Okay, I'm bugging. Yes, sir.
So I told B.O., I'm like, yo, that's dude. He was like, yo, that's my brother. Like, you crazy? So I'm like, nah, but I gotta go talk to him. So B.O. was basically like, yo, so just go talk to him, man. We all here, we all family. So I'm like, yo, you sure? He's like, yo, go talk to him. So when I went over there, he went with me. He was right behind me. I don't know how he was in there. So I was like, yo.
No.
So when Joe first seen me, cause I walked up to him, he was like 30 deep on the other line. So I walked up to him and I was like, yo, bro, what's up? I want to have a conversation. It wasn't no gangster like, yo, fuck you, pussy. There was none of that. I don't be fronting. I was like, yo, what's up, man? And he was like, look who's here. The hottest Spanish rapper in the country. Because that's how Joe does it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, bro, listen, man. That's what my manager said. You heard me? Like, I ain't saying none of that shit to fucking disrespect you. Like, I don't even know you. Like, I don't even know who you are until now. You understand? Now I know who you are, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't know who you was that time. So that shit ain't come from me. What's good? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got no problem with you. And B.O. just told me we all family was good. Like, we got an issue or what's good? Like, I don't got no problems with you, bro. He was like, yo, you are a man. That's what he told me. This fat Joe, like, I'm dead ass serious. He probably don't even remember the story, but he was like, I like the way you approached me. And then we went in, he said, tonight we're together. And he gave me a pound. And I was like, yo, we good for real? And he was like, yo, bro, and that's one thing, because I heard him say that shit in the interview. If he tell you good, you good. Now, he definitely kept his word with me. That's what I'm saying. I got like no negative shit to say about it. He gave me a pound and he said, yo, we're good. If I'm telling you we good, we good. And I was like, all right, say less. And we went inside, and that's the night. I think I met Tony Sunshine that night. Because when I went inside, I was chilling. Tony Sunshine, me and him was mad cool. We was buying drinks. Fat Joe was like, yo, let him drink. Let's go. And then B.O., everybody was on the side. And then if anybody was there that night, X-Clan was performing that night. And I'm not going to speak about how Home Base ended, but I don't think there was ever no more Home Base after that night.
Put it like that. That had to be diffused real fast, because there would have been a situation between two crews and shit. Joe had a massive crew. We had a massive crew. That class would have been insane in the Bronx, like for real.
That was crazy. But
I'm not saying anybody here is like the super duper tough guys and shit, but we were very fortunate to squash that between both, because at the end of the day, it turned out to be a good relationship. Because, you know what I'm saying, I seen Joe not too long ago at the Remy Ma Chrome shit, and he said, he looked at me, because he hadn't seen me like damn near over 10-something years. He was like, yo, where the fuck? He turned around and said to somebody, yo, this man right here mixed my whole album. I'm like, yo, shit, this nigga still remember that shit?
Ryan, I was about to bring that up. You mixed the Represent album.
I ain't mixed the whole album. I mixed a couple of songs and shit, but he told somebody I mixed the fucking whole album and shit like that. I was like 3 or 4 songs that we mixed down and whatnot in the studio, because he had nobody in the studio to rock with him that day and shit. So me, Pearl, and my other partner,
we was leaving. We was leaving Power Play Studios.
Power Play Studio.
So I think it was Nas was in one of the rooms. There was 3 rooms in there, A, B, and C. I think it was in C, because that was the smallest room. I think Joe was in B, Nas was in A. We went over there, said peace to Nas, came through, and when we were done already. So when we went to say peace to Joe, he was in the room, pretty much dolo. So he was like, yo, what's up? So he was like, damn, I need to mix these last 3 songs. I'm waiting on the producer. So my man, like I said, he's always fucked with that. So I was like, yo, fuck it, we'll knock it down for you. He's like, nah, but I said, nigga, you ain't got to pay us for none of that shit. Like, whatever, we family, nigga, you know what I'm saying? So we rocked out. And from that day on, like, our relationship went like this. Because it was something I don't know if he had to meet a deadline or whatever it was.
Yeah, he had to meet a deadline.
But when that went down, he was like, "Yo, I fuck with y'all." And anytime I seen him after that, it was like always love, like for real.
He would come to our video shoots. We would go to his video shoots. I think in the song "Keep It Real," he would say,
"Shit is real, shit is real." Yeah, he shouted us out in "Shit is Real." Mesanjarz of Funk.
He said, "I want to give a shout out to the Beat Nuts, Mesanjarz of Funk."
Yeah. Nah, that's the bro, man. He came through, did a skit on our album, on some love shit, all that. He ain't charged us $1 for it. Like, it was love. And when I was on Universal in 2004, he was at dinner with his family, for real, and I called him up, and he forgot that the studio day was that date. And he was like, "Oh, shit, yo, Pearl, give me a minute. Let me finish with my family. Give me like 2 hours, and I'll be there." And I was like, "Damn, he ain't gonna come." You know what I'm saying? He pulled up 2 hours later, did his verse, and we did a song together. It never came out because I was trying to get the label to pay him. He was actually telling me just put it out. And I was like, "Nah," because I told you I was going to get you paid for it. And he was like, "Nah, put it out, man." And it never went out when we was on Universal. So, but he came through. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I got nothing but love for the brother. Like,
different situations, different people. Like I said, our things is our circumstantial due to the fact that we had our own shit going. We wasn't under Joe. We wasn't like under the wing or like under a production company or anything like that and shit. Like, I remember one time Joe said, "Yo, you should let me manage y'all." I was like, "Hell no, nigga. You out here."
Yeah, because we were like two in the same. You know what I'm saying? You out here wilding, we out here wilding. You ain't gonna manage me. Like,
imagine us getting into a disagreement, my nigga. It's gonna be bad for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
So he was like, "Yo, he said, trust me, I'm very influential. I'm getting into a lot of things." And I was like, "Damn, but I'm fucking with B.O. and I-God and all that. I can't do it, bro. I'm loyal." And he was like, "Yo, I respect it." And we just been cool since, like, for real.
So did the mixing of the album, did that come before you guys were in the FloJo music video, or was that after?
Nah, that was before. That was before. Yeah, because FloJo.
Okay, you guys helped build the relationship, and that's how you guys ended up in the music video?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so how did you guys end up meeting everyone in Full Eclipse? No, actually, you know what? Before we go into that, right? So you guys were saying that King Son was around a lot with Joe during that time.
Yep.
Right?
In the beginning, pretty much, I think, yep.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever witness him ghostwriting for Joe or anything? Because, that's the rumor.
We ain't witnessed nobody ghostwriting for Joe.
I was never involved.
I'm not saying it didn't happen.
Right.
But we ain't witnessed nobody ghostwriting.
See, the thing with us is like he's telling you, we like a separate entity. You know what I'm saying? We not Terror Squad members. So if that happened, that shit happened on their own time. They're not gonna call me to come show up to the ghostwriting session. You know what I'm saying? So I can't speak on that. But I seen King Son. I don't really know King Son personally like that, but I met him a couple of times. Cause I believe I think he had beef with like Ice Cube or something. And at one of the Zulu Nation parties, again, B.O. squashed that beef. We was right there too for that. You know what I'm saying? I think it was Ice Cube or Ice-T. Ice Cube. And and him and King Son had beef. And at one of the Zulu Nation annuals, they squashed the beef because everybody was Zulu Nation and B.O. squashed the whole shit. So yeah, I never seen King Son pull out a piece. I was never sitting in the studio with Fat Joe while he's writing his rhymes and the producers are in there. You know what I'm saying? We pulled up to whatever sessions was relevant to us.
Yeah, the one thing about this is niggas will give you elaborate stories about shit that didn't really happen. We keep it so 100. If I was to see somebody's pen moving for Joe, I'd be like, "Yo, that nigga pen moved for Joe." It makes me never mind to really say that shit. Because I'm going to just tell you like this. It doesn't take away from the fact that he's a good artist and he did what he did. He makes shit happen. My thing with Joe is I think what he has a gift for is putting music together, putting nice records and shit like that together. That's his gift. And being like handling business and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? When in the beginning, when we all did the 90s thing in the beginning and shit, it was all for us to be artists and get put on and make music and all that shit. But sometimes the eras done changed. So he had to morph into something else, you know what I'm saying, to sustain his career throughout the time. You feel what I'm saying? Because in the beginning, we just wanted to rap. We heard Lord Finesse and all that, getting busy. We wanted to be just as crazy as Lord Finesse and get busy. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
He stayed relevant for all these years. So he's still talking about him now.
Yeah, so we got to give him props. We got to give him props for that.
And we come from the same place. You know what I'm saying? So we come from the same place. People still talking about him now. He's still doing big things now. So
you got to ask the right questions.
You definitely have to give him his props that he's been able to reinvent himself through multiple eras. 100%. You know what I'm saying?
He definitely gifted in that.
as much as people come on the platform and they say what they do about Joe, I'll never take away from what he has been able to accomplish, because in my eyes, he's still a legend in what he's been able to do. You know what I'm saying? To come from where he's come from, right? The reason why I'm asking you about the Sun situation is because at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. So I don't really care about what the truth is. I want to help put that truth out. So if he didn't, if he didn't write for him, then I don't know if you guys saw it, whatever, you know, that's why I'm asking you.
Panda, this is the thing. The truth is the truth, and a lie is a lie. They can't live in the same place. My thing is, King Son can tell you, yo, I vote Flo Joe for Fat Joe. He can tell you that, but I can tell you that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wrote the second verse. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I can tell you that too.
Right.
This is where the proof is at. I'm like I said, we're not Fat Joe cheerleaders and shit. We know what this channel, you know what I'm saying, is about. I'm not saying that you be derogatory towards Joe and shit. You're trying to get the information and the truth out there. But the only time the truth can be revealed, I wouldn't take a man's word so much as I would take factual things, as far as like, if I hear like a recording way back then, not now, because you could doctor some shit up now.
Right.
If I would have heard something, you know what I'm saying, or you would have took a piece of paper and analyzed that shit with the verses he wrote and be like, yeah, this paper is from 1998, 89.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this is real. You know, so that's what I'm saying. Like, with these interviews, man, not saying yours, but just saying period. People really fringe upon allegations and just exaggeration and things to sensationalize shit to get clicks and views. You know what I'm saying? We're coming from a place where, you know what I'm saying, we don't really do interviews and shit like that. I do as far as a league owner and shit, whatever. That's battle rap shit. Music shit, it's very, you know what I'm saying, spaced out since when we did. Like, this is a special thing for me because I haven't been with my brother interview-wise in damn near 6 years.
Right.
So, God forbid, I pass away tomorrow, he pass away, our story is getting out on the Panda Chop Show. You'll be the only nigga that really have the in-depth story of who the fuck we are and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to Joe, it's not like, you know what I'm saying, we're going to take up for him. I'm going to tell you what it really is if it happened or what it's really not. You feel what I'm saying?
That's the only thing that we can ask for, though.
Based on our experience. You know
based on our experience. I'm not going to be up here and give you assumptions like, yeah, man, I think that nigga was sucking nigga for what's he done. No, I'm not going to do that.
I remember Charlie told me he robbed him. I don't know that, man. Like, I'm not talking about
right.
It.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to get those interviewees that's going to be like, yeah, it sounds like Joe, yeah, because you know what I'm saying? You're like, no, we're not going to do that.
But as far as full of clips go, once again, it came down to him. He gave me a call. He said, yo, I'm working with some dudes. And I remember we was over there by like River Park Towers and past River Park Towers and the back over there. It was like a little studio over there. And I'm like, here go this guy again with the I got another group. I'm
always bringing me some bullshit.
What we doing? So I'm like, all right, where you at? Text me the address, whatever. So I pull up and it's Pun.
Stace.
Big Dog Punisher at the time.
Big Dog Punisher.
Joker Jams.
Big Moondog.
Joker Jams. Lyrical Assassin. And Toon the Sick One. Right? So
full clips. Not full of clips. Full of clips.
Right? So I pull up and Tony Sunshine was with him the day that I mentioned. That day he went to the studio too. Tony Sunshine was there. I did a whole EP with Tony Sunshine. Like, for real. That's never been released and it's like fire. Hotter than anything these corny reggaeton dudes have ever done. Like, we just need to put it out. Shout out to Tony Sunshine, holla at me, because we got that fire. For real. I still got them all, whatever. But anyway, I pulled up that day and I'm like, here go this guy again. So I pull up, I see this big dude. I'm like, all right, whatever. So I'm in the studio, I'm just chilling. And the thing with Full of Clips is that they're funny guys.
They're hilarious.
So the vibe is always good. So you could try to be the toughest dude in the world. Like, if you ain't got no problems with you can't help but to laugh. Mm-hmm. And I'm not really like a laughing dude when people don't know. I'm like, yo, these dudes are hilarious. Like, yo, what's up, man? What's your name again? Yo, Cuban Link, and it was just cool vibes from day one. Same thing like when I met Riot Life and all that. It was the same thing with Full of Clips. I was like, yo, I fuck with these dudes right here. This is it. And then they was nice. That was another thing. Like, it was nasty with it. All of them. Joker, Jam, Triple Sace, Cuban, as everybody knows them, Cuban, Pun, Prophet, all of them. And then Tony Sunshine had the little singing thing going on. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, that shit was not even heard of back in the day. So I was like, oh, shit, it's fire. I gotta go write some shit. I can't be around these motherfuckers and fucking with all my old shit, bro. So we just got mad cool. And then we used to have, after that, my man Fly Ty had the studio.
Shout out Fly Ty.
On 180th and Southern Boulevard. Shout outs to 800, 820 and all that. Like, for real, like, we've been everywhere. That's what I'm saying. Peter Guns used to come to our studio and all that.
That's when he was Pete Lover.
His name was Pete Lover. When he used to come
Pete,
see us.
When you see this shit, you better know what's up, nigga.
Pete always show love. Pete always show love. Everywhere I see Pete, show love.
Shout out to Triple X, you know what I'm saying?
Destruction.
Yep,
Destruction, female rapper Destruction. She was crazy back in the days. I don't know what happened to that. But he had a group called the Gun Runners, Peter Guns. At that time, they used to come to our studio. Pun, Sace, and all that used to pull up in a Civic hatchback. I don't know how they fit in there. But when they used to pull up, there was 1,000 of them coming out like the circus cars. And I'm like, yo, how y'all fit? Yo, and it was crazy. We used to go to the store, steal 40s, come back to the studio. It was crazy. So
and ball out. Like we would just have like ciphers and shit like that. Yo, bro, we would have meetings every fucking Tuesday with it would be Mesanjarz of Funk, Censored for Life. Shout out to my man Hype and C4 shit.
Oh yeah,
Point Blank.
It's the bro Hype Wills.
Point Blank. And full of clips. All of us would be there. And not saying they were under us, but they would rock with us because we took them in. We took in Toom first because we knew Toom.
And we had motion at that time. Right. We was already on Atlantic Records. We was making moves. They was nice. So we was like, yo, y'all rocking with us. So it's a lot of times.
And Rough, Rugged, and Raw.
So it was a lot of times. Rough, Rugged, and Raw is actually KRS-One's original dancers.
You know what I'm saying? So listen, I got to give them a shout out. J-Day, Nasty Nice, and my cousin Vel. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Hell yeah. So it was a lot of times.
Rough B-boy.
Fat Joe just be doing his own thing. And we'll pull up to the same event and we come through with full of clips. And Joe will be like, yo, why you brought these knuckleheads here? All they do is start fights and all that. Yo, Pearl, chill. And I'm like, nah, they good, man. We ain't fighting nobody. Whatever.
Yeah, because Toom and Joe wouldn't get along and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So there was like a little thing there. But
they from the same crew, though. That's the thing that I never understood. They were both from Terror Squad, the street crew.
It doesn't matter. When niggas just don't get along, they just don't get along.
That's another thing, too, for real. I don't know the dynamics of that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like me and him, we was in the middle. So Toom is my guy. Fat Joe gonna tell you Toom is a bitch. Toom will tell you Fat Joe's a bitch. Like, both of them is my guys. Like, for real. Like, and we really neutral to the point if I'm hanging out with Toom, like, Fat Joe can't be mad at me because I'm hanging out with Toom. Toom can't be mad at me because I'm hanging out with Fat Joe. Like, it's love. I really got love for all of them. You couldn't put that. Like, you just couldn't put that pressure on us. Yeah, because it was crazy.
Because you look crazy talking to us like that.
Because we don't come from that. Like, yeah, it was crazy.
On any side, because we did our own fucking thing.
Shout out to Teak, Flav, rest in peace to Full Flex, all that. Like,
rest in peace to Gizmo.
Yo, Giz, we was around from the beginning. Hard, Pito, Legs, all that. We used to be on the corner. We was on the corner 166.
167.
It's 166 and 10, man.
I said this story. I don't know what you called it.
I told you I got the memory. I heard when you said that it was incorrect. It's 166 and 10, right on the corner. Yo, Cuban Link used to be banging on the bodega window, like boom, boom, doing the beatbox. Everybody be rapping. Ciphers all night till like 4, 5, 6 in the morning. We there till the sun come up.
We would go to the Halls of Hell.
Halls of Hell, yeah. I was going to ask you guys about that.
Nigga, that was us. We was there, barring out, getting crazy. Like, I'm trying to tell you, son. Mesanjarz of Funk full of clips. We used to run through Bronx and Harlem battling.
I'm gonna tell you a crazy pun story, right?
Wait. So before we get into that, right? I want to ask you: did you guys know that they were gonna blow up?
I knew they was nice, but back in the days, everybody rapped. So it's like you don't really know because you so close to it that Pun don't look like a star to me. That's just my man Pun. You know what I'm saying? That's my man Pun. We run together. I'm gonna call you in the morning. We gonna meet over here. We running over here. We doing the show, talent show over here. We just running around. So you're not really looking at it like, yeah, he's the next one. But I definitely knew he was nice.
I would tell you this because, like I said, like he told you, I was always the guy in the studio making beats and doing all that other shit. So I would find talent. Like I was like no disrespect, not saying like a stray dog and pick them up and whatever. Like, I would just find nice niggas and put them down, like, cause they just nice like that. You know what I'm saying? I introduced them to this nigga. So when I heard Full Eclipse, they was doing the horrorcore hip hop shit. They was nice. All of them was nice. But I knew with my ear, specifically, I was listening to Pun. I was like, there's something different about this cat, bro. There's something different. I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I was like, if anybody was to pick him up, he would be different because the conversations I would have with Pun, he would put me in a different mind state on not just saying, you know, just like, okay, oh, he's Puerto Rican or he's black and shit like that. Like, he was just a universal character that you can gravitate towards and shit like that. He was just a funny nigga. Like, he joke all day and do all that crazy shit. So as far as that with your question to answer that, I knew if they was to get a deal, they would have some type of motion. But I knew if Pun was to get a deal and have the right shit in front of him, that he would like blow up and do something crazy. That's why I was so happy for him when, you know what I'm saying, I heard he was like, you know what I'm saying, got a deal and was doing this shit with Joe. Cause I said, yo, it's his time. He's going to make shit happen. And the reason why I was happy for him, not only because he had the deal, I know Pun. He's not leaving them niggas behind. He's taking them niggas with him.
Right.
Hook or crook. Like, you know what I'm saying? Pun is the type of nigga that he'll tell you, you'll tell him, yo, come to the studio. I got, you know what I'm saying, drop some bars. But just come by yourself. He'd be like, all right, bet, no problem. Soon as you open the door, he coming in with 10 niggas.
It'd be 30 down.
30 niggas coming in the door right behind him. He's like, yo, man, I couldn't leave these niggas. I had to babysit them. Like, you know what I'm saying? He'll say some crazy shit like that. And Pun is so lovable, you just let him rock because you want this energy. And that would be it. But them niggas on 166 and Tinton, I know they had aspirations on what in the fuck with Joe. Joe just never gave him pretty much like the time of day to want to hear him out. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess he was so busy or doing whatever the fuck he was doing. Trust me, if we was like Mesanjarz of Funk on the 10th power, we would have signed them niggas. Because that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to just give them motion and traction and shit. They was running with us throughout the industry. You know what I'm saying? I believe they was with us when we was doing the crazy shit, beating people the fuck up in what you call it and whatnot. We was bugging out. We was in a fever, wilding the fuck out. For people that don't know, the fever was at Tremont Ave.
That's another place that wasn't for everybody, man. That wasn't for everybody.
Did you guys do songs together though?
Yeah, we did. We did songs.
I did like later on, I did a song with Fat Joe. I did a song with Cuban Link and Triple Sace. I got a whole EP with Tony Sunshine. And I never got to do a song with Pun, even though one time I went to his house and he told me, yo, we got to do something together. He told me, he looked at me.
He loved this nigga.
He looked at me in the face and said, yo, you are nice. We got to do something together. And then like a little bit after that, that's when he ended up going back to North Carolina. And then it's never materialized.
I did 2 songs with Cuban Link, with Cuba. And I think Tony Sunshine was on the hook for one of them and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, we was all family, my nigga. Like,
did they come out? The songs came out?
No. I got them.
You got them in the vault?
I got them in the
vault.
Bro,
the EP I did with Tone Son, them shits is fire, like for real, fire.
This is the crazy shit. Like, I know we gotta get to the shit with, you know what I'm saying, Joe and Cuba and Pun and all that, but we never wished for that. You know what I'm saying? When them niggas got signed with Joe and all that shit was rolling, we was wishing the best for all of them niggas, because, you know what I'm saying, we like, yo, them niggas, both sides, they was family to us and shit. We was like, elated, proud, and happy for them. We like, yo, these niggas is gonna win. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So that's when a little bit of separation happened, because they was so much on the road and we was so much doing our thing and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We would just hear some stories and you know what I'm saying, put 2 and 2 together if we could and shit like that. We would go to Cuban's house when he had the house on Sirwood and shit like that in the Bronx or whatever and shit. You know what I'm saying? I would kick it with Sace every now and then and shit like that. Pun lived, no lie, a block away from me, because I used to live on Beach Ave. Pun used to live on Taylor. You know what I'm saying? So I think he was still in his grandmother's house at the time. That's when he had the big projection with the 4 split screen of the security cameras and all that shit. I was like, the fuck is this nigga? I said, get out of here, nigga. You got money, go somewhere. What the fuck you still doing in the hood? Nah, man, I gotta see, you know what I'm saying? I got the energy. I gotta stay here, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what I gotta, you know, this is where I get the love and all that from. I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? So.
Were you guys surprised when when they signed to Joe?
I mean, I wasn't surprised because they from the same area.
Right.
So it was kind of a matter of time. It's like he said, Joe was busy running around. It was just a matter of him like really having a moment to really sit there and listen to it. Because you got to understand when you got motion and you doing things, everybody want to come spit a rhyme and let you hear it. You ain't got time for all of that. You know what I'm saying? But that's the block. Basically, that's the block. So everybody used to be on 166 and 10. You know what I'm saying? That's the block. So it was just a man. I don't know when he heard him. I wasn't there that day for all of that, but that was inevitable. You know what I'm saying? It was inevitable. That was definitely bound to happen. You're not gonna be from right there, and these dudes is right down the block, and you're not gonna recognize that you got a monster right down the block from you. You know what I'm saying? Right. And knowing Joe as a businessman, soon as you hear that, you're gonna eat that up. You know what I'm saying? So I already knew that was inevitable.
Yeah,
you know
because Pun is not a person you can visually like ignore. You know what I'm saying? He has the thick mustache, you know what I'm saying, the hair going on. He was husky. He wasn't fat at the time, like, and you know what I'm saying, obese. He was husky still.
He was big, but
he was big, but husky. Like, he'll still give you a good one, and you lay out for a good time. You know what I'm saying? But because he could box and all that shit. So I know he used to be on 149th and shit on third. You know what I'm saying? Getting his boxing on back in the day. So, like, when Joe signed him, I kind of knew what it was and shit, because I said, okay, he signed Pun. What about everybody else and shit like that? And I said, with Toom, I know Toom is going to probably go off on his own shit. And I said, I knew Pun was going to get Sace and Cuban to be down, because Pun was not trying to leave Sace and Cuban nowhere. Pun wasn't the type of person like, I'm going to get this deal and get the fuck out of here.
Yo, we know these dudes, like we used to fuck with these dudes so crazy that they had a store called Caldors on Fordham Road. Like, Caldors was like, it was Alexander's, right? Shout out to Teak and Flav, too. I know Joe got beef with them, too, or whatever, but shout out to Teak and Flav. Yo, we used to go to Caldors, go upstairs to the sporting equipment department. We used to prop up the rims, like the rims, like the basketball rim. We used to clear out the whole back of the sporting department, grab the pump up a basketball, and have a full-fledged basketball tournament, and they have a full-fledged dunk contest in the store. Tell security can't touch us. We used to have security. They're like, yo, relax. We got 3 more dunks left, and then we out of here. All right, relax. And security, like, yo, we used to be dunk, bang, ball flying everywhere, knocking things in the store. Like, it was crazy. We used to have a good time, like, for real. Stupid shit, but it was a good time. We was young, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So we know him like that. That's why when we spoke to Cuban, it's always love. You know what I'm saying? Like,
always love. That's my brother too. That's my brother.
Shout outs to Sunkiss too, man. Yo, I love the whole Terror Squad, like, for real, because I know all of them.
Nigga, I was just with Sunkiss like last month and a half ago and shit. You know what I'm saying? We was kicking it.
You gotta tell him to hit me up, man. You gotta
I'm gonna definitely do that. I was talking to him about you. Listen, I'm the dude to get the niggas that don't want to be on camera. That's me. This man right here don't be on camera. Right. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I let him just rock out. I'm just like this, loving the stories, because I remember he's just, you know what I'm saying, the stories. I remember them shits. You know what I'm saying?
Can't find me nowhere.
With Sunkiss, I was like, yo, my nigga, you gotta tell your story. He's like, yo, you think I should? Like, you're like, yeah, nigga. Like, all right, cool.
Sunkiss always been a real.
I knew Sunkiss back then when he was the Shawnee Thunder. For a lot of people that don't know, Sunkiss was the one who took Remy to Pun, to rap for. A lot of people don't know that.
He battled Lord Finesse.
You know what I'm saying? He battled wild niggas.
A lot of people don't even know that. He went toe-to-toe with Lord Finesse.
Who won?
I don't know.
I can't call it. I can't call it. Right.
You look like you holding back. You look like you holding back right now.
I don't think. Well, listen, man. I don't think anybody could beat Finesse, man.
I can't call it, but he ain't get cooked though. I'll tell you that.
Okay, all right.
He held his own.
Enough that you.
Yeah. He ain't get cooked. It was enough that I'm like, yo, I hate that.
No, listen, you gotta remember, man, Lord Finesse is like a lyrical god and shit. Brooklyn had Big Daddy Kane. We had Lord Finesse and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? So that's just like, it was a privilege to have him on our
Anybody who tell you different is lying to you. Tell them to cook Finesse today. I bet you they can't do it. That boy nice, like, for real.
Diamond D too. We know all of them. Show, Diamond D.
And the funny thing is that fucking with iGuard and B.O., we was like DJ Premier's house, and he's putting a beat together for us.
Shout out to Premier.
We used to hang out in Lord Finesse's house. He didn't even know, like, yo, I was like, oh shit, I'm in Lord Finesse's house, nigga, this is crazy. And we just playing it cool, like, yeah, that sound cool right there. Let me get another one. And I'm like, yo, this is Lord Finesse.
Yo,
like,
remember we was in
Shout outs to Finesse. Man.
Remember we was in Pete Knight's house?
Showbiz and AG too.
We was in Pete Knight's house when he was playing beats for us and shit.
Oh yeah, Pete
like,
Knight's from third base.
From third base and shit.
He had the crib.
Yo, listen, at the time, Big L was managed by Igon too and shit, because we was managed by Igon and Big L was managed by. We used to be in ciphers with Big L too and shit. I used to see him and L go toe to toe and shit like that. They wasn't battling, but they was ciphering and shit. I was like, woo!
Because I know Showbiz has something to do with Big L. I don't know what the whole dynamics of that shit is, but I know Showbiz has something to do with it. He was always there, though. He was there,
but Finesse found L and put him into the DITC and shit. We was in Big L's house. For those who know, you gonna think we get, and whoever been in L's house, you know he has a big ass picture with him with a derby hat, like a gangster hat or some shit like that, when he was real young and shit. He had one of those big ass fucking pictures in his house. For those who've been there, you know what I'm talking about.
How did you guys feel when you found out that Big Pun passed away?
Do you remember? Was crazy. I didn't believe it though.
Yeah, I ain't believe it.
Yeah, I didn't believe that shit.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
I was like, what? For real? And then he had just did that I'm trying to live and all of that. I was like, that's so hard. That's the shit that always hit me. And I'm like, damn, he just said that too. And then he actually went out to try to live and didn't make it. It was crazy.
I think in his life there was so much going on to being an artist that he couldn't even, attend to his own health, unfortunately, man. And it was just real sad, man, because I wasn't thinking about, we lost Big Pun. I was thinking about, we lost a friend. But like, we was brothers. Like, we could call Big Pun our brother too and shit, just like we could call Cuban, Joe, and whoever else we was rolling with back then and shit. I was like, that was my man. I was very sad about that shit, my nigga. And today, the only thing I'm very sad about is the curation of his legacy is not being put in position the proper way. All to the divisive situations that's going on with this person, that person, and this person. It's crazy.
And we're going to get into that too. When you guys saw like the progression of his weight gain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, were you guys concerned when you guys were witnessing that? Because the time you met him, you said that he was husky. He wasn't overweight yet.
Yeah.
When I got a little concerned, I went to his house over there, what he was saying over there by St. Lawrence and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in his house. He was recording. He had the studio there. He had a jeweler that came through and he was like showing him mad jewelry. And then they threw the beat on. And I noticed that he was doing like line by line.
He was punching his shit.
Yeah, and I never seen him do that because that's what I was going to say earlier. Like, I had a crazy pun story where we was battling some dudes on 125th.
125th from Fifth Ave, yeah.
And they outnumbered us.
There was some Brooklyn niggas. Yeah.
So we called Toon, and Toon was like, yo, they was somewhere not too far away. I think it was like on 149th. And they was like, yo, we beat it in 10 minutes. And while we was battling, they pulled up, and he spit that Dream Shatter joint in the battle. We was battling some Brooklyn dudes. And when he spit that, he shut the whole street down. He took his shirt off
and all that.
Everybody
was going crazy.
And it was straight through. So to see that, and then we walked off like uptown champions, like, yeah, go back to Brooklyn, shut up. You know what I'm saying? So I went to his house and he was like, yeah, because I'm going in, I'm going to the park. And then they'll punch it in, and then he'll come back again. And he was doing like literally line for line. Like it was not even like it was line, bar for bar type. And I was like, damn. And I'm looking at him like, oh, this don't look good. But then shortly after that is when he took off, and then that was it.
When I was in his house, I would make jokes with him because, you know what I'm saying, I used to be cross-eyed. These niggas probably still think I'm cross-eyed. But I had an operation, so I got my shit fixed. But we used to joke with each other. He used to joke on my eye. I used to joke on his weight. Just to, you know what I'm saying, tell him, like, and now I have concerned conversation. Like, nigga, you need to fucking get control of that. It's getting crazy. You want to be here for your family and shit like that. But, nothing, you know what I'm saying, at that point, if you know Pun, ain't nothing nobody can really tell that man. You know what I'm saying? He's going to do what he want to do. He had the luxury of that. You know what I'm saying? Whether good or bad, he's not going to listen. Listen, man. Pun wasn't afraid of nobody. Not Joe, not anybody, not, you know what I'm saying? Like, Pun will to anybody. That's why we loved him so much. He reminded him of us and shit like that, as far as Pun and Cuban and them and shit like that. We used to do the same knucklehead shit. You know what I'm saying? So, as far as his weight, man, it was just very unfortunate. It made who he was because he was so imposing as far as his figure and stuff, but at the same time, it was his detriment. Unfortunately, man. I wish he could have just got control of that.
It's a fact.
So you guys didn't believe it at first when you heard it, and then at what point did you was it really confirmed for you?
I mean, it was everywhere. Like I heard it. First I heard it was on the radio, and at that point, I had lost contact with a lot of people, so I didn't really have like a direct contact. So I can't like call Tony Sunshine or Cuban, Joe, none of them. I didn't have like contact numbers to anybody at that very specific time. So it was like, I was like, damn, like this can't be happening. But then when you hear in the Hot 97, I'm like, oh shit, this shit is real. And then I forgot who I ran into. And I think they plugged me in with Cuban, and I ended up speaking to Cuban and Tony Sunshine. And then it was real shit. And then after that was it. And then that funeral was like epic. Like that funeral was like fucking the president of the United States. Like it was just crazy shit. Everybody pulled up to that. Everybody. Like it was sad. It was a sad moment because he was a good dude. Like there's a lot of bad publicity on him also for other shit he did in his life. But like I said,
you can remember him from the times that
I wasn't there for that, man. I judge people based on what I dealt with them. And as long as you're not doing anything crazy and raping little kids and doing nothing crazy, what you do in your personal life is your problem, man. You know what I'm saying? That's your business. That's how I look at it. I'm on my business, man. But
does it make you or not make you a terrible person? It is what it is. The makeup of a man is you make those choices to make the character of who you are. You understand what I'm saying? I can't speak on another man because one finger pointed to you, you gotta have three fingers pointed back at you and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't put judgment on any man and shit. Not saying wrong or right. It is what it is.
Facts.
Were you guys surprised when you learned about Joe and Cuban Link beefing? Like, what was your reaction to that situation?
I mean, I was there the night that it went down. You know what I'm saying? But
wait. You was in Jimmy's?
Yeah. I was there the night that it went down. I was in a different area. I was in front of the whole thing. But when I seen what went down, I didn't know that it was like crew on crew type deal. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was like, cause shit used to pop off in Jimmy's all the time. Like
we was in Jimmy's a couple of times.
Plenty of human beings got destroyed in Jimmy's. Like we were Jimmy's. Like for real. Like everybody know. Like people got destroyed. Like you came to Jimmy's violating, you gonna get disrespected. So I didn't think it came from them.
DeVell, were you there?
No,
you weren't there.
Jimmy's is now Jimmy's. For those who don't know, in the Bronx, Jimmy's is now Dallas barbecue and shit like that. That's what it's called. But it used to be Jimmy's. It used to be a nice.
It was that, and then it was salsa con fuego.
But salsa con fuego is like that. That's when they used to. Yeah.
So you saw the scuffle break out, but you didn't know that it was them fighting.
I seen it. I seen the whole shit jump off. And everybody's moving. Boom, boom, boom. Then shit scattered. But that happens all the time. So it was regular.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was not a big deal. Then a few days later, you find out, he got cut, and now the rumors, Joe cut him. I'm like, what? Like that. So it was crazy like that. But I was right there when everything went down. Like, so yeah, it was. When I found out it was between them, that's the point where I don't know really what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like internal shit, which I have like no parts of. Like I don't be in their internal shit because I'm not a terror squad member. So whatever went down, whatever rumors you hear, I really don't know what's true, what's not. It's Cuban was talking to Joe's wife, a bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying? There was a bunch of shit coming up. I can't verify any of that shit because I wasn't there. Like
only thing I could go by on when it comes to that, if I know Cuban, I know Cuban's a solid dude. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of those rumors I dispelled because I wouldn't think that's the type of person Cuban is. So I wouldn't even go there to say all that. You know what I'm saying? Well, we looked at it as like, yo, why is a family fighting? You know what I'm saying? Because right now, nobody's gonna win off of this. Not Joe, not Cuban and shit. But, for you to get, and we can't take it back to the fact that, a man has got assaulted, facial wise and shit like that. You can't, that's not a small thing. You know what I'm saying? You can't just turn back and be like, well, let them, it's just very unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? But like Pearl said, we don't know the real details of how things went down other than the story, you know what I'm saying? The story that Cuban told and shit, because I'm pretty sure I think Joe never really spoke in depth about it. and whatnot. So, you know, between the Joe and Cuban thing, man, it's so unfortunate that shit went on. And I don't know if it's considered like a misunderstanding or this, that, and the third, or jealousy thing or hate towards Cuban or this, that. Like, all I know is we wish that it never happened. You feel what I'm saying?
But let me ask you this, okay? Because you said that Cuban is a solid person, so you know that you wouldn't imagine him to lie about it then, right?
No, I wouldn't imagine for him to lie about how he feels about any of this shit.
Okay, but do you know Joe to be as solid of a person from your experiences as well that Joe wouldn't lie about doing that?
Well, I would say this. Joe was solid with us, you know what I'm saying, as a human being, as far as being there and all that other stuff. I never caught him in say a lie and said,
Right.
aha, I got you, nigga. You's a liar. Stop the bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? Because I wasn't aware. Yeah, I think for us, it's shit. What the fuck is you lying for? You know what I'm saying? He didn't tell us no woo story and no crazy shit for him to have to do all that.
And it's a tricky situation also, because if it doesn't matter how solid I am, if I cut this man's face,
hey,
I'm not gonna tell you that I cut this man's face. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I'm a prominent figure out here, so I'm not gonna put that on my jacket. You know what I'm saying? So to answer your question, yeah, if I've known Joe to be a solid dude the whole time. You know what I'm saying? But if you're gonna commit a crime, solid dude or not, you're not gonna admit to your crime. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what solid dudes do. So Cuban saying what happened to him, I got to believe him. Whatever Joe say, I got to believe him. And like I say, I'm on my business at the end of the day, because that's internal family stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's like you fighting with your brother.
Well, it's not family no more, unfortunately.
Right,
so, you
right.
know, it is what it is, man. But I'm not taking away from no story Cuban told me. You know what I'm saying? I think he's like I say, he's a solid individual. It's not like I call him in a lie or bullshit neither.
Right.
Shit, like, I can't do that. I don't give a fuck who is who. Who's gonna call? No, like, no, ain't nobody gonna call me and be like, "Yo, change that story up." No. You know what I'm saying? Every time I've been around Cuba, when I asked him to do something for me, my nigga, he would come through brand new. I got stories on that nigga when I took him to Jersey to the studio and shit, and niggas tried to steal his car. We was in Wendy's and shit. That nigga came out with the burner and shit. I jumped out. You know what I'm saying? We was about to catch niggas. Niggas tried to back us off and shit like that. And nigga, we was about to get into a gunfight and whatnot. Niggas just dipped off and shit. You know what I'm saying? And he still came to the studio because he could have said, nah, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. He still came to the studio and laid the verse down for me and shit like that. That's my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I can't, you're not going to get me, you're not going to get me to sit here and do the Joe bashing and shit and all that either and shit like that, because I remember a time when Joe came through and did shit for me as well and shit like that. Right. It's just unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? But to sit here and be like, well, who do I believe? Well, who's telling the truth? Who's doing this and that? Yo, bro, this shit is done already. It's been 20-something years when this shit has happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, oh, that's it, move on off of that. No, I'm not saying none of that shit, my nigga. At the end of the day, it's like me telling you what the fuck is like, what does it take for, you know what I'm saying? What does it mean for me to tell you who the fuck I believe or who this, that, and the third and shit like that? You know what it is. Right. You know what the fuck is happening out here.
Right.
Stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. These are two grown men. This, you know what I'm saying? Doing this and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy as shit. I just wish, I would say this. If anything, I would say this. If this, I wish for Cuban to get his closure verbally, as far as having a conversation with them just by themselves, even if it has to be over the phone.
If they can have a conversation, squash it, come together, and you can have a Joe, Cuban, and Sunshine on the chorus joint, that shit'll be real stupid. Real stupid. That's how I look at it.
I don't think it'll ever happen, though.
It won't. It won't, because it's similar to like a 50 Ja Rule thing. That's like, forget about it type shit. But I'm saying that would be crazy, because that's the direction it was going in the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? Like, Terror Squad was the Bronx. Like, when you see it, even Prospect, Triple Sace, all that, everybody had a name going on. It was like, Terror Squad, you're going to respect that. And then for that to go from that to what it is now, it was like crazy.
And every man has an outcome and outlook differently from a different lens. You know what I'm saying? Where Pun, Sace, Cuban, they were soldiers in the fight of in the terror squad fraction. They was giving they 100%, 110% all to Joe and whatever the fuck they done or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? So from your perspective, how would you feel if you feel like slated or you feel like, you didn't get your just due or felt the way towards a man and shit like that? It's from a different lens. Joe can't tell Cuban how to feel. It's like Cuban can't tell Joe how to feel. You feel what I'm saying? It sounds like like how we're coming from is so neutral, but it's the actual truth for what it is and shit. Because like I said, we're not directly in the terror squad and shit. So I'm not sitting here telling you what Cuban is saying is not fucking true. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? And Joe, tends to be quiet on it because he don't want to say about this, that, and the third. He'd rather just keep his shit moving.
And most of the people that you interview, they already got a side that they chose. You understand what I'm saying? So they gonna give their word based on the side they pick. Like we really dead ass neutral. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we dead smack in the middle. Like I'm not going Cuban can't call me and be like, yo, let's pull up, let's spin on Joe, we gonna kill him. Joe can't call me and be like, yo, let's spin on Cuban, we gonna rip his neck off. No, I'm not doing none of that shit.
And we probably the second to third niggas to really say that, because if I recall, Toom said the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though he don't have a direct contact with Joe or the greatest relationship with him, he's, you know what I'm saying? He's not going to shit on Joe, but he's not going to shit on Cuban because that's his brother. Yeah. You feel what I'm saying? So
right, but Toom, he just tells the truth, like as far as like what he experienced, and people
Toom
view
is my
that.
guy, man.
Yeah, Toom ain't out here lying either.
Shout outs to the Toom. We got some Toom stories too.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Toom. He ain't lying Toom though. Dude, whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's Toom's experience. That's what it is and shit. That's what I'm saying. Not saying you, Panda, but for everybody out there, whomever is looking at this Mesanjarz of Funk thing and be like, oh, them niggas are like, no. Like, we got to remember, we grown ass men. That's not afraid of not one living soul on this earth. Not saying to be tough guys and all that. But the psyche of what me and this motherfucker be on, be stupid. So at the end of the day, we could tell it how it fucking really is from our experience. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to glamorize something that's right. Something that it's not and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So.
But when you, all right, let me ask you this then, okay? Because when you see there is so many, a history, a pattern of all these people that were down with Joe that end up coming out and saying, yo, he did this, he did that, or he did this wrong and stuff. At what point do you believe, like, you know what, there got to be some truth to that?
I got this. Now, let me tell you something. Yeah. I'm not saying those people are lying, Panda. What I am saying is, why put yourself in that position to be that? To be in that position. Because like I said before, we're not under a nigga wing and shit. Because look, I'm keeping 100. Even with, like, say, our manager, Igor and shit, we wasn't the best of friends all the time. And sometimes I'd be like, yo, not him mostly, but me. I'd be like, nigga, what's up? Like, you know what I'm saying? What's the deal? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is and shit like that. It's, when you grow, you got to understand, you know what I'm saying? Because we was all young. So Cuban and Pun and them wouldn't know how Joe would treat them if you know what I'm saying, how whatever treatment it was going on. They was just trying to get on and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? Just be mindful of the, you know what I'm saying, of the people you rock out and work with and shit like that, if that's the case.
And also, shit happens in life. Like you grow out of shit. Everything ain't for everybody. There's a lot of people that used to run with MOF, used to run with P-Fam and all that. And they don't run with P-Fam. There's a lot of people we got rid of too. You understand what I'm saying? That doesn't make me a bad guy. That doesn't make the guy that I cut off a bad guy either. It's just the relationship didn't click. Maybe the path that I'm taking wasn't the path for you. That's all it is. And if I'm already that's like if I'm telling you, yo, I'm going from here and I'm going to North Carolina up 95. That's where I'm going. And you telling me, yo, I want to go to Pennsylvania, I want to take 80. I'm not going on 80, bro. So you go on 80 yourself. You went 80 mode, I'm on 95. So I might have dumped a few people off that went 80, 78, because I'm going 95. So if you're going to rock with me, you got to ride 95 with me. This way I'm going. I don't care what your idea is. I already got the whole game plan. I'm the leader of this whole thing, and I'm going up 95. And that's how it is. Yeah. So it's a tricky line. And then a lot of people, a lot of times, want to come in and like override what's already going on, or you want to do more than what needs to. And so I can't judge on that either. That's what I'm saying. Like none of that really has anything to do with me. And I've experienced that myself because I've been a boss all my life. So it's a lot of people that's been under me that I had to cut off because I'm trying to go this way and you distracted me right now with this. So I don't really know what went on over there. You know what I'm saying? So having multiple people that you have to get rid of, if you talk to Jay-Z, Jay-Z got rid of a bunch of people. You talk to 50 Cent got rid of a bunch. So Fat Joe's just another guy, it's just that he's close to the hip with us. So we know his story a little closer than other people. But if you talk to any other celebrity that's out there, there's tons of people that was with him in 1992 that's not with him in 2025. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like that.
And so I would tell you, and it's not for me because I would look like a hater if I was to tell Cuban, Panda, or whatever, yo, don't fuck with Joe, man. I think he got shaky business practices and shit like that. I'm not going to do that. That's some hating ass shit. You feel what I'm saying? You learn from your own experiences and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying?
But what if you were telling the truth, though?
With you, so
that's what I'm saying.
So you can't speak on that.
That's what I'm saying. I can't speak on
but
that.
what I'm saying, though, is if you did have that experience and you told them that, right, that wouldn't be hating.
No, because then that's actual
fact.
What
I'm trying to tell you is that's actual fact, but I didn't have those experiences.
If you care for the person, you looking out for them.
Yeah, because once we heard they got signed with Joe and all that, we was happy. Like, oh, it's about to be on. Right. You know what I'm saying? Joe from the hood, they from the hood. Like, Cuban, Panda wanted that shit to work 100 total %. They wanted to take it to the mountain and back.
Yeah, like my cousin JC. Shout out to JC. Also, you already know J Future, all that. It's the twin. He told me TA used to run with us back in the days too. We used to do, but I don't remember him. But he was like, yeah, man, he used to run. Shout out to Jerry O, also J Peso. TA used to run with us. Like, so you can ask him. He probably remember me. I don't really remember. Because we was running around with so many people that I'm like, damn, he looked familiar.
Wait, TA ran with you guys?
Yeah, yo, bro, listen, we used to do a lot of stuff. We used to have a club in Queens called Bliss. We used to promote it. And we used to go to Bliss.
Did he say what year this was?
Shit, this is what year? What Up Gangsta and all that.
2002.
Yeah, so 2002. All facts. We was there for
I don't know the TA name.
We was there for yeah. Yo,
he knows that.
We was there for Fabulous birthday party, Angie Martinez birthday party, Club Bliss in Queens, and the promotion squad that was in there, I forgot their name, but they was pretty popular. They got mauled and pounded out of there. They already know who they are. They got pounded out because they try to blackball us because we came in there. We was bringing like the whole uptown to Queens, and we turned it up like Starlets is like right up the block. Like we was right there like off of Queens Boulevard and all that. And we was like the old Power Play Studios was right up the block from there, where Club Bliss used to be a bank. Mm-hmm. And we was there, and it's just all facts, like for real. So TA used to run with us to there. He used to go. If you ask TA, ask him, and if my man was incorrect, then I'll correct him. I'm just going off of what my man said, because my man was like, "Yo, you seen the that Panda Chop dude?" And I was like, "Yeah, I be fucking with the Panda Chop joint." He was like, "Yo, TA, that's Jerry O's man." And I was like, word? And I was like, nah, I don't remember him. He was like, yeah, he used to run with us, but he was younger. So I was like, oh shit, all right, because I be fucking with him. So yeah, he used to run with us too. Like, so you know a lot of people. Bro.
So you know comic book terminology, the canon event that happened where all this shit went away was when Pun passed away, unfortunately.
Yep.
Now you talking about two sides, right?
For them, you saying?
For them. But you're talking about two sides. Now you're talking about a side where Cuban says, you know what I'm saying? And whoever was down with them, Tony Sunshine, they lost the leader. They lost the guy that was the guy.
He was the glue.
You know what I'm saying? Right. Was the glue to everything. Whereas Joe, it's probably like, yo, I lost the nigga that was the nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? What I'm going to do now? You feel me? He probably didn't even have plans for the other cats because he was just trying to, you know what I'm saying? When Pun says, fuck it, I'm going to do it because Pun said, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't going nowhere without my brothers and shit. So now that's just a conundrum of what I'm going to do with these cats. I don't know what I'm going to do. So he tried probably, but to no avail and shit like that. I'm not saying it's the other cat's fault. Like, they was fucking up and shit. And Joe was like, yo, y'all niggas is a bunch of fuck ups. No. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty sure Cuban and them was trying too. It was just a point where it just didn't match out the way it was supposed to. And it made for an unfortunate event when you know what I'm saying, that happened at Jimmy's and shit, man, which was like so crazy. I think it was just so unnecessary and shit because it could have been nothing but, if it was a misunderstanding, there was a business thing. It went more into a personal thing as opposed to business. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, DeVell, let me ask you a serious question, though. Have you ever asked Sunkiss what happened? Because that situation at Jimmy's wasn't about Cuban. It started because of Sunkiss and
yeah,
Joe.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we talked about it.
See, that's what I'm saying. I
You
don't
ain't getting that story though, bro. That's some real street shit.
No, you know I had to at least try to ask you because they gonna
when
say
he
in the
want to tell his
comments.
story, he'll tell his
Yeah,
story.
because in the comments they're gonna be like, "Yo, Panda, why you ain't ask him, huh? He knows."
Yeah, but
Sunkiss.
we had a conversation. Trust me, we had a conversation. Listen, I knew Sunkiss when he was the Shawnee Thunder. Shout out to Sunkiss and shit, because that's when he was rolling with my cousin Taylor Rock and Tony Tone. Shout out to them too and shit and whatnot. But I remember him from back then, so I know Sunkiss is a real one. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was a real situation.
Sunkiss been meeting motherfuckers in the park for fair ones ever since I know them. Like for real, for real.
And we're gonna keep it there.
Well,
Like,
you know that Sunkiss and Joe shot the fair one after that situation.
Yeah,
though,
we know.
You
Yeah,
know?
we know.
But
We
it
know.
was always like a question: why didn't Joe give Cuban a chance to shoot a fair one after that? Because I feel like they could have potentially had squashed it after that.
I can't even give you an answer.
I know.
I can't even give you an answer. Because I'm not saying the nigga, I don't think Joe is scared to fight anybody and shit. Because, nigga, you're fighting Sunkiss and shit. That's a monster nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to Showbiz. Showbiz, like, pretty much ushered that, you know what I'm saying? Because Sunkiss. What the fuck? Showbiz is, Sunkiss man and Joe's man. He got that together to have them rock out and shit like that. I guess Cuban was on the out. There was nobody to pretty much vouch for Cuban to be like, yo, Cuban need that fair.
Shout out to Showbiz.
There wasn't no OG to really vouch for Cuban to be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Because the OGs was within the crew and shit like that. So I guess
that you know of.
Right, that I know of. Let's say that I know of. You know what I'm saying? And Cuban was wanting that because Cuban's not a punk either. You know what I'm saying? He gonna give it up. Bang, 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 bang. Like, he gonna get crazy and shit like that. But I think their situation is so much more personal on a lot of things we probably don't know. You know what I'm saying? And I just got to leave it at that because it's an assumption.
The roots are deeper than anything I could really speak on. For real. I'm gonna just sound stupid and you know what I'm saying. And
I wish they would have caught the fair one, nigga. Shit, that solves a lot of fucking problems.
Catch the fair one and do that joint, man.
Yeah.
Fat Joe featuring motherfucking Cuban Link and Tony Sunshine. Let's get it going 2025.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
Let's go.
We don't agree on everything, bro.
No.
That's my nigga, but we don't agree on everything.
Let's go. I'm telling you, that'll be it. It's going to be crazy. I'm telling you. And throw Remy in there, too. Bring the whole Terror Squad back. Let's go.
We're not going to do that.
That would be crazy, though. But it'll be crazy. The Bronx would be on fire.
The Bronx would not be on fire.
It would.
No, it won't.
It would, bro.
I beg to differ.
It would.
They'll be elated by the get-togetherness, but there's so much shit that's been going on in between those factions.
That'll bring it all together, man. I'm telling you.
That's like putting leaves in a new school together. Nigga, nobody care.
That's all people be waiting for.
Nobody probably gives a fuck about us getting together, niggas. Oh, Mesanjarz of Funk is back. Yeah. Set everything down. These niggas is ready.
Crazy.
Tell us a big pun story that has never been told.
I got one. I'll do mine first.
Okay.
When I first met him, we was in a studio. I called him. And when I first met him and shit like that, they was making jokes and all that stuff. It was cool and shit like that. So I don't know if this nigga was buttering me up to get that joke off and shit like that. But he was like, yo, you want to see a trick? I said, yeah, sure, why not? And he said, yo, look at my tattoo. He had a tattoo on his forearm. I forgot what the tattoo was. He said, yo, this shit move, bro. It's one of those new tattoos. He said, only thing you got to do is you got to stare at it, because when you stare at it, that's when it moves and shit. My dumb ass was staring at that shit, waiting for that shit to move. That nigga went, ah! I jumped like, what the fuck are you doing, nigga? I started laughing because I was like, I really felt for that dumb ass shit. You know how niggas go like that and nigga jump? He went like that with his forearm like that. Like, he didn't touch me in my face, but he was, you know what I'm saying? I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, he started laughing. I said, this nigga is a fucking maniac, my nigga. Like, he do like dumb shit for no fucking reason. And he's been doing that shit throughout the whole fucking time I knew that motherfucker. Dumb shit. The crazy shit is me and his birthday was on, it's in the same month. His is on the 10th, mine is on the 12th of November. So we're both Scorpios. We just do dumb shit and shit like that. I can name countless things we used to joke about or talk about, and it just has nothing to do with fucking hip hop or rap or anything. It's a life stupid shit. Yeah. He don't got no stories with bro.
You ain't got no stories?
I told you my story. That's the one that stands out to me with the 125th Street joint when he came out and we made the whole Brooklyn disappear. Like for real. That was crazy.
But the crazy shit is like, I'm in the battle rap world, you know, if people see me, you know what I'm saying, they know me as Debo, quote unquote, in the battle rap world. They really truly don't believe I had a life before that shit. Like, I was doing like, Pun was really our brother, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, before the deal. We didn't see Pun like he got the deal and we met him and shit. Same thing with Joe and shit. Like, we seen when he just got that deal with baby Chris, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to him, Chris Lighty and shit. And whatnot. And Chris Lighty was the one that invited us to the Joe shit. Joe and Chris Lighty and shit like
Chris
that.
Lighty was our man,
Yeah. Rest in peace.
You got another story about Pun that you haven't told?
I mean, it was mad shit.
It was mad shit.
I can't really think of nothing off that. That's the one that stands out to me, like, for real. Because everything else is like hanging out, brother shit. You know what I'm saying? Running in the store, stealing 40s, shit like that. Like, it was crazy knucklehead.
You seen him fight?
Pun? Nah, I never seen him in a fight.
Nobody wanted to fight. Nobody, listen, but you gotta understand, Panda. We was damn near 20, 30 deep all the time. Who wanted to fight us?
And that's an understatement.
Like, for real, who wanted to fight? Nobody was making no moves.
20, 30 deep, he's probably giving you a very low number. I remember one time we was going in a spot and the bouncer told us, yo, give me a minute. I'm going to let y'all in 10 at a time. And it was like 8 different sets of people everywhere. And he was, I'm telling you. But so 20, 30, I don't know about all that. And it took us maybe an hour. And I forgot what it was at Club Deep. Club Deep in New York. And if y'all remember Pete to the Dot at Club Deep, I'm not gonna get into the details of that either, but y'all know what happened over there from security to bouncers to everybody. You know what it was.
The irony too that it's Club Deep because y'all was deep as fuck.
Wow,
deep. We was too deep. For real, for real.
Yo, let me tell you something, man. Just to I'm not saying wrap it up and anything. Shout out to Chris Rivers, man, who was Little Pun, they quote unquote say, you know what I'm saying? Not say, but that's what they call him. But he's Chris Rivers now. Big Pun's son. You understand? If anybody.
He gained that weight and all that shit too.
Nigga, don't say it like that.
No, he did.
Oh, come on, man.
No, if anybody should have it besides Cuban, who you know what I'm saying, understand rightfully so. If anybody should have a discrepancy as well, and it should be Chris Rivers. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been through a lot. That's his father's legacy and all that. So, like I said, all this back and forth and all that shit, man, it's just so fucking crazy that it's just kind of jeopardized a lot of things. That's my thought. And I say all that to say this. That young man has grown exponentially. And he is this nigga just put no, he gotta go. His thought process on this whole thing with his father's legacy and all that, you know what I'm saying, is very mature. You understand what I'm saying? Because he unfortunately he fell victim to all that shit too and whatnot. So he just went a different route. I just wanted to say that because I've seen a couple of his video podcasting and stuff like that, man, and he's doing real well for himself, and I'm very happy for him. Even though he hasn't, he probably won't recognize me, but I know him since he was, you know what I'm saying, a child when he was boxing with his sisters and all that. I was in there for all that, saying all that crazy shit. I would be like, yo, to his pops, like, nigga, what you making these fucking kids fight for in front of me like this? You crazy? You know what I'm saying? But he would teach them how to box. That's how you know what I'm saying, you would teach your kids how to box and shit like that. I'm sorry, Chris, but your sisters used to give it to you. But shout out to that young man, man. You know what I'm saying? If he could see a light, you know what I'm saying, and the forest, fall from the trees and stuff like that, whatever cliche you want to make it, hopefully everybody could take from here and try to move on with their lives, man, because I talked to Cuban a couple of times, you know what I'm saying, and I can't sit down and argue with nothing he says. I can't. But I also want to tell him, and I know he got things in the works. Timing is everything, bro. While you hot now and your name is up, put some shit out. I always tell him, put some shit out. He got some shit. I heard some shit. Fire. I just hope he knows how the world works. And timing is everything. And hopefully, you know what I'm saying, he gets to, put another chapter in his legacy besides what's going on that sandwich in between. Because he had a legacy before, then all this shit happened in between. Now I think he's going to phoenix into something even better. You feel what I'm saying? So, make it. I'm not saying don't talk about Joe. You talk about Joe all the fuck you want. That's your privilege. That's what you need to do. But also remember, man, you Cuban Link, my nigga. Like you that nigga. You got balls. I think Cuban Link is one of the. I haven't seen greatness.
That's fact.
I haven't seen greatness since him and Pun. Since this nigga and Pun. You know what I'm saying? In my community, anyway. You know what I'm saying? But Cuban adds to that because that nigga balls it, and he know what the fuck he's doing. You know what I'm saying? I just hope he get to it and be seen for what I know him of. You understand what I'm saying? But he held Pun down. When he goes up there, you know what I'm saying? When because everybody died. When he goes up there, Pun is gonna give him the biggest hug. You feel what I'm saying? Because that man held his brother down. You understand what I'm saying? So,
and to the powers that be, man, let's just get back to good music, man. Let's do some good music. Let's get back to
because all this twerking and
fucking, man. If you
God, all that shit, my nigga. I love the kids. Don't get it fucked up.
If you're a female, man, you don't gotta twerk and pop your ass and show titties all the time, man. Like, it was good, man. Go back, Google MC Light, Eve,
Queen Latifah.
Right.
You
know what I'm saying?
Lauryn Hill.
And be respectable young women. I have daughters. And y'all little.
I have a daughter.
And the Black Blad, I'm outside, guys. You're not outside, man. You're in the studio recording records for us. You understand what I'm saying? So you're not outside killing people. You're in the studio.
No, some of them niggas is kind of low.
Yeah, because that's the little team and all that, man. Just go inside, man. Go inside. Stay out the corners. There's nothing in the streets out here. It's not like before. You're going to do is fucking end up doing 20 years in jail for nothing, for people that don't even give a fuck about you, and you claiming blocks that don't belong to you, man. That shit belong to the government. That's all I got to say, man. It's a sickening time, bro.
Yo, Panda, man, we definitely going to be back because I know a lot of people going to listen to this shit like, yo, these niggas is crazy.
Yo, I know you got to go, Pearl. So I appreciate you, man. Yo, you want to stick around? Because I got some stuff to ask you.
We got it. We good.
Appreciate you having us, man.
So, DeVell, you did an interview on the Uppercut podcast, right? And Tyga over there. Shout out to him, all right?
Shout out to my man Tyga, boy.
Right. He told you guys about how he interviewed Liza Rios and she walked out of the interview because of his approach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how did you feel about it from the way he explained it to seeing him put the little clip in the middle of your guys' interview?
I think Panda was on Panda. Excuse me, Panda. I think Tyga was on bullshit. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, Panda. I think Tyga, my man. Hey, yo, listen. It does like Tyga's gonna be my guy. You know what I'm saying? But I just think he was on some bullshit. Yeah, the way he put it out. Listen, I'm gonna keep it 100. I didn't even know he was gonna put that clip in there. When I seen the segment, I said, "What the fuck is this shit?" Yo, Tyga, I text that nigga. I said, "Yo, Tyga, you bugging, my boy? What the fuck are you doing?" He said, "No, I just want to put something out, man. You know what I'm saying? Viral. We gotta go viral." I was like, "Come on, man. You're wilding, man." But I guess in his conscience, he wanted to put something out. That because it didn't put him in a good light. You know what I'm saying? So he could have kept that in the vault for forever.
That's what Q was saying, because I know a lot of people were roasting him. They were going in on him crazy in the comments, right? But Q was like, well, at least he showed the people who he really is or how he did it and, how he was wrong. At least he was transparent about it. That's how Q felt about it. You know what I mean? Do you think it was justified that she felt the way and walked out? Like, you think that she should have, the way that he approached it?
100 fucking percent, nigga. I would have clapped Tyga. You hear me? Like, you wildin'? Fuck out of here. I would have tipped chairs over. I would have took that camera and all that shit, man. Listen, I ain't gonna hold you, man. He lucky because Miss Rios, she don't play. She don't play. She from the Bronx. She did it respectfully. And professionally, trust me, because we Liza, she would have turned up in there, and that everything would have been flipped before she would have left out that door.
Yo, when I first heard her laugh, when the beginning of the interview where he came in spicy, and I heard her laugh, I already knew. I was like, yo, she's trying to be calm about it.
Yeah, you serious right now?
Right.
That's hard. That's hard. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know, like me and Liza grew up and stuff like that. I've seen her a handful of times, but the times I've seen her and see how she, conducts herself and stuff like that, I know she don't play. Don't play with her. You understand what I'm saying? I wouldn't make no jokes on what you're going to, unless you know her, then you're cool. But, you know, don't play with that woman, man. She's been through a lot. So that right there, I kind of felt was like, I felt like, no, let's not even go to the disrespectful route. With Tiger, he's you know what I'm saying? He's dope at what he does. He just got to work on his interview skills. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes the path that he took shouldn't have, you know what I'm saying, should have been different. Like I'm an English major in college. There's always an intro, middle, and conclusion. You know, so he should have took that route to where
you got to make people feel comfortable first before you start hitting them
into the hot seat questions.
Because I got love for Tiger. You know, I watched him since like he was filming in his car doing interviews from the soul. You know what I mean? And to see his progress, how far he's gotten, and the podcast space he got, everything is dope, bro. Like he doing his thing for sure. He getting good guests, you know. But personally, I wouldn't have put that clip out. I felt that I felt like it was a bad look.
Like I said, I was bombarded, Panda. I was bombarded by it because I looked at it, I was like, where the fuck did this shit come from? And the crazy thing is, I don't know why he took it, but he separated it and put it on another segment by itself, aside from the clip that he had with me and my partner Vegas.
Right, because he only put 2 minutes. He only put 2 minutes in your guys' thing. Then he put out the full one.
I would have said, damn, if you're going to do that, make it go viral, just keep it in there. Don't put it separate. Like, you're bugging. If that was the case, don't put it in my shit and put it separate over here. But I guess he want to correlate what, you know what I'm saying, what we was talking about into that. But nah, Tiger keep tripping off of that. You know what I'm saying? No man is right all the time.
Nah, but for me though, like I've been wanting to interview Liza for the longest time, right? I want to interview Liza and Chris. Like I think that if any platform should do it, I'm sorry, I've been covering Terror Squad the most besides Doggy Diamonds. I got to give Doggy Diamonds his props. He was doing it before anybody was.
Listen, Doggy Diamonds is the best, bro. He's been doing it since 4th DVD.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to Doggy Diamonds. He's been interviewing. He interviewed a lot of people and got a lot of coverage. If you want anything hip hop, and it's dope that you mentioned them and whatnot, man, because some platforms, they don't want to mention each other because they don't want to give each other.
No, but he started the Terror Squad stuff before. Like he was interviewing Liza like way back in the day. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I got to salute him and give him his props.
Many more people, bro. And many more people.
But what I'm saying though is like if any platform should be interviewing Liza and Chris, I feel like it's my platform. You know what I mean? Because of just how extensive that we've been going down this lane of Terror Squad. And
just like I don't want to be mentioning these platforms and you'd be like, what the fuck you been doing?
Nah,
there's people that's heavy on the Tupac coverage. There's other people that's heavy on the Biggie coverage. This right here, this platform, Panda Chop News, is dope because it's heavy on the Big Pun, Terror Squad, you know what I'm saying, coverage, good, bad, or indifferent. And, you know, whomever feels a way about it, at least you get the story told and shit, man, because consistency is a thing that's needed because it keeps you relevant. It keeps your name out there. It keeps you like, you know what I'm saying? I even thank you with the Mesanjarz of Funk interview that you gave us. I do appreciate that because it keeps our legacy, our history out there and stuff because we're connected somewhat to a lot of these people.
Right.
And whatnot. So what I do say is you do a great job in connecting the dots. You know what I'm saying? And when I seen a lot of these, you know, footage or content when it comes to like, you know, Terror Squad and stuff like that, you've been on point, man, a lot of times and shit like that, other than things that people can only assume.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's my thing though, right? It's like there was no other platform that was doing Terror Squad stories. So that's why I don't really understand like why people really got mad about it like that. But to bring it back to what we were saying before, that's the only thing that I felt the type of way with Tiger putting it out like that because Liza doesn't do a lot of interviews. So by doing that, kind of put her in a place where like, oh, I'm not going to do interviews now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Tiger fucked it up for everybody. Tiger fucked it up for everybody. Let's go home. Let's go home, Tiger. Oh, he fucked it up. Damn.
So, and then earlier you were talking about Chris and man, I've been trying to do an interview with him for the longest, you know. I just feel like I know he don't really want to touch on the Joe stuff, but recently he been touching on the Joe stuff, you know, but I don't even feel like we got to touch on the Joe stuff to do an interview because I just feel like his story hasn't really been covered in depth. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, people handle things differently.
Right.
Whereas you have a Cuban Link, he'll be outright telling his stories because, you know what I'm saying, he's a man. He wants to get it off his chest. It's kind of like therapy for a man, you know what I'm saying? And it's real. You know what I'm saying? It comes from a real place. you know, everybody treats their situation different. Whereas Liza and Chris Rivers, you know what I'm saying, they probably want to get away from this shit so fucking bad that they don't want to talk about this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty much assuming here that Chris Rivers at a place where he's okay with talking about it, as long as it's not in depth to where it's detrimental to his father's legacy or anything, or it's not coming from a negative place. Because I seen him answer the question about the 50-50 statement that Joe made and shit like that. And he answered it, you know, eloquently. Like he was very, you know, professional about it and stuff. Not say PC, because PC is like, oh, he was scared to know. He would really answer that fucking question. It came from a very mature place. So shout out to Chris Rivers, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody handles their situation differently. You feel what I'm saying? There's really you can't tell nobody there's no right or wrong. I can't tell a Cuban, yo, you wrong about how you handle this shit. No, you don't tell that nigga that shit. And he handles it how the fuck he handles it. Same thing to a Chris Rivers. You know what I'm saying? Same thing to a Joe or whomever. They handle shit how they fucking handle it.
See, and you're a producer, so you understand trying to get the best out of somebody, right? Like you can't go into the studio with the same mindset, you know, as you would with every single person. Like you got to kind of cater your approach to different people. That's how I feel about doing interviews. Like if I'm doing an interview with Cuban, I know he the type to be real outspoken. He don't give a fuck. He gonna say whatever. Nothing's off the table for him to discuss about, right? But if I go in with somebody else like Liza, I got to be a little more careful. You know, I got to make the person feel comfortable in order to really share. Like I can't come out the gate and be like, shoot and be like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, so that's why, like, I just think that like people, sometimes they look at the Cuban stuff and they think that that's all I'm trying to do, but it's really not though. It's like, you tell me what you're comfortable talking about, do it. You don't want to talk about this, cut it out, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? But it's about making people feel comfortable to tell the best, you know, their best version of this story.
Hey, listen, you know, with this platform, it might look like, you know what I'm saying, this is Fat Joe bashing and things of that nature and shit. It's all about perspective. You know, you gave Cuban a platform to speak his mind and shit like that. I'm pretty sure you reached out to Joe and whomever else to speak their mind as well. And if they turned it down, then so be it. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? But you try to do as much fair journalism as you possibly can and shit like that. It just so happens that you have to get content. You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming that you're not a Fat Joe basher or person of what you're saying. You're just trying to get the content to tell the right story, how it's supposed to be told. And the only person that's giving you that consistent content in that area is Cuban and shit. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of people here and there and stuff like that. But, you know, I would implore you know, Chris Rivers and Liza to come on this platform. If y'all hearing this now and shit, Liza, you faintly probably know me like, oh, that's DeVille. Yeah, I knew him. He was in Beach and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on this platform, man. Panda Chop does real good, in-depth research and shit like that. He's not going to bombard you with no gotcha questions and get crazy like somebody we know. Tiger. But we're gonna try to get you. We're gonna try to get you on here. Nah, shout out to Tiger, man.
Man, shout out to Tiger, man.
And with Chris Rivers, man, if you ever get him on this platform, shout out to Chris Rivers. I know y'all gonna have an in-depth, great conversation, and it's not gonna be an attack or anything or trying to get him to say such and such things about, say, Joe or whomever else and shit like that, man. I just want Pun's legacy to be upheld and curated in a proper way. You know what I'm saying? The best thing we got from that after Pun's death, unfortunately, is the Fordham Road joint where his name was put on there on Fordham Road in the Bronx. Fire.
Right. But like, you know, like you guys coming on here, I was hoping you guys would just share whatever it is to be true for you guys, right? And you guys had positive experiences with Joe. So I want you to share that. Just like when I interviewed Royal Flush, he had positive things to say about Joe. Psycho Les, like, you know, it's not about just having just one side. I just want people to say the truth, whatever it is. As long as you're saying the truth, that's all that matters.
Well, two things can be true. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on Tupac mode where if you're not fucking with him, if I'm not fucking with him, you're not fucking with him in such and such or whatever, and what capacity and shit like that. Because, you know, I don't want to go drastic as to say nobody's got killed or anybody such and such, because, you know, unfortunate events did happen and shit like that. But you as we explained it, when you put the clips out, you know, the relationship came from two different places. Had I knew Joe through Cuban or some shit, it'll probably be a different circumstance, different outcome. You know what I'm saying? But I knew Joe before Cuban and shit like that, and Pun and shit. And you know what I'm saying? I have my different experiences, just like I have my different experiences because I didn't meet Cuban and them through Joe. You feel what I'm saying? So neither one could really tell me what to do or what to say and shit. Do I have love for both? Of course, 100%. If they ask me to be there, yes, I'll fucking be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I don't know what Joe would probably need me for, but like, if, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know what Cuban probably need me for. But if Cuban need me, I'll say, I'm working with that nigga. That's my motherfucking brother, Cuban Link. You feel what I'm saying? He's done shit for me that other motherfuckers, when he was on, because there was a downtime when I wasn't like popping and shit like that. And he was on. And I would call him or come to the block, yo, I need a song or something. And he would come the fuck through. How would you can't disrespect some shit like that for a nigga. You can't say, nah, I ain't doing it, turn your back and shit like that. If I was super lit, I would get that nigga and be like, yo, nigga, here's some money. Come through the studio, we rocking and rolling. If I had a situation where I could put him on and get him $1 million, I'm rocking and rolling. He'll be the first nigga I fucking call.
So I know Cuban, he felt the way about your appearance on the podcast for the Uppercut podcast, right? When you were asked about Joe and Liza's situation, he felt it was a little politically correct in your answer.
Mm-hmm.
How do you
politically correct in my answer about the what situation again?
About the Joe and Liza situation. When Tyga asked you about Joe and Liza, he felt that.
Yeah, I know definitely what I said. What Liza feels is real. You know what I'm saying? You can't take that away from how the fuck she feels. You feel what I'm saying? Like, she has her story to tell and whatnot. We grown men at the end of the day. There's really no PC answer I could give you but some real shit. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying, sit here and give you my grievances with Joe if I had any to say this, that. Like, nah, that nigga's a snake. He did such and such. Fuck that nigga. Or what you call it, you know what I'm saying? If I'm in talks with my brother who's Cuban and shit like that, and he tells me, yo, how he feels on this and this with Joe and shit like that, I'm not gonna say and tell, yo, Cuban, nah, but you wrong, bro, because he said, nah, Joe's a good dude. I'm gonna listen what the fuck Cuban gotta tell me and shit like that. It is what it is. I'm not playing both sides and I'm not on the fucking fence. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cuban is a warrior to the 10th power. That nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? If you with him, you with him. And fuck all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? And fuck these niggas and all that other. I understand how he feel. You gotta understand, because if I was him in shoes, I'll probably feel the fucking same fucking way. But, you know, at this point in time and shit, I'd rather help Cuban than, you know what I'm saying, and then dismiss and do shit over here and whatnot, which just doesn't even make no fucking sense to do. Nigga, I'm here for you. It's not like, you know, niggas call it. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna get to the root of it. If publicly, Joe was to see me help Cuban, we was in videos together doing music and all that shit, and Joe be like, yo, man, what you doing with him, man? Joe, don't fuck with him, man. I got a situation with you over here. I'm gonna say, no, nigga, that's my brother. I'm gonna be there, nigga. If you don't want to fuck with me, you just don't want to fuck with me. That's what it is. So, you know, Cuban's going to feel the way regardless, nigga. We argue all the fucking
time. I think that from Cuban's perspective, it's like, if you want to talk about facts, it's when you look at the paperwork but for that lawsuit with Liza and Joe, it's like the facts is there. So I think
that's what I said, though. I said that in the what you call it. I said, yo, it's in the paperwork. I'm not here for assumptions, bro. If you was to put the paperwork right in front of me and I would read it and comprehend what the fuck is going on, or call my lawyer and say, yo, what does it say? What does it say? Perpetuity. What does it say? 2%. What does it say? Mechanical rights, syncopated royalties. What does it say? And he'd be like, yo, this is a fucked up deal. Then it's a fucked up deal. You know what I'm saying? That man was wrong for giving this nigga a fucked up deal. You know what I'm saying? Because we gonna keep it 100 here. Some motherfucking production companies or record, they don't even know what the fuck is in the paperwork. They let their lawyer give them a stack of some bullshit and just slide it off to the what you call it. As long as it's advantageous towards the fucking company, that's all they would care about. Who's to say? Who's to know? You feel what I'm saying? But let me say this, real rap. Pun made the conscious decision as a grown man to sign with somebody. I'm not gonna say, you know what I'm saying, because he didn't get a lawyer properly or don't know what was in that paperwork or no shit. Like, he probably was on good faith on thinking Joe is going to be his brother. He's going to take care of him and he's going to be good for the rest of his life probably. And he's going to fucking force Cuban, Sace, and everybody else on Joe because he's the meal ticket to get everybody out the fucking hood. He's not going to let his brothers behind and shit like that.
Oh, that's not the paperwork I'm talking about. I'm talking about the court document of when they went for the lawsuit, when she was trying to get his royalties.
And that answer in the short term goes to the same for them court documents. If I was to see the court documents and say the same thing, Joe wrong for that. Like, come on, man, knock it the fuck on. but I don't got no court documents and shit like that. Like I said, I'm not playing the fence, but I'm being a realist and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
So to you, at the end of the day, right is right, wrong is wrong.
Right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter who is doing it. You know what I'm saying? But just because you tell me and shit like that, I'm going to take your word for it. But at the same time, I'm not going to go blindsided and blindly be like, yo, nigga, you was wrong because such and such told me he was in the doc. You know what I'm saying? Even if he's my brother or not. I don't take my own brother's word for my real life brothers. I don't take their word for shit. I researched it and be like, yeah, because I'll tell my brother, nigga, you bugging, we wrong. You going to get us killed out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, to make it even fair, I've been put in positions where I took somebody's word and I trusted 110% wholeheartedly, and the shit came out something other way. And not saying that person was lying, but it was more of a misunderstanding to a situation they didn't understand. You know what I'm saying? And it put me in a position to advocate for them and come out with my chest out and then get told this, and then it wasn't really what it was. Not saying that's happening to Cuban or Liza. I'm just saying that's just how I go about shit.
So one thing I really want to commend you on, right, is when you were on the Uppercut podcast, you were talking about the business side of battle rap, where it's like it takes this much effort, this much time and money to put on for an event. And then you got the battle rappers that want to get paid X amount. But if you give that X amount, then you only made this amount. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand what goes into it, like how much money, time, and effort goes into it. And of course, you have to see a return on your investment. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I really appreciated you saying that because it's kind of like how YouTube is with these interviews. Everybody gets this idea that, yo, everybody getting paid from this content, right? You know, YouTube don't pay like that. Like, unless you really putting up crazy numbers, you know.
Pennies on the dollar, unless you were putting up crazy numbers, my nigga. Pennies on the dollar.
It's really like $5 per 1,000 views, really, which is like, right. What is that really when you put in all this time and effort? So when you have like an artist be like, yo, let me get $1,000. Am I gonna see a return on the $1,000? You know what I mean? Like, and some, so that it was made worth it, because you got to hire these people to edit the videos or whatever, right? Or like, or you doing the editing?
Yeah,
you doing the editing yourself?
And that $1,000 turned into $600. That $1,000 turned into $600 after taxes,
right?
And then it turns into $400 after paying everybody out on who you had to pay to get that fucking shit done. And then you go this and that expense. You wind up with like $50 and shit.
Or if you edited it yourself, you got to think that it's like 16 hours, 24 hours to edit that bitch by yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a long time. So, and then if you divide the hours, a lot of times, bro, like people is making like minimum wage. You know,
that's a fact.
You know what I mean? Like, people don't understand that. And YouTube is not what it used to be either. Like before 2020, it was a lot more, right? Because there wasn't, not everybody was a digital creator. Then all of a sudden, after 2020, it's like so much competition. Even Vlad is not doing the numbers that he used to. There's so much competition out here.
That's true.
And I think that a lot of people don't realize that. I think they did this study where it's like the average content creator probably makes about $20,000 a year.
Yo, you know what's crazy? Because it got to a thing where when Vlad was hot doing those videos, everybody followed suit. You know what I'm saying? So everybody got a motherfucking interview show and stuff like that when it was hot and whatnot. So it's pretty much the interviewer was getting paid, and the interviewee, if they was hot, would get paid as well. But it's so saturated to the point where the numbers are just low and shit, man, because right now we're in an era where we need shock value. And most of these talking points and these talking heads and shit like that don't equate to these numbers because they're not, like a video, say like Video Month, I'm making probably so much sense and common sense that I'm boring. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? I'm boring to the point you don't want to click on this shit unless I'm telling you, yo, I just knocked out such and such or punched such and such in the face or such and such happened. You know? It's unfortunate because negativity always profits, where positivity gets the lowest views and shit like that. If we have more positive and understanding, I don't want to sound real regal and shit or some Martin Luther King shit, but if we had more of that, then we'll have more of an educated basis on just life itself, because we'll be each one teach one.
Right.
You can get information from me, I can get information from you, because I don't know everything, Panda. I don't know everything. So I would want to get information no matter what age you are, or, you know what I'm saying, creed, color, or whatever the fuck. I'm going to learn something every time, every day.
And that's the thing. Well, first I want to say Vlad helped put out the blueprint for this interview shit, right? The one clip per day. all this stuff. But he fucked it up for people by telling everyone you getting paid, because he doesn't pay everyone either though. But it's also this misunderstanding of how much you really want to get paid, because I've had people tell me, yo, I want $3,000. I'm like, bro, like, you ain't been out here, you ain't been hot, you ain't built up your stock and stuff like that. Like, sure, your story is an amazing story and it's a great, like, paying homage to hip hop, but I know I'm not going to see that return at all, not even close. You know what I mean? And it's similar to what you were saying with battle rap. It's like you guys were taking down marks of like people coming through the door, who you here to see. You started tallying them bitches, and then you're like, yo, you want $3,000, but look how many people came to see you. Right.
Only $200 worth of people came to see you. Man.
Right. And so that's the thing. It's like this age, but like, to build off of what you said, it's crazy. Like, I could title a video, Mesanjarz of Funk drop amazing jewels, right? You gotta watch this. Not many people are gonna watch that, right? Mesanjarz of Funk beat up so-and-so. Bro, that shit's going through the roof.
All day.
You know what I mean?
All day.
But like, it's like almost you got to have balance in your platform if you really trying to get, I don't know, like, make a living, but at the same time, like, do some real shit. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's why I do the in-depth interviews the way I do, because it's like, I'm hoping, like, if we get to the drama and you go and watch the drama, at least you'll watch these clips too. That's about some real shit, Well,
there's a society that want the information, want positive videos and something to learn from. It just, with the internet, man, it attracts more negativity than it do positive. But you would see the 1.5 thousand views. That means there's a lot of people that's watching those, the people that's watching those views are the people that want the positive shit. And it's there, you know what I'm saying? We should hold more attention to that, but unfortunately we can't, because we got to put money in our pocket and pay bills and shit like that. So, at this point in time, man, it's just a clusterfuck of bullshit and whatnot, man. Everybody's trying to get the shock value. It's the internet. One thing I will tell you is, when the cameras come on, you know what I'm saying, it's definitely got to be something interesting to watch and shit. That's how people feel. That's why they watch TV shows and these streams, and they binge watch on their favorite shows and all that shit. This is something to watch. If I'm not as exciting or giving you information that you feel like is worth your time, you're not going to watch it.
Right. I mean, like, most people only watch the first 30 seconds of a video. That's how much of a chance that you have, because we're in the era where we've really lowered the attention span so much to, if something is more than 240 characters, it's too much for me to read. I'm not
it's too much for you to read.
Yeah. Oh, it's more than 15 seconds. I'm not watching that story, or I'm not watching that video. It's just too much. Right? Like,
yo, Panda, that's why they got audiobooks, my nigga. They rather hear that shit than use their eyes to read, because that's such a lot of people, a tiring thing to do. You know what I'm saying? It's a physical thing where you're just reading some shit. Audio, you're using your ear, and you just gonna just be like, oh, just chilling, whether you're gonna fall asleep or be interested in the story that you're hearing from an audiobook.
Right. It's crazy, man.
So any video we do from here on out, I'm gonna say, fuck you, Panda Pow.
You'll be like,
kiss my ass, motherfucker. I'm gonna kill you.
I'm gonna expose you.
I'm gonna expose you, you Mexican motherfucker.
All right, man.
Although I do know what he is. Nah, shout out to Panda, man.
Yo, I know you got some untold Cuban Link stories, bro. Come on, you got to tell us something about this crazy dude.
Well, I told a story, but I'm gonna be in depth with. When I asked Cuban to come to do a verse with me and shit, because we did a song. It was me, Cuban, and my man Triple X. He's from Peter Guns and them crew and all that, with gun runners and shit. I finally got that motherfucker, because he was hard to get, or if needed. We went to Jersey, because that's where my studio was at. So we went to Jersey. We you know what I'm saying? And Cuban had this hot red car. I don't know if it's a Ferrari. I don't know what kind of car.
It was the NSX.
Yeah, it was an NSX.
Yeah.
Red, cherry red. You know what I'm saying? I drove in my own shit. He drove in his shit. We stopped by Wendy's and whatnot. So we was chilling, ordering Wendy's and whatnot. I turned the fuck around. And Jersey's big on carjacking and shit. I turned the fuck around. I seen some motherfuckers trying to wiggle the lock on the door, on the car door. I said, hey, yo, niggas are trying to break in your shit. That nigga Cuban turned around and said, oh, what? He seen it, so me and him was running out. This nigga Cuban had something I ain't gonna tell you. He had a jam it. But you know what I'm saying? He came outside, and it was a Mexican standoff because those dudes was really trying to get that car was hot. That nigga Cuban was rolling. I ain't gonna lie. So the dude was looking at Cuban was looking at dude. They were saying Cuban was getting ready to, you know what I'm saying? And the other dude just trying to back him up, and he was walking backwards, and he jumped in the car and he just sped off. You know what I'm saying? And Cuban, we was ready to like get in the car and just chase him. Like, yo, nah, fuck that shit. We not in the town. We don't know who's who out here. We don't know where them niggas are leading us to. Let's just go to the studio. I'll pay for this shit. He's like, no, my nigga, fuck that shit. They ain't really do much. He was trying to get into the car, but he couldn't.
Oh, okay, so then he didn't steal the car. Got you.
Yeah, he ain't steal the car. We locked out. We seen that nigga just in time because we'd have ordered a number 2, 5, 6, or 7 on that Wendy's menu and 8 and said we'd have turned around. We'd have went outside. That nigga went out of the car. You know what I'm saying? So I seen that shit just in time. I turned around and said, yo, the nigga started stealing car. I ran out. Nigga ran behind me. Niggas is doing the Mexican standoff. Like, what? Because Cuban, he's just a psycho. He was going to really, like, run down. I said, yo, chill.
Yeah, I've heard some crazy stories. That's why I think it's funny when people, like, be saying, oh, Cuban's a pussy. He ain't never did that.
No.
Like, no, bro.
No. No. That nigga is a real deal Holyfield, man. Like, when I say real deal Holyfield, man, Cuban is just a bugged out nigga, man. But he's a tried and true nigga. You know what I'm saying? He has all the good qualities of a grown man. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's a little impulsive.
Yeah.
Talks crazy. Cracks a lot of jokes. You know what I'm saying? He'll talk your head. Like my man Pearl that was here.
Right.
Niggas is the same two type nigga. He'll talk your fucking head off. Or like he'll like go in depth and don't let you talk for shit. You be like, but no, my nigga, no. But this is but I'm saying no. I'll be like, yo, I'll be ready to fight. Like, yo, come on, my nigga. But as far as his character, man, he you know what I'm saying? I haven't seen no tried and true cats, you know what I'm saying, and that's holding it down in a long time. And he's one of them, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, how he held Pun down, phenomenal. Can't take nothing away from that man. You know what I'm saying? Where everybody else has jumped ship and went here, he's always held up Pun's legacy and shit like that to the 10th power. You know what I'm saying? And he held that torch, you know what I'm saying? Whether he was getting those whips, chains on the whip on his back, like a fucking slave and shit, he still held that torch up and shit like that for his brother. So I give him that 110%.
It's going to be the last question, all right? Because I'm probably going to have to bring you back for just a solo interview so you could actually talk.
Panda, man, I'm here for you, man. Anytime you need me, you know what it is, man. Just call me, man. We're going to talk crazy to each other.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah. What about a Fat Joe story that has never been told?
Yo, guy tries to find every angle.
I'm assuming it's going to be a good story, like the one that makes him look good.
Shit, good or bad, I'll tell that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't tell the street shit because there's a lot of shit that we've done that shouldn't be told on these cameras. But I will tell you this story. When we was like running around with each other doing like rocking out, we told him to come to the studio. That's when he had the MPV and shit like that. He came to the studio, and that's when me and Pearl was in the midst of doing our album and shit. You know, we was in there, we was deep in there and shit and whatnot. I looked at Joe, I said, yo, we need like a skit, like an intro or some shit, like not an intro, but like a skit or something. You got something? He's like, I'll make some shit up. All right, cool. I'm not gonna front. That nigga freestyle. If you go to our joint and you see Joe the Fat Gangster, whatever we titled it,
right, the gangster.
He freestyled the joint. Every time I grab a mic, you know I'm never yelling. Mesanjarz of Funk and Fat Joe acapella. I do my thing. I'm from the boogie down Bronx, knocking out punks. Can I hear a response? I kick Flav, kid. I'm doing murder bids. Cause I don't give a fuck on this skid. I'll fuck your mom to kill your pops. I don't stop. I won't stop. and I'm out in the minutes of fuck your family and shit. Off the head, he did that shit. I was like, yo, I like that shit. I kept it. It was one take Jake. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that recorded everything. So I took that shit, put the echoes to it and all that and shit, and just slapped it on the album and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So like that was a good story because we was in there chilling and, you know what I'm saying, vibing about our dreams of how we gonna come out and do things and shit. Shout out to Cool G Rap. Cool G Rap was there too. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let me add a Cool G Rap story in connection to that. After we left out of there, Cool G Rap actually took me with his man, I think Aunt Banks. I hope I'm saying the right name or whatnot. But Cool G Rap, he was with these 2 Puerto Rican chicks and shit. He was with his man, Aunt Banks and shit. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble, G Rap, but I got the story. He took me out to eat. You know what I'm saying? And that was after the studio session with Joe and my partner and my people. That nigga Cool G Rap took me out to eat. What I can remember is that nigga, it was a seafood place. I can remember that because I hate seafood. I probably got a burger and some fries or some shit.
Wait a minute, how you gonna hate seafood?
I can't eat seafood. I don't know. Let's skip that pen. Don't don't get me fucked up out here. But what I can remember is this nigga G-Rat ordered wild oysters and shit. I looked at this man, he started laughing. I'm like, yeah, so I know what you about to do there. You know what I'm saying? And he was like just eating them oysters. I said, yo, man, I'm good. You ready? You ready? You know what I'm saying? He paid for everything. And no, listen, he was G-Rap. Cool G-Rap, nigga. You understand? I was a nobody probably compared to this nigga, but he fucked with me so heavy. We was in Queens. He had that limo take me from Queens all the way to the Bronx to drop me the fuck off. And I've always respected G-Rap for that. You know what I'm saying? He never left me like, you know what I'm saying? Because he could have been like, man, fuck this nigga. We out. Yo, you go do your thing. You know what I'm saying? But he showed me so much love in that studio and took me out to eat, to chill. And you know what I'm saying? I'm just picking his brain. He's picking my brain, Paul, if needed. And put me in a limo and dropped me off back to the Bronx, man. I mean, I could have went my own route after the studio, but he offered. He's like, yo, you want to go? I was like, funny. I was like, yo, nigga, it's Cool G Rap. I'm hanging with Cool G motherfucking Rap. And show me love, man. If Cool G Rap, if you see this and you out there, I appreciate that, man. I got time to spend time with a legend. So, and that's the Fat Joe story connected with that and shit like that. So,
right. So to touch on the Joe topic, because you said he was freestyling off the top, right? So that kind of dispels some of those rumors that people say that he never writes anything of his own stuff. So, like, I mean, obviously he can't.
Hey, listen, man. Let me tell you something about this. Let me tell you something about this writing shit. I'm not even saying that Joe didn't have a writer or a pundit and write no shit. I'm pretty sure he probably did. But what I'm trying to tell you is, as an artist, when you're in a room, in a studio, there's pressure to get that fucking music done. You understand what I'm saying? To the best of your ability. Because there ain't no motherfucking A&R, no president, no vice president gonna want to hear no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So as an artist or as a businessman and shit, you got so many variables going on and shit. You got to come with some front finishing stellar product. You feel what I'm saying? So I know Joe could put a pad to a pen or a pen to a pad, whatever the fuck you want to say, and shit like that. But let's just say Joe was smart enough to say, you know what, man, this man's pen is crazier than mine. I'm going to get him to write X, Y, and Z and such and such. You know what I'm saying? He's a businessman. This is a fucking business. And shit, what's off the table? What's not off the table? Now you're going to the point of saying, oh, this is hip hop. You got to write your bars, which is true. You understand what I'm saying? But some people don't see the foresight of what's going on when you get to that other side of the fence on saying, yeah, I'm nice. I'm a rap. You know what I'm saying? And then that A&R tell you, yo, nigga, you nice, but you can't make no fucking records to save your life. You don't know how to arrange. You don't know how to compose. You don't know that there's a 4-bar bridge here. Your opening line better be breathtaking because you have to get to here to get to there. You feel what I'm saying? Your third verse is trash. You got to fix that because it's not conducive to the second and first. Like all those variables is there. You think it's the rapper and the producer in there and they coming out with these fucking stellar hits. I've not yet seen one person that really literally kind of do that. There's a think tank all the time when it comes to these big stars. Anyway, I'm not saying it can't be done, but the biggest artists do have think tanks. You know what I'm saying? Whether they writing a hook here, or an opening line here, or half a verse here, or this, that, there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying that. I haven't seen it, but, you know, it is what it is. I know Punch Pen is Punch Pen is fucking crazy. To catch up with him, nigga, you better ask that nigga to write some shit. It's Punch. You crazy? If Joe was to tell me today, if I ever read him a course, yeah, Punch did right for me and shit like that, I wouldn't be like sitting like, ew, you ain't hip hop. That's what. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, okay, sounds like it. Sounds like it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You found Punch rhyme book,
right?
Like, you know what I'm saying?
But I think the problem is like you can have people write for you, but you can't like really call yourself a full on lyricist. Then you know what I mean? There's a difference between being a rapper and a lyricist. Or then also,
you can't. All right. So let me say this, Panda. Let me say this. If that's the case, then can Scarface call himself a full on lyricist when we know Willie D wrote some shit for him? You know what I'm saying? Can Ice Cube call himself a full on lyricist when we know Dell wrote some shit for him? You feel what I'm saying?
You hitting that with the hard stuff.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of greats had shit written for them and shit. It's just on the it's on the note, it's on the who's to know. Because who was in that building or in that room rather to see that happening? You understand what I'm saying? Even Ghostface said, yo, we throw darts at each other and say, yo, say this would be dope for an opening line or such and such. Probably not increments of whole fucking round bars and shit like that versus, but probably a little here and there and shit like that.
Yeah, but that's different though. That's different if you just like giving little input here and there. You know what I mean? It may be like a line or something, but like full on verses, that's where it's like, man.
Hey, listen. East Coast and West Coast has different think tanks when it comes to stuff like that. Where Eazy-E would say, fuck that, write that whole fucking song for me. I'm still Eazy-E out here. You feel what I'm saying? Because Eazy-E is still revered.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because he's already out there in the open saying, yo, Ice Cube wrote my raps. Dr. Dre's like, yo, DOC or Snoop wrote my joint. With the East Coast, they're more heavy on the nigga, I write my own shit. Fuck out of here. You feel what I'm saying? So one can't be like for the other or vice versa, whereas you call Ice Cube one of the greatest of all time. But yet I just told you, and I'm not saying it assuming, Del out of his own mouth or people out of their own mouth said Del has wrote the children's storybook or whatever that joint was on Ice Cube's first album and shit. He wrote that shit for Ice Cube to recite. And Ice Cube did that shit. Does it take away anything Ice Cube is? It'll probably break him, put him down lower on a 100 MCs list, but nonetheless, Ice Cube pens his shit too. Right, it's not like he got whole songs and every album's penned for him. You know, it happens and shit like that. So I just tell you, I ain't never had no shit like that. That's why I'm probably not rapping to this day because I won't allow a motherfucker to touch nothing I do and shit. You know what I'm saying? Whether good, bad, or indifferent and shit like that, I'm gonna write my own shit because I think kind of weird.
So you're not gonna tell them that I wrote that shit for you last week? Come on, man.
Ah, damn, Panda! I knew you was a phony nigga.
Come on, I made that beat for you too.
Say like in Mesanjarz of Funk, even though you know what I'm saying we was considered, you know what I'm saying we was writing lyrics in Spanish and English and shit. In the Spanish, you would probably think, okay, my brother, he knows full blown ass Spanish, but I know a good enough plethora of words in Spanish to write my own shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the lyrical genius like Nas and shit when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, writing shit in Spanish, but I am somewhere where I've innovated a lot of excuse me, styles and different things in Spanish to make people be like, oh, that was new, that was different. You know what I'm saying? I'm the first and probably the only motherfucker that ever spelled words in Spanish. Right. And shit. So it is what it is. And I'm not Spanish. Well, I'm a little bit of Portuguese and shit like that, but that'll let my DNA ancestry tell you that.
All right, man. I just want to thank you for your time today. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Tina Torres. What? You're a nice young lady. Relax, okay?
Nah, don't do Tina like that. Don't do Tina like that. Come on, man.
Nah, Tina out here wilding, man.
She caught a bad one for that one,
like,
man.
Like it looked like the industry did her dirty. Like somebody did, like she scored. Nah, shout out to Tina Torres, man. She got good energy. She's a dope person. I like most of her stories. Not all, a lot of them stories. I'd be like, damn. Like, you know what I'm saying? But
have you talked to her?
Energy. I haven't spoke to her. I probably probably made a comment through IG one time and shit like that. Other than that, no. But you know, I like her truth. I like her, speaking out. We need more of those, women in this industry to speak out. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's the truth, speaking out, as long as it's their truthful experience, then yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't tell nothing to nobody about how they feel when they're telling their experiences. As long as it's factual, then it is what it is.
All right, man. Until next time, bro. I appreciate you.